Hello and welcome everybody. It's Championship Sunday, North American edition here at Autumn Championships 2022. It is time for the pre-show where we get to go over everybody who has a shot to maybe make it today, also to make us sound a little bit silly later on, of course, in the day. If we screw up, which we're not going to do because we're that smart. It's me, Ajax, and I get to be on the couch once again with Duke.
Yeah, and of course, we've been doing some really fun stuff. Of course, there's been the predictions with the Odin's Journal, which we'll talk about in a little bit, but some people are already on the leaderboard and doing way better than I am.
Yeah, I have been so close to getting 3 for 3s, and then upset cities have been happening all weekend, so I am unfortunately sitting at like 68th place or something like that after being at like 6th for a good while. But good, good job for every one of you who actually has been using that and getting those 3 for 3 so far. Some people crazy, so to speak, predicting Acno over Godly yesterday, but I mean, it worked out.
They got the points for it. But let's talk about the format for today. Of course, again, we are in the 1v1s today. It's going to be all about that double elimination, best of 5s, all competing for that $50,000 prize pool. And there you can see it in graphical form because, again, words be hard and confusing.
Exactly. Pictures are better. They make things look good. And graphs are great, too. Shout out to Sparky and his obsession with graphs.
Pictures are worth 1,000 words.
I have, too. I have yet to be proven on this case. But,
I haven't counted how many words
I don't want to read 1,000 words, to be honest.
Unless it's in manga form, am I right? Anime fans?
No.
Or unless it's in subtitles, am I right?
No, manga readers are always
Parasite
spoiling
fans.
everything. You're terrible people. But still, also something that's not terrible, though, is like we were talking about before.
Did Toast make it louder?
What?
Because my ears are now getting blown out.
No, I'm fine. Okay. I don't know what happened to you, but I'm doing okay. But speaking of those things that are doing okay, like we said, and your predictions, make sure you go check out the new extension on the side, Odin's Journal. You can input.
It's like over here.
Yeah, it's literally right.
It's like over here.
It's like to the right, or maybe it's blocking Duke entirely.
It's in this space.
Yeah,
somewhere on this section.
Hashtag free Duke if he's currently being blocked by the extension.
You can only see it if you're on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. If you're watching somewhere else, that's cool, but if you want to participate with this Odin's Journal, maybe while the matches are happening, you want to see the stats that come out. It has the ability to live put out the stats almost to the point where it's cheating because you'll know who wins before the match ends because the stats will update and you'll be like, oh, his health bar is now gone.
True, yeah, in those occasions, in the last hit scenarios, maybe push it off to the side. But those names of the players, quite a few players we have to talk about today. I think that this pre-show is going to be leading into a lot of the new generation. A lot of people who have had surprising runs throughout the year leading up to this point. We've seen a lot of things shifting compared to normal. And one of the things that was kind of out of place last event was AO Blue.
Yeah, it's been a surprising sequence of events. Again, all of this is leading into that World Championship and the rise of kind of the newcomers. We see this annually where we'll see some new names crop up, but it's always a surprise to see, especially like you said, AO Blue coming out of the woodworks in the Summer Championship. Definitely upset a lot of people to get into the Grand Finals.
I mean, just to put a surprise factor on it, that, it was pretty much 33rd, 20-something, I forgot to write that one down, but 49th at Springs. So never really breaking through. So going from a jump from pretty much always outside of top 32 all the way to winner's side of Grand Finals to then get knocked down into second place, that is an insane run. Like, that's not something you see on a commonplace pretty much ever, making that type of jump. So really impressive with that Giro. I think that the biggest question is, can you repeat it? Like, can you go back-to-back with that type of performance?
Is he a one-and-doneer, or is he going to be bringing that same fire into this this weekend and today, of course?
Yeah, I think, that's actually 2 events in a row, too, where we saw Giro in Grands. There was the Luna run where he decided to use that against Jetbean, and then there was also the run all the way to Grands with that. But speaking of, we're going to talk a little about Jetbean as well.
Let's talk about Jetbean.
So Jetbean is another person who started onto the scene. Kind of came out of nowhere in Springs, was able to get all the way up to second, mentioning the aforementioned Luna match that we saw. But that Mordex was looking like just some of the most prime Mordex play we've seen in some time, and has been able to kind of replicate that, getting 7th at Moose Wars, the 2K event that happened there, and 7th at Summers as well. So was able to go back-to-back, only losing to Impala because of the rise of Kaya of late. So I think that Jetbean has now made it clear that he's here to stay in the top 8 category, and that's why I believe he's seeded 4th here for this event.
Yeah, he's kind of stabilized to a degree. Definitely had an outstanding showing, I believe, in the spring championship,
yep,
making it to
place.
But either way, like when Jet Bean started off and we started seeing him come out, there's definitely been a lot of comparisons again to the biggest namesake in the Mordexes, right? The Sandstorms of the world. And so people have been like, is he going to be that new Sandstorm? Is he going to be that new hotness on the Mordex? And he's looking pretty solid. He isn't consistently podiuming, but still his ability to hit specifically N-Light into N-Sig has been very impressive.
That's actually, I completely forgot how many times he hit that.
He hit it a lot.
The hit ratio was insane, and that also conditioned you out into like dodges and make you panic. You see a bunch of those in the highlights. So I think that Jet Bean has gone from, can he repeat it, to yes, he can. And now, with the end of the year, especially leading the BCX, I think he's going to be one of those big names you got to look out for. But other names to look out for, of course, from the beginning of the year all the way up to this point. This is someone that we've been looking at, wondering if he could repeat the W that he had earlier from Steel Series. We're talking about Stingray.
Yeah, Stingray has been this one kind of enigma of the North American scene. I don't even know who I can compare it to, but he's been this thing where, like, he blew up, did incredibly well. He was almost predicted to be kind of the next big god killer, right? He did so well in Winter Championship years ago, and people were like, okay, this dude did amazing, took out big names. Let's see if he can continue it. And then didn't have that many amazing 1v1 runs. He's had pops here and there, but then has kind of disappeared. So he's kind of been in this weird spot where people aren't confident on how well he's going to place.
Well, one thing that does improve his confidence, at least for me, is in the last 2, he did do solidly well. He went up 2 in a row with 4th at Springs and wasn't able to hit that top 3 podium. But with the chaos that happened in the summers, with Snowy going down pretty early to AO Blue, kind of shifting a lot of things that happened, Stingray didn't let any of that happen. He made it all the way up, got into losers finals, only going down to the person we'll be talking about in a minute. But I think that with him being one of the early pioneers of Spear, and a lot of people picking up Spear of late, he was that early matchup check, and now that everybody is dealing with it, he's still got that strength. And I feel like he's really confident right now because he's made multiple proclaims that he's going to win BCX. Like, he's feeling that confident. And you need that confidence in order to perform to that level, because if you don't think you're the best, you're not going to be the best.
Yeah, one thing that I think is working really well for Stingray is his mental is, in my opinion, at an all-time high. Not only is he fired up to do well in the 1v1s, to win BCX and all that, but he's also been doing well in his side projects. He likes to make music on the side. He's been dropping some fire beats. Check it out. But it's just all positives. There's nothing there where he's like, oh, I'm going to be distracted, I'm going to be focused on this other thing or anything like that. He's just got great things going for him right now.
Yeah, I think that confidence really shows. You were talking about how Jet Bean was hitting those N-Lights into N-Sigs before. His D-Sig Spear hit ratio is off the charts. Like, you can't rush him down. It's actually insane to watch sometimes with how good he is at positioning that. But he did fall at 3rd in Summers, running down to what was one of the most impressive elimination bracket runs we've ever seen. I have to point out how crazy this was. It started from losers round 2 of top 32 all the way through to not dropping 9 games straight from losers from elimination finals all the way through grands with the reset. That was Raydish.
Yeah, Raydish has been one of those people that I think people properly scouted. They saw him doing well. They saw what he was doing with the Ryu at the time. Then he switched over to the Yellow Ken. And then we even got to see him at the Midseason Invitational doing well. He's been one of those people who've had a very traditional upward trajectory. Maybe people didn't expect the highs that he's hit, of course, getting that gold medal at the Summer Championship, but at the same time, like, he's one of those people that people are like, yeah, I saw this dude early, he's continuing to do well, I love to see it.
My eyes like opened when we saw him early on. I can't remember whether it was Steel Series or Omen, where he got 4th place, and we all kept looking like, is Raydish like one of the next big names? Like, he's performing very well, and then kind of came back down to normal. I mean, normal still being top 16, so it's not like it was bad performances, but he just wasn't re-getting that top placement. And then all of a sudden, that big #1 that you see over there on the graphic, that first place at the last tournament, like we said, 9 games straight, no games dropped, taking out AO Blue, who was running through everyone to the point where we're thinking, wow, Jiro might actually be like the next big thing, and AO Blue might have figured that out. But it was Raydish who stopped it, and he was able to get the dub and able to shut it down. elusive name in the midst of all that, though. The very big name that was missing from that top 3 that threw all of us off is the last person we're going to talk about here. Because this is basically the new king of North America to a degree. With how much performance in you already know, I have to give the floor to you because you were the first believer in who we're about to talk about right now. It happens to be Luna.
We all know and love Luna. If you don't love Luna, you're a liar.
Yep.
Or your parents don't love you. But either way, Luna's, I mean, okay, it's true. I've been a Luna believer for an incredibly long time, and it's just like Luna's just been looking dominant. He's kind of that big face in the North American region. At the same time, when you compare Luna, okay, there's always these comparisons between NA and EU, and we like to see like who the two heads of the regions and how they're going to compete when we get them in person together. Didn't see that happen at midseason, but potentially going to happen at the World Championship, BCX.Live again. But you have Luna, but he's not been winning to the same degree, right? He's got 3 gold medals, 1 silver medal, 1 bronze medal. He hasn't gold medaled every time. And more importantly, most recently, he didn't even podium at the Summer Championship. So kind of like a weird dichotomy where he did amazing at the midseason invitational, arguably the highest high you could have had this year, and then fell off in the Summer Championship.
Well, that's actually part of why I feel like I have some faith in Luna today, because he did get that dub at midseason, and also getting to meet him at midseason, you could see the level of confidence that he has. You could see the championship caliber player that is the mentality of how he plays, and that's not easy to put forth at LAN. But he did it. He went from playing online, everybody thinking, who will it be? Who's going to be the one to take it? And it was Luna again. So I think leading into BCX, his confidence is going to be high. I think even if he doesn't have the best performance today, we're still going to see a strong performance at BCX. But I am definitely expecting a bounce back today. I don't think that Luna lets what happened at Summers happen 2 times in a row. If it does happen, my mind will be blown. He's just been too consistent throughout the year, whether he wins or not, always making it to the podium, and I think he's going to definitely have that here again today.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely been an impressive player. His character pool has definitely widened as well.
That's
right?
very true.
He started off as kind of being known as the Teros main, and we have a lot of time to drag this out because we still have a little more time. But he's kind of been this big person with the Teros, and then I think a lot of people saw that the Teros nerfs were incoming and Luna was ready for it. He started making that shift. We saw him start to bring out the Mordex. We even saw again the Giro in tournament, and then we're starting to see that shift further as time has progressed.
Yeah, part of it too was also that factor of everybody saying, "Oh, just winning because of Teros." Blah, blah, blah. I was like, bro, do you guys see what he was doing with Teros? Like, it wasn't normal Teros play. His strings are crazy, but also beyond that, the fact that he was switching characters, saying, yeah, I can do it with others, yeah, that's fine. Now, whether it be other, top-tier choices or not, smart financial decisions. You're going to make sure that you get the dub. But he was doing it while also showing he wasn't just that one trick with Teros. He was succeeding in other regards. And that is a very difficult thing to do, especially when you're just trying to send a message to people and then proving that message. So I think that's, honestly, I think that's one of the most fun parts about Luna. It's like, look, you guys set a challenge for me. I'm going to surpass it.
Yeah, and we talked about like the mental that Luna has. I got to talk to him at midseason as well, and one thing that stood out to me compared to a lot of other players, like you see players on socials and they'll go like, oh, blah, blah, blah's busted. Oh, like this thing or that thing. Oh, John's, I wasn't in the right mindset or anything like that. Luna has a very clear mindset of better player wins. Whoever put the more time in, whoever put the effort in, whoever was grinding is the one who wins. And I have a lot of respect for that kind of mentality, because that, I think, is a champion's mentality.
I agree. Like we said before, if you don't believe that you could beat everybody in front of you, you're not going to. Like, you have to look at every single person you're seeing in front. Doesn't matter whether it be the Sandstorm, Boomies, Lunas of the world, the Godlies of the world. It doesn't matter. You have to see everybody in front of you and say, yeah, I can beat you. Because the moment you start saying, oh man, I gotta play this person, congrats, you're probably going to go down because you're mentally not there to take them out. And you need to be confident enough in yourself and the character that you're playing that you can win it all. And that's kind of what we saw out of Raydish as well, believing heavily that he was going to take one at some point, committing fully to the Petra, and really showing a dominant performance in that last event. That it's great to see when you see like the next generation start to get that motivation. That's why I'm really excited about leading the BCX, which a lot of y'all haven't signed up for yet. You need to go to bcx.live right now. sign up. You still have plenty of time. It's going to be a month from now. Get to see
Yes.
all of us. Get to see all those players, artist salaries, and everything else going on.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of cool stuff, again, at the World Championship. And, of course, we want to see all of you there, bcx.live. You can still get your tickets to compete, or you can just get your tickets to spectate. Of course, bring your family, bring your friends. There's going to be a lot of really, really cool stuff. And as we always do with our World Championship, we have all sorts of announcements that you want to be there in person for. But I think we're getting into the time to do some predictions. So why don't we talk about Odin's Journal?
Absolutely. So we're going to bring our predictions forth in a second, but we can see your predictions as well, chat. Please go to the extension attached to the side, enable your extensions in, go to Odin's Journal, submit your right here, over this way. Like you said, it's either there or
it's somewhere in this
It's somewhere in this area over here. Put those in, that way we can see who you believe will be the top 3 here this weekend.
Right here. It's like right here, right?
It's
like right here.
It's right.
It might even like pop up. Like I know it's like literally just popped up when I go back to my computer, and it's like right there, and it's like, did you put your predictions? Predictions are close. It's like right around here.
Yeah, production according that it was perfect.
You said it was
exactly
perfect.
what you grabbed it. Say like on cue with exactly where it is.
I
Go
pay
to that
attention to
right now.
things.
I did not. I thought I remember yesterday seeing that it was blocking you at one point during the the mid show, where it was like just over your face, like, Duke, move over a little bit, just move over a little,
lean a little bit. But yeah, put in your predictions now, and we'll get into our predictions. I think. Did I start last
You
time?
did. That's why I'm going to go. I'll go. I was going to say, I'll go today.
Yeah.
You had the floor yesterday to start. So my predictions for North America, to start things off, my 3rd place is going to go to Stingray. I think that Stingray's consistent performances of late have been very good, but he hasn't been able to get that top 3 yet. However, I think this is going to be a nightmare for many people going through this bracket to get to the end, and the 2 people above him are too big a names to not look away from. So Stingray takes my 3rd place. 2nd place goes to Raydish, the winning champion from Summers. He had such a dominant performance, but he does have to replicate that. And a lot of people who've been in that position so far this year haven't gone back-to-back yet. So I don't know if he's going to do it. I'll be very happy to see if he does do it. But the person I think is going to rebound today, of course, and stop that back-to-back potential championship is Luna. I don't think Luna is going to let that happen again. I don't think that Luna is going to fall the way that he did at Summers. I think here today at Autumns, he's going to reclaim that throne leading into BCX.
Okay. I will, before I get into my predictions, predicate this thought, which is that the top PRs in their regions have not been winning. Godly has been unseeded. Power Ranger has been unseeded. And so if my confidence were ever to be shaken, now would be the time.
That's a good point.
But let's get into my predictions. In 3rd place, I put Raydish. I think Raydish is on fire, but I think the other 2 just have a little bit more consistency. So that's why I put Raydish in on that 3rd spot. And stole him from. Actually, no. I just like I got rid of Stingray from your list.
you took mine away.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Raydish in 3rd place. In 2nd place, I put Stingray. I think Stingray is at an all-time high in confidence level. I think the meta really helps Stingray a lot. I think he's in a good spot. And then, of course, at number 1 spot, my confidence is not shaken, but it might be, depending on how today goes. Of course, I'm going to believe in Luna for the entirety of the year. I think Luna is he's so dominant, and he has that power. And like you said, I think he's going to bounce back. I think Summer was a little bit of a wake-up call for him.
I think so, too. I don't think that – I think that he's going to come in here as a dominant force. There we go. Get everybody's up there. We'll go ahead and see chats in a second, too. Also, quick honorable mentions before viewers comes through. I think AO Blue, Jet Bean, and Java are all really solid picks, too.
Yes.
Let's see who the chat believed in here.
Would you put in number 3? Wrong. Not even competing in this tournament.
That's South America.
Good job, viewers. You got it.
Let's go, viewers.
Okay,
Raydish. Raydish is at their 3rd. All right, and then who do we have for a 2nd? Stingray.
Oh, they're just copying me.
Y'all just looked up the seeds of the tournament.
Y'all just copied me, huh? That's not even the seeds.
Oh, I had seeds.
Raydish is top seed. Yeah,
that's right.
Raydish
had top seed, and I think we could guess who the first one is. Luna. So they're gonna go ahead and believe
Twinsies.
Duke today, and y'all are gonna look like fools as siblings.
Probably.
Get them wrong. But of course, actually, everybody who said that so far saying, "Oh man, you're gonna look wrong," has looked absolutely silly this weekend, looking at Remy specifically. So we are going to, of course, get ready to pass things off in a minute. But once again, make sure you do that one more check over to BCX Live, to BCX.live, to get your tickets now. Get ahead of everything. Come see everyone out throughout the entire weekend. You can see all the champions. They're trying to get the World Championship crown. I cannot wait for it, and it's only a month away.
Taza. Yeah.
Okay.
That was Taza's arm, but you can see his whole body in just a little bit. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it'll be the top 32 of the North American Autumn Championship. Stick around.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
What's up, Brawlhalla? Welcome to the North American Autumn Championship. Foda and Taza coming at you big time. This is going to be a good one. This is the last event of the Autumn Championship.
I'm so excited for this event, and if anything is to be expected from this is that all the predictions that we have behind us are completely just wrong because everything is going to go insane today, right?
No one knows. No one really knows.
Both in Europe and South America, everybody that was expected it to be in top 3 was like in the elimination bracket before top 8, right? That's how crazy things have been, as a lot of players are really ramping up to BCX.
Dude, okay,
What's this?
Cray, though, Cray BH, that's a good one. I think Raydish in second place is real. That's
Luna, Raydish.
People are sleeping on that.
Stingray.
Raydish is still in the tournament. He's fighting Anonymous Alex.
Yes, seen
first.
very highly for this event because of how well he's been doing recently, right? And that's a terrifying opponent to go up against. And yet, you're right. He's fighting against Anonymous Alex, and I was talking with Remy a little bit about the way that the bracket was shaping up, and that was Anonymous Alex getting a 2 over Snowy to get into there as well. So that's a really great run from him so far.
Whoa, yeah, okay. Well, let's not sleep on Anonymous Alex either.
Yeah.
Great predictions, guys. Great predictions. Hashtag BH Esports. You can talk to us. Look how directly you can talk to us right now. Let's take a look at the match schedule coming up. The matches coming up that we're going to be watching in order are Raydish versus Anonymous. Oh, kind of hit that one with the trailer.
That's the very start. And then we got
Teed that one up.
John versus Cutie on the other side there. That will be fun to see. And then TBD versus Pugsy.
That's going to be either Raydish or Anonymous Alex. Pugsy is waiting for either Raydish or Anonymous Alex to come through. And then Impala, the winner between Java and Cutie.
Yeah, man, Pugsy's got quite a bracket run to go through there. And then later on, as we get into winners, quarters, I mean, it's on the schedule now, but I'm sure I saw Luna in that winner side. A lot of those players that we were talking about, they were expecting to be there in top 8, or top 3, rather. And it's just going to be the order of which that happens that's going to be so interesting. But, man, Pugsy, waiting for the winner of this matchup that's coming up. And Raydish, you were saying you have as a huge favorite to be there on that podium.
I think he's going to do great. Yeah. Raydish he's ascended. He's a whole new Radish now.
Yeah. a completely new Radish ready to go for BCX. He's locking in Petra for this, which is what I was really excited to see, because really, like, as the meta for this particular year has evolved, Gauntlets and Orb have been treated so well, and the way that he plays with Petra is so phenomenal. It's like nobody else. I mean, watching Raydish was the first time I saw Petra down sig hit anybody, and then he hits it 5 more times in the same match. I remember
we were casting that. We were like making fun of it, and then he landed it 3 times.
Yeah, I was like, I guess it's just he just
that's right.
Launched
Big story here is Anonymous Alex not playing Taros. What happened?
Whoa.
Now it's a battle of character loyalty, right? And Raydish has been loyal to Petra.
It has been a very sad time for a lot of players who had characters that had hammers. That has been a thing that I feel like is
I mean, if anybody can just make it happen regardless of what the frame data says, it's Anonymous Alex. He never relied on the frames to begin with. It was always his just nobody plays like him kind of style,
Yes.
right?
Well, and that
never needed the frames.
that could transfer over here with the Jala. He's been with the sword so far, but that side sig missing. But what I want to see is how he uses Jala's axe signatures with this kid.
That's
Because
right.
a lot of the times when we see Jala, like when Pugsy's bringing out the Jala, it's so sword focused. He really, literally
okay,
just innovated the
that's-
use of that neutral
That
sig.
was a very good use of the neutral signature. And that, you know, it's good that you bring that up because Anonymous Alex, back when he was playing the Taros, his signature uses was a big part of his success,
Yeah.
right? Just
Yes.
no one ever expected him to use it when he used it. Raydish gets the first stock a minute into the fight, but he's very damaged. Anonymous Alex could equalize pretty quickly.
Yeah, here's
now
the
with the
axe.
axe in hand, yeah, that'll get it done.
Ooh. And if he gets a jump read with a neutral stick here, it could be pretty big, but it takes a bit of time.
He's just looking for one side air that's going to get it done. Super
Yeah.
high strength Jala. Beautiful spot dodge here, but every hit that Raydish gets puts him that much further ahead.
Yeah.
Now he's stealing weapons away from Anonymous Alex. He's desperately searching for a sword. There we go.
Wow,
Okay,
yeah, the
one
sword-
down light. That's it.
Yeah, D-Light recovery, gets that stock there. Took a bunch of damage, though, because as you said, the one good side air from the axe could have taken that stock, but Raydish played around it so well
Yeah.
that Alex had to go back to that weapon on the sword, and now he's got the axe. So here, several sidelight airs could be huge, but man, that neutral stick, I feel like, it's hard to tell. With Petra versus Jala, does that take him off the top in orange? I don't know. The defense is low enough.
Oh yeah, I think it would.
Now it definitely would. That
Well, now
nair
it
is
would.
huge.
Anonymous Alex has quite a deficit to come back from. That'll help. Oh, but Raydish just fights back.
Yeah, I feel like Alex was really hoping Raydish would like spot dodge, and then Raydish just
Yeah.
out of sidelight nair went, I'm punching
Because
you.
the side light nair is a true combo, right? I mean,
Yeah.
and then he's looking for, he has to read for the follow-up. But worse than not landing your follow-up is getting
It's
hit
getting
instead.
hit out of, it's just like,
Anonymous Alex is having trouble here, man. Raydish is just totally on top of it.
yeah. Orb's been great. And when Raydish is on this situation where he's like, okay, I'm going to stock up. I want to extend this as long as possible. It's been off the orb. He gets a nair here, a side air there, goes back to waiting for Alex to go for an attack, and then punishing him for it. And he's already got Alex almost in the orange here on the orb without even being at risk of losing the stock himself. Oh, gauntlet time.
Oh, man. I think this is Raydish's game, dude. He's so solid.
Look at that.
He's not giving up like any free damage here.
That's like 3 gauntlet Sares now that he's just landed and punished Anonymous Alex with. That's the 4th one in a row. Recovery toward Alex going for, I thought he was going to switch to the axe, but no, he's staying to the sword, and this could be a 2-stock.
This
photo.
could be a 2-star.
Oh, there it was.
That's a great dodge by Anonymous Alex because the accuracy was on point.
Oh, with the second
Second
side
Hadouken.
sig.
No one ever expects the second Hadouken.
Raydish
And I
is
could
so
call
good.
it a Hadouken because he could be playing
He could-
Ryu.
it
It just could be Ryu.
It could be Ryu in this set. And we've seen Raydish lock it in before, right? That's the thing. Yeah.
No. So Raydish just totally solid through this whole game. He was not losing for any amount of time in this game.
Yeah.
He was not at a threat of losing at all for any amount of time in this game.
And there was
my
a
faith in Raydish is strengthened even more now.
It's well placed. Something that Raydish did that I liked a lot with that 205 damage lead is that when he got a stock lead, the way that he approached attacking Alex really changed. We could see right there that like almost like that staircase style of damage of him just landing Sair after Sair after Sair, right? Because he's kind
That's
of like
the stairs.
Yeah,
Each stairs is
and
a
then,
Sair.
and then he's like, oh, you're in red, and he just launches like a bajillion signatures at once until one of them hits, and that's the game. It was really solid, and Alex is going to have to change his approach while being behind, if he gets behind again in this next game, because
I'm thinking if he's down 0-2, he's got to switch to Taros.
yeah.
I mean, that
I
would
agree.
be, if I was his coach, if I was in his corner, I'd be like, bro, time for some Taros.
Well, the axe.
Don't worry about the couple frames.
While
that
the
you
axe is
lost.
really great with the true combos, the downside of axe is that none of those true combos actually are going to lead into a knockout. You have
without
to
a really hard read.
Yeah. So you have to be getting those wins in neutral to begin with, and Alex did lean on the sword for the knockouts on the D-Light recovery, and that weapon was just something Raydish was ready to deal with. So we're back on Apocalypse. Let's see how this shakes up here, because if Alex can get a lead going into game number 2, the way Raydish plays could be very different, and it could go into Alex's favor.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up here. Because Raydish is gonna play differently when that was so
sick,
smooth.
yeah.
Hard read again. Just use it as gravity cancel like that. It's risky to use your gravity cancel in neutral on nothing like that. And Anonymous Alex will show you why.
Ouch.
He used his gravity cancel. He has no way to dodge that neutral signature. It's 3 whole seconds of not having a dodge just for going for a gravity cancel in neutral.
Oh, and he tried to get him with the recovery there off of that dodge as well. Neutral sig charged a little bit. Alex gets 1 hit in, but that recovery almost takes him off the top. Raydish looking for 1 more of those possibly. Gravity cancel down light, and Raydish is going for these gravity cancel openers like you said, but the risk evaporates when you have so much pressure on your opponent that they're more focused on getting away from you than punishing the dodge.
That's a good point.
And he's just doing that great.
So this is exactly what happened in the last game. About a minute in, Raydish gets the first knockout while being close to knockout range himself. But Anonymous Alex in the last game had trouble sealing the deal on this stock. Raydish got too much damage, built up too much of a lead, and he just snowballed his way into victory here. And it looks like it's happening again unless...
Yes!
Nice!
That is the adaptation that we'd like to see. Because the first Sarah hit, I was like, oh no, not again. And that time he was like, I'm not letting that happen. He spot dodges, pivots the down light.
Yep.
Huge, gets the stock, and now it's evened up 2-2.
Yeah, and it's close enough where Anonymous Alex isn't playing catch-up.
Nicely done. Wake up, gravity cancel
wake
side
up.
light.
Oh my goodness, but Raydish puts on so much damage.
Yeah.
For every hit Anonymous Alex gets, Raydish gets 3, and the signature finish! Oh, that's the down sig we were talking about.
It is.
It was a meme how much it missed a year ago, and then nothing changed about it, and Raydish lands it all the time.
I mean, Raydish got a lot better at it, unbeknownst to us, right? Because if he's landing it all the time now as opposed to before, but what can we say?
It's got to be Raydish.
Because even in the last game, though the down sig missed, is this going to be stuck? Okay, Sarah, he went for a
I love how he
read.
went for the neutral air there because he ran out of runway. I mean, it could have been a side light instead, like most people would do. That's a true combo. But neutral air even better for that particular situation. Is the options that Raydish selects during his strings are very dynamic, and that is...
Oh, that was the right... He feels a little bit more charged.
I
felt like
if he charged it on the heartbeat there...
I feel like he knew it was a spot dodge, but Alex's spot dodge was like a little delayed. that was... Oh, nice down
He
stick.
caught him with the back end of that.
Okay. And Alex is pretty damaged.
He could do this.
But it's 1 stock to 1.
He can do it. He just needs a good stock here.
Side light. Oh, no. Does he get the nair
Why not a
afterwards?
nair, though, you know?
Yeah.
I think he was either he wasn't expecting to land the sideline. That's what happened.
It did look like he was going to go over him. When it went through, he just didn't have anything else afterwards. But that downer does hit. Nairs are keeping Raydish in the sky. Oh, he doesn't get a punish off that whiff neutral light, and Raydish puts him off stage. Side sigs, down sigs, they're going to go flying.
Good job by Anonymous Alex getting through that barrage of killing blows here. And he is getting closer and closer.
I mean,
nearly evening this up, but he can't afford any mistakes. That's it. That's the last side air that he can survive from.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh, okay.
Bonus side air.
Okay, bonus.
He got an extra life. He didn't know it. Oh, the side air comes through. Okay, Alex got some damage in. If he get downlight side air, downlight recovery, whatever he can, there's a good dare. I mean, the ideal would be if he could downlight down air and dribble him into a recovery. Like, I'm trying to think of how he gets the most off of that
downlight down
hit.
air recovery might just, no, that's not going to. Yep. GG. Man, Raydish, he's so solid in neutral.
Yes.
He really does not give up very much in straight up neutral.
And you can't even think of it as like, okay, if I can get him to his bad weapon. Nope, that's not the case, right? This Petra main true and through. Look at that 233 weapon damage on the gauntlets, 346 on the orb against Jala of all characters. Alex did a much better job that game keeping it close. I mean, the damage differential was less than it was like around 100 that time, whereas before it was over 200. Yeah, really nicely done. But he's got to win 3 games in a row now to stay in the winning
Look
side.
how the accuracy played such a big role here with the light attacks. They had basically the exact same amount of light attacks used, but Raydish is landing so much more of them.
Yeah. And in the other side, 3 times as many signatures used, but Raydish's percentage of accuracy was actually pretty close, 17 to 25.
Despite using
with 12,
so many more,
12 signatures
and those were
being
almost
used.
all killing blows, too.
Yeah, that's incredible. So Alex looks like he's staying to the Jala.
I thought he would, with his back against the wall, I thought he would switch his legend, but he's sticking with Jala. I mean, he used it to defeat Snowy earlier on in the bracket.
That's right.
He must be feeling good about it, but Raydish is in such control. What else can you change? I guess the map
he
maybe
did ban Apocalypse
ban everything.
First, right?
Yeah,
So that's where they were in the previous 2 maps.
Yep. And he did ban Apocalypse. You can see there.
Oh yeah, look at that.
leaving Raydish with either Small Brawlhaven, Miami Dome, or Demon Island to go with.
Brawlhaven is where it's going to be, and this is where Alex really made his name at the beginning, right? Taking Terros to Brawlhaven and taking everybody out in orange with side six.
With the huge signatures, yeah.
And Jala has that with Axe. You get that travel time on the side six on
Jala
Axe.
is extremely high strength, which is, it's no surprise that Anonymous Alex is using Jala instead of Terros. They both have the super high strength.
Yeah.
And you're right, if the correct signature usage on a stage as small as this could be all the difference. But Raydish was a few pixels away there from actually just knocking out Anonymous Alex in the first 15 seconds.
It was like a 50-50 of like, well, he fade left or right.
Yeah.
And he chose right and he went left. But otherwise, it would have been the stock. Oh, side lady, wait up the dodge. But the recovery came out a little too late. That silent recovery, double side lane.
Dude, Raydish is so on top of it. He makes it look so simple, but I guarantee you it's not. 30 seconds in, Raydish has barely been damaged at all. He's in total control of this match.
Yeah, and all while fighting,
oh my goodness,
all while fighting an opponent as good as Anonymous Alex, he had the patience and the ability to, like, after the first silent recovery whiff, he went, I know what I need to do.
He's ascended.
He's
doing stuff
with
he's
himself.
never done. Yeah. He's. Oh my God, he is so in the zone.
That's 1 minute.
This is
less than a minute.
Yeah, 2 stocks in 1 minute.
Oh,
Raydish is absolutely dominating.
All right, so kicked away by Alex there. There's the down stick, and he hits him off. Now, as fast as Alex's stocks flow off the top of the stage, he could do the same to Raydish with some good hits here. Sidelight nair, sidelight nair, side sig. I think that's like just enough from Jala, but. Wow, when Raydish got the orb, though, it's so crazy. The neutral lights on the stage have an amazing sidelight side air. Now he has him off stage, trying to read the recovery back on stage. Just puts him right back. Look at this. Oh, I can't believe that didn't hit.
This is Raydish's game. Oh my goodness, he is in so much
ground
control.
Pound recovery almost hit.
Look at him having fun with this now. Now he's throwing his weapon in unusual places. Raydish, GG, on his way to the final bits of this bracket. Now, that was a battle for top 12. That's going to be the earliest in the tournament match that we'll see.
Yeah.
That's our last, I think, top 32 match into top 12. So, welcome Raydish now to top 12.
Cow.
So, now that he's won that against Anonymous Alex and GG.
You know, this is like one of the weirdest graphs. Like, the match duration was so short.
Yeah.
We actually have a giant gap in time where the damage was there, but that's just...
that's just the respawn time.
That's just actually like 5 seconds. Because he did
that's a good point.
He did 517 damage in less than 2 minutes. And there are games that we've seen go 4 to 5 minutes long where that's the same count. Like, that's just how much he was constantly hitting Alex. That was destruction there from Raydish in the last game.
In total control. He's looking so good in this tournament. I'm very, very impressed. But I saw it coming.
Yeah, I mean, at the very beginning, we had the predictions. You were like, ooh, is Raydish in that prediction? That's the one.
But, so now Raydish, not right now, but his next match is going to be against Pugsy, who's been waiting for the winner of this last match. That's going to be difficult. Even for a boss like Raydish, that's going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, it is.
So we'll see how that one goes later. But coming up next, we've got, who is it? Cutie versus Java.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is correct. And Java's going to be going up there, and the winner of that, I'm trying to remember who's going to go. We'll have the match schedule later on. Cutie versus Java is very interesting for this one coming up because Cutie's been doing a lot better throughout the year, in particular, 2022. And Java, another one of those players like Alex, where he's been going through a few different legends since that Bodvar pick has been less favorable for him, and the Hattori is what he's been finding a lot of success with. And he's still getting a lot of those top 4s and top 5s.
And I doubted the Hattori. I was like, I always prefer that people stick with their main, through buffs and nerfs. You stick with your main. It pays off big time. But his Hattori is sick, so
sometimes
I concede.
Sometimes your main just changes, and now now he's sticking with that main because once the Hattori swap happened, he hasn't really changed since that. That has been the character.
And his spear is amazing. So
yes, and
whatever doubts we had about that are
spear is something that has always existed in the South America meta, and now it's just been globally accepted as this weapon's pretty sick. We should be using this, and that has been a thing that Java has agreed with as he's been going up against Cutie. But Cutie, with the Fate on the orb and Scythe, is going to be a very difficult matchup.
This is going to be a difficult matchup for Cutie no matter what, because this is Java we're talking about. Long-time champion. I mean, he is. No one would be surprised to see him in the top 3 of any event, right? Meanwhile, Cutie kind of new to this high-level competition stuff. I mean, not that new, especially not in doubles, but in singles here against Java, Cutie's largely unproven going up against Java, who is the opposite. I mean, he's completely proven, showing himself to be one of the best players in the world here.
Yeah.
So for Cutie to win this would be a massive upset and a huge boost to whatever confidence that Cutie would ever need in this tournament.
But Cutie's now got to go up against that spear from Java that we were talking about, and 2 end lights and a dare to a side sig will disarm Cutie, and he almost dive kicks.
Yeah, luckily still alive after that one.
Oh, side air hits.
That'll do it.
Low on jumps. It'll just do it on its own. First strike goes over to Java, and it's been a pretty dominant fight here from Java so far. There was a moment where Cutie got him off stage with the scythe, but after that, Java picked up that spear, and it's been all Java. Oh, he's just hovering over and falls to the stare to the neutral light. That's huge.
Oh, Cutie might be in trouble for this one. Okay. Survived that second.
Very
that
critical.
Second pogo was critical to dodge.
Because he was sweating when that pogo came out, and if that one hit, he would have lost that stock in an instant. Java still, however, put in a ton of damage as Cutie's looking for the knockout there of that neutral sig. Recovery will do it. Steered it up. Nicely done.
Yeah, that was good. And he caught Java's dodge there, so there was nowhere for Java to go on that one.
Nair and a nair almost connects. Java staying right above where Cutie is grounded.
Nice.
Cutie's starting to fight back with the scythe neutral light as an anti-air, but Java's been catching with the side six, the second one. And the side air almost came through for that edge guard.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I wonder if he...
Oh, Cutie, good job avoiding so many different hits that would completely interrupt what Cutie
and
was
now
up to.
punishing. Look at that. Neutral light recovery weapon throw. Can get the edge guard here with the orb. That was a perfectly spaced dare into
Cutie,
recovery.
Cutie is popping off.
Neutral light, almost enough to knock out. Cutie is taking the lead in damage.
Look at
Java
the aggression on the edge guard. Oh, big punish. Nice. Cutie, what a great option to punish Java's whiffed breakdance there. And Cutie takes the lead.
Yeah.
This is huge.
Yeah, in Java's credit, I feel like that was best for punishing a dash jump, but Cutie was just like, nah, it was right there, ready to go with that neutral stick. And that downer would have been huge. Java gets the dare, though.
Yeah,
evens up the game. A little bit of damage towards Cutie, but that was huge because momentum was like, Java was ahead a stock in orange before that comes.
Yeah, that was a huge second stock from Cutie, but it's got to close it out now. It just won't matter if Java ends up taking the game here. Cutie winning the first game would do a lot, I think, just for confidence, just for...
Well,
just for a little momentum. Oh, that's a big combo. No way! The full triple!
What?
Oh, man!
Right, all the way through the blast
man.
zone with the down airs. But can Cutie turn it around after getting hit by that? Neutral stick comes through. Down air bounces Java off the ground. Edge guard in Cutie's favor, but the neutral stick doesn't hit, and Java down in an edge guard scenario.
Cutie can win this right here with the edge guard.
Oh, what's it going to be? Whatever it is, don't
down
do
light,
don't
down
do
light
down
on the
sig.
corner.
Whatever it is, don't do that. Oh, recovery hits. Oh, it's so close, Photo. It's last hit.
Yeah, this is anyone's game here.
What is it going to be?
Oh, no, throw to throw. Oh, no. Oh, why do they throw their weapon at last stock red, Taza? Tell me why.
Because we'll see it in the replay here. Because of what Java does to innovative. Remember when we were watching the mid-season micros and Java first showcased this tech?
Yes.
That we're going to see here on this last stock?
Yeah.
Okay, so... Oh, we're getting the double. Oh.
So look at that. The way he jumped
and
then canceled with the downlight canceled onto the...
So look at this. That's why you throw your weapon in red. D-light pickup, sword recovery.
Well, throwing your weapon down is cool because it doesn't go anywhere when you miss.
You're talking about like in neutral, you're staring at each other.
Just getting rid of the weapon that he desperately needed for that matchup.
We may never know.
I see it a lot, and it's it is a great way to break neutral, but the risk is just so not worth.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Java, who doesn't do that, has that innovative style of incorporating the weapon throw into an unarmed weapon pickup knockout. And we just saw that he did it with hammer. He could do it on sword. I'm sure he could do it on spear too. We just haven't seen it yet. We did get to see that triple downlight Sair. What?
That was nasty. And you might think, why didn't he get
down?
Oh, that's
Sair.
No way!
Java's so good. He's so good.
Woo! What a combo, Java, dude. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
He leveled up so much after that win. I'm telling you, that first win was critical for Cutie, because now Java is popping off.
Java combos with Spear in ways where I'm kind of like, I guess Spear can do that. But I've never really thought about it. Look at this. He tried to ladder up with nairs. He pogos, then jump chase dodge down to reposition, gets the recovery, and he's back onto the stage trying to keep Cutie airborne. But Cutie breaks it up, gets the scythe recovery. That downer just narrowly whiffs. And no jump after the sidelight from the orb means Cutie doesn't get the combo. Oh,
that was going to work. That was going to work.
Oh, he gets the dash recovery.
Oh, my goodness.
That was out of nowhere. I guarantee Cutie did not think he was going to get hit by downlight, of all things, from the platform. He got maximum distance on that dash.
Exactly. The spacing was so perfect from Java.
Ooh, double D-light, weapon throw, pickup. He went for the downer after the weapon throw pickup.
That's awesome.
So cool.
Okay,
all right. Well, I respect
you win some, you lose.
I mean, if
Java really is innovating, and it's so refreshing to see. He's crying because he missed the innovation.
He's putting so much into the innovation that when it fails, he's literally crying on stream.
Oh my goodness, Java!
Cool thing
what
about
a
that
game.
Cool thing about that Hattori down sig is that I really think he was like, this will get you. Oh yeah, get the side air.
Chase dodge on that. Chase dodge is out again. He has no more chase dodges left.
I think he pivot
Perfect
dare
pogo,
fast
fall into the side air.
So
and then he doesn't have a chase dodge to help him get back.
0 sword damage.
Whoa!
I didn't even notice.
Whoa!
That was all Spear all game. There's that
Look, for someone who switched off of Bodvar as their longtime main forever, it is impressive to see that he did not even need to use the common weapon between Hattori and Bodvar for even a second in that game.
That's I don't think I've actually seen that. I'm used to commenting on like, wow, only 14 damage on the weapon.
20 damage or
but he literally didn't use
0.
the weapon.
And now Cutie's getting in on this Hattori action. It must be Hattori. It must be Hattori, dude.
Yes.
It's not Java.
Can't be
probably Hattori. Maybe just switch to Hattori. That's going to be the trick.
I know we're like a whole entire game away from last game, but before I forget what I was thinking, the down sig where Java fell down to his death that he missed, I felt like would have been perfect if Cutie, oh my god, side sig goes through. If Cutie went for the scythe down air to try to catch him.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he was covering.
I think Java wanted it to be just a little bit closer to the wall so that he would catch anything down that lane. Yeah, but he was just a little too far from it and missed.
All right, so back to this match where Java gets one Spear ground pound. He's really good about chase dodging immediately after the ground pound hits to reposition without having to use a jump, and he gets there so much faster. Cutie, however, fighting back with the Spear, could get the edge guard here, avoids that recovery. Java gets one dive kick. Can he get anything else?
Oh, that's great. All right, Cutie keeping it close. Java got that first stock pretty handedly, but Cutie's only in yellow after equalizing. That's great news.
Yeah, and the Spear's working out well here, and Cutie has removed a lot of those platforms that Java was really using to his advantage. I mean, double D-light, and then there was that dash forward D-light.
You talking about the triple D-light, dude.
You're right.
That was awesome.
Triple is definitely a word that I have to add to my vocabulary now when watching Java.
It was like a double plus one.
Yeah. Wow.
He added on to a double in a way that we've never seen.
We're here now with Cutie. Recovery away, I think, at that rate. D-Light Cider would be pretty huge here for Java. He's really good at these pogo combos. Even if they don't hit, the pressure's so huge. But Cutie's got an edge guard. Got right above the edge, so the line of sight activated. Got that recovery, and that second one will knock out.
You know, Java really is something else, man, as a competitor. And it's pretty visible to us here watching it, but if you ever fight him, if you ever actually just spar with him in person, and, you know, you can do that if you come to BCX, it's very apparent. His knowledge is insane.
Yeah, I mean,
it seems like at a certain point you got everything figured out in Brawlhalla, right? No, Java does. Not any of us, but Java does.
And maybe a better word for that is that his ability to discover new things is also insane, right? Because you can only know so much, but if he's just inventing new stuff with the weapon, I mean, at that point.
But all this praise on Java, you know, and Cutie is keeping up. And actually, ties it up. Nice job by Cutie.
So if the Atori counter pick comes through and brings it to a game number 4, that would be pretty huge, right? Because we've seen this. There's various players where they get a power-up when they're like, okay, I might be down, but I'm going to beat you in the mirror match, right? That's just a thing that can happen.
Yeah, that totally happens.
And Cutie looks pretty powered up right now. Recovery from Java will stop Cutie from getting that pogo combo,
Nice.
but daring to neutralize chain dodge.
Get a lot of mileage out of that spear neutralite from Cutie.
Oh, but Java's using those weapon throws in neutral and working.
Yeah. Well, in that case, he had another weapon ready right next to him.
And he's
if
not
it
in
missed,
deep red.
no problem. And he's not in deep red. That's
recovery!
That's it! Java wins clean sweep 3-0 over Cutie. And that is that Java getting in the top 12? Or
that's
is that
top 12.
That's top 12.
Yeah, so after this, we've now got
Okay.
all those winners, quarterfinal matches decided there. Well played by Cutie there on the Tori in game number 3, but man, Java's spear. I mean, having that game 2 be 410 damage dealt and all on one weapon, that was incredible.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at Cutie with the better light attack accuracy.
Oh yeah.
Somehow
with the same
just
count,
didn't matter.
Just 2 less light attacks. But yeah, the recoveries from Java were pretty huge. Cutie had difficulty landing. Like 2 of those stocks, I think, was like Java hitting 3 spear recoveries in a row.
And Cutie just trying to get underneath it,
Yeah.
which against spear probably the hardest,
especially with no platforms. That's like really because like what are you gonna do? Land on the side of Demon Island? What side? It's barely there. It's like where are you gonna go? That's a tough matchup indeed.
GG. And props to Cutie. I mean, Cutie kept it close. We're talking power rank number 32, already exceeding expectations just being in this match. Against Java, a proven beast.
Yeah.
So GG. Cutie's not out of the tournament yet. Going down to the elimination bracket, and we'll see how well he does. Maybe we'll see him again later on in the tournament.
The matchup that's coming up next is one that we were excited for. We're so excited for that we were talking about it in the middle of getting ready for that last one, and that's Raydish versus Pugsy, right?
Pugsy,
so
yep.
Raydish definitely the talk of the town right now when it comes to going into BCX as a player who's been around in North America for years, but now really just leveling up so much and getting better and better every tournament to the point where he's PR2. I mean, if he wins this event, that could put him over the edge.
That is a little surprising, right? That is a little surprising, right? To see Raydish at PR2.
Yeah.
That's
just
big.
how well he's been playing,
Yeah,
how consistent
big.
that he's been. And Pugsy is going to be his opponent here to challenge him and getting into winner's side top 8. This is where we're getting into that real close to the podium area. And Pugsy is definitely a challenging opponent to face.
You know what, man? I'm really excited to see the international competition between these. This is a great North America tournament, and watching these Titans battle it out is always so exciting. But come BCX, which is soon, right? What are we, 6 weeks away?
It's like you
6
can see
weeks away?
right beneath you right there at BCX.live. Look at that.
BCX.live. Wait.
Got it.
There you go. Let me use one
Lined up.
hand. There you go. BCX.live. Go to BCX.live. Buy your tickets. You can register. You can buy your spectator tickets there. Don't need to register for a Start GG account or anything to buy the spectator tickets. You can get your mom. You can get your whole family in. You can get your little brother. You can get your best friends. Make all of them come out to you and watch you compete against the best players in the world, including Raydish and Pugsy, who are both coming to BCX.
That's right. And now they are going to be going up against each other in this final official tournament before BCX. That's how close it is.
This is the last chance.
Yeah.
I mean, it's seriously like 6 weeks away, which is kind of crazy. Just a little, It's coming up. It's coming up quick, and it's not too late to get your hotel. We got the hotel block.
Check out the viewer vote.
Oh my goodness.
That's a little.
I am surprised.
Yeah.
Chat, 89% Raydish?
Sandwick, put your 2 million.
Now,
put your 2 million on the Pugsy.
I feel like I may have contributed to this slightly. Do you remember that this is Pugsy? Hold on. Did you guys forget that Pugsy's like one of the greatest gamers in the universe?
And Pugsy and Luna doing so well in every 2v2 event across the entire year.
I am surprised.
Yeah,
I am surprised.
All right. Hey.
89% in favor of Raydish?
I mean, we're on the Raydish hype train, but hey, there we go. 14.
Yeah. Okay, be sensible, chat.
Holy cow.
Okay, you know what? Okay.
I will say this with confidence. This matchup is going to be way closer than the viewer vote is.
I think so too, but I'm ready to be surprised.
All right, let's go. Let's see if the viewers have got a leg up on us when it comes to this matchup knowledge, because Pugsy been doing so well throughout the entirety of. I mean, he's been here since the inception of Brawlhalla. Right?
It's true. I mean, Pugsy's a competitor, man. In so many games, he's a top-tier competitor.
Oh, yeah.
And even in Brawlhalla, he always managed to come out to a LAN, even when he wasn't like actively practicing in the game, he'd come out to the LAN and get top 8 GG. You know, like
Yep.
he is. I am surprised. 89%.
hey,
Oh
and look at this. He's
God.
going into game number 1 with that ground pound while
There
Raydish
you
was
go.
sweating.
There you go. The 11% of chat right now is fist pumping.
Oh, man, that is a great start for Pugsy. And that entire stock was all in Pugsy's favor here. Recovery whiff, but he doesn't get punished by the Gauntlet Neutral Light, and Pugsy dodging away from those stairs. We saw how great of a job Raydish did against Anonymous Alex with those side airs, but Pugsy's ready to spot dodge him. And he's going, look at that gravity cancel side light, catching Raydish off guard, already bring him in orange on the second stock.
Dude, that's huge. We got it. Are the predictions locked? The percentages
Oh, they're
might
locked.
be
They're locked.
They might be changing right now.
Oh, man. I hope they're locked. We definitely wanted to lock those before the game goes forward.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
either way, it could have changed too drastically. And Pugsy all the way around, double jumping around the neutral sig to go for that weapon
Yeah,
throw.
Pugsy's seen that enough. You know, Raydish he famously lands that like over the corner neutral sig a lot.
There's like 3
Pugsy's
players.
seen that enough.
There's like the Ninja 729 on Cannon. There's Frydazol with Fate on the neutral sig, and then there's Raydish. Those are like
for their corner,
for their
the corner masters.
Yeah. But Pugsy did something pretty cool that I didn't really see too much, which was that double jump weapon throw to get around that hitbox. And Raydish is still in the back foot here. One sider could do it. Pugsy went for the read in, but didn't fast fall with it, and Raydish starts to get some damage in.
Pugsy's won. I think a downlight recovery will take out Raydish here, and like Raydish is aware of what Pugsy's going for the finish. That's why he's gravity canceling all these side lights instead of just
not
side lighting on
grounded.
the floor. If I'm not on the floor, you're not going to land a downlight.
He might get a stock off of avoiding that, and we saw this against Alex too, where it's like you very clearly identify, okay, with this weapon, this is what they're looking for, the Zare, and Pugsy lands it.
Pugsy's glad to have landed that
But
one,
a lot of that lead
started getting out of hand.
Yeah, a lot of that lead went away from the fact that you were like, well, I guess Pugsy's looking for downlight, so Raydish was just kind of like, I'm never going to grounded sidelight again. and it works. Look at that. Recovery hits. Pugsy really damaged.
Can Pugsy get any damage out onto Raydish before losing the stock? No, he can't.
Oh,
totally
man.
even game here.
Yeah, that is absolutely the case. A little bit of damage coming in there. Pugsy picks up the
Nice
axe.
spot dodge.
Good
Wow,
turnaround, too. Didn't hit the nair after the side light, but that damage is huge. Gets the down light right afterwards. Oh, the backswing of the orb neutral light ends up catching Pugsy. But that side light nair is huge. Pugsy dashing in and getting a lot for it.
Now with the sword. Oh, this is... Woo! The dribble combo is nicely done
Pugsy
by
gets these edge
Pugsy. Can
guards.
he finish it?
Oh, he goes for the stare here. No, Raydish hits him. Pugsy's looking for that landing down line, covers the weapon. Raydish picks it up, sidelights to safety.
This is for victory, and that'll do it. Pugsy stealing the game away. The 11% shouting out in victory.
Hey, well played from Pugsy, too. I love this. Raydish loves these landing side airs, both on orb and gauntlets. And we're going to see in the replay here in this last moment.
He's making it dangerous.
He spot dodge, pivot, downlight stare. He goes for those spot dodges on those landings. He's going like, I haven't seen you fake out one of these stairs once. So I'm just going to let that spot dodge rip.
Well, it worked against Anonymous Alex.
Yeah.
Over and over, Raydish kept landing
And
that.
it's the same matchup.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I didn't even consider that.
Yeah. So
he just finished fighting Ajala. And now he's going up against the Pugsy Jala.
And if Pugsy is that kind of player, he probably watched that set live and was like, free bot analysis. He looked at it and was like, okay. So let's see what Raydish does to adapt after that game loss, because it was still close.
Well, and that's just it. That is definitely something that Raydish can just adapt to. So it worked in the last one. We'll see.
And look at that.
How Raydish adjusts.
You just saw that adaptation. Pugsy spot dodge, but Raydish diagonal dodge back instead of landing with the Sare, and now he's getting a lot of damage in. Pugsy's trying to avoid those signatures, and Raydish hits the recovery. He's so good at that.
That's very early stock, dude. 40 seconds in, Raydish is barely even damaged, and he took Pugsy's first stock.
And I love seeing how good Raydish is at steering the orb recovery. It's not as steerable as like Gauntlet Ground Pound, but it's still steerable. And you can get that knockup to be closer to the ceiling if you go all the way up. And Raydish getting those knockouts as early as possible.
Oh,
is
nice.
doing great for us.
With the gravity cancel side light. Pugsy has got to catch up. He's so close.
Sarah comes through as Pugsy puts up that downlight a little too soon. But the falling nair catches him. No sider afterwards in the recovery. Nice job on the read on his jump.
It was barely not enough. There were stages where that would have gotten the KO.
Oh, that's huge. Oh, yeah, Maggie's got low defense here. Sidelight sider again. Raydish so good with those gravity cancel sidelights. And the gauntlet picked up Pugsy quick on the reaction there.
Yeah, the neutral air saved his butt.
Yeah, that is because he needed that. It would have been 3 stocks to 1 if that ground pound connected.
That's Raydish isn't dropping that kind of lead.
Still almost is.
And Pugsy, yeah, he's got a lot to make up for here. He's still alive, but probably can't survive another one of those.
Nice side sig coming out.
You just know that it's a side sig.
He's got one
he
more.
Burned his dodge.
Wait,
he's got nothing. That was just an error, right?
Yeah.
That was just an error.
So
he meant to land on top of the stage with that dodge.
You're
but he
absolutely
dodged
right.
into the wall.
And then when he saw that, he like slid and he went, uh-oh. It was like, that's
he has
when
no other choice but to slowly
in his
creep
head,
up
it's
the
like,
wall.
and that's when he knew. He touches the wall
Man,
again.
small error from Pugsy.
You don't see 3 exclamation points often, but when you do, that's the stock going away.
That's GG.
And Raydish,
In a pro game like this, Raydish isn't going to miss that
Oh,
opportunity.
he's so good at the gravity cancel sideline stairs.
Yeah, he knows when to pivot it, too. He knows when his opponent's trying to cross him up underneath.
Ooh,
And he seems to just always land it.
Now
and
Pugsy downlight
Oh,
down
no,
air.
this is maybe just a go next situation
Unless
here.
more side air ground pound?
Okay, no, I take it back. Go next? What do you mean? I meant go now.
Go now. Yeah, that's right. We were talking to Pugsy. Pugsy is down pretty hard here. Let's see what Raydish
he's
can do.
gonna have to do so much unanswered damage here, but it would be just like Pugsy
D-light down air.
to do that.
Another D-light down air. If he can catch him with a gravity cancel downlight afterwards, it'd be huge. Raydish is looking for that sideline side air.
Perfect. You saw Pugsy he's doing like a sort of vertical dash dance where he's fast falling down, trying to get Raydish to commit to the side light so that he can then punish it because he's going to jump at the last second off the fast fall. He did exactly that, but Raydish saw it coming, and you can see it right here. Look at that. Oh, he saw it coming.
Yeah.
That dodge didn't fake Raydish out.
A very difficult thing to do, but something that Raydish did very well, is that when you see your opponents trying to bait you like that, you keep track of how many options they have left and just follow underneath where they're going to be because they're going to have to land eventually.
They have exactly.
And that's the landing that he caught at the very end.
Yeah. A lot of people they'll just always use everything until there's nothing left, and then that's the time to punish. But these pros, they'll mix it up on you, right? They'll just go down and hit you, and you're like, wait a second, you didn't use all your options yet.
Yeah, so
that's the mix-up.
So with that adaptation, with Raydish getting punished less by the spot dodges of Pugsy, Pugsy has opted to go back to the small fortress of Lions for game number 3. It's his turn to adapt to the changes that Raydish made in game 2. Let's see what happens here, because so far, he went for it. That is a Pugsy original, though. That D-Light's neutral signature.
Yeah, I would have loved if that landed.
Oh, Nair hits. Can he get the sider afterwards? That neutral light might be enough here for the edge guard. Let's see what he can do. Oh, he dodges through.
Beautiful dodge from Raydish, man. He was completely on top of that. Pugsy could finish off Raydish with a recovery right now.
Yeah. Oh, they both go for a landing punish there. Oh, he dodges into it. Well, neutral sig goes through. Raydish. Okay, he holds onto the orb, primes an orb, and in last game it was like 45 damage on the gauntlets compared to 450 on the orb.
Nice job by Pugsy. He knew it was going to be an axe. He had his move locked in before he even picked up the weapon.
That's one way to catch somebody off guard for an axe side air, right? You just immediate pickup
there. You don't
there.
even know it's going to be an axe yet.
But Raydish had that orb primed, ready to go on the way back. If he can equalize here, it goes back to neutral, 2 stocks to 2. And that's the best he can hope for right now because Pugsy has adapted pretty well.
Pugsy needs to build up a damage lead.
Oh, he just dodged right through it, no fear. I was afraid, that's for sure.
Yeah, we were more worried than Pugsy was.
Oh, that was so sick. He's trying to catch these landings, and Raydish is staying airborne and can't find an opening. Oh!
A rare miss from Pugsy. That was a true combo dropped.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, he's still pushing his damage lead.
Got Raydish in orange. One side stick whip, but that gravity cancel side light. And Raydish so tricky with it. He looks like he's about to fade away, and then he gravity cancel pivots the side light.
And he gets it at max range too. It just doesn't seem like a move that really has much range, but he's getting it at the very tip.
And he gets it, and he gets the knockouts for it. Pugsy did a great job though with the damage. On the axe, side light Nair would put Raydish into a % where he is just ready to go down. Nair comes through from the sword. Oh, doesn't get the landing there on the downlight because Raydish stays airborne. Pugsy starting to take some damage now. Oh, man, the footsies there was intense. But the Sarah from the recovery might be enough.
He went way up there for that one. Beautiful.
And he went way out there for the finish,
That was the perfect time to get aggressive on the edge guard there because Raydish didn't have his dodge. And it was going to come back, by the time he got to the stage. So Pugsy, he made the right call in going out there.
Downlight recovery is huge. Pugsy waiting for that fastball to get the nair, but Raydish, while sweating, fades all the way off to the right. The dares into the sidelines from Pugsy.
Woo!
Pugsy running away with it. Oh, you gotta be careful about going underneath the stage. Downstick could come out here, that'd be huge. Oh, and he tried it, but
that needed to be a gravity cancel. He was too low.
Yeah, expected Raydish to fall from that downstick a little bit sooner than he did. But he's still so far in the lead here. Raydish gets down and off of his gravity cancel sidelight.
And Raydish is having trouble finding the finishing blow here.
Whoa, nice down air. But Raydish is unarmed.
Nice dodge.
Dodges through one. Downer recovery. That's
Off
it, Pugsy.
the dribble. 2-stock victory for Pugsy. He just needs one more game against Raydish to go to top 8 winner's side.
524 damage on the sword. It's sword versus orb, basically.
Surprising.
Like he did get 2 knockouts on
He got
Axe,
2
though.
knockouts with Axe.
Yeah, he gets all the damage to the sword. He goes like, screw this, Sarah.
And he gets a
He's,
Sarah. Those are just like a couple hits from the
Wow.
Axe. He got 2 knockouts with it. That's awesome.
That's great adaptation. And what's really huge there for Pugsy, for a lot of players this matters, is when you lose on a map and you go, all right, let's run it back, and then you get the win there, you kind of take that map off the table for your opponent, right? Like Raydish is
little bit.
He doesn't want to go back to Small Fortress of Lions after getting 2-stock there. It's not his map anymore. Pugsy took it over. And now Pugsy's up 2-1 in the set. I'm looking at you, chat. That viewer vote for that 11%.
Dude,
you don't sleep on Pugsy.
Shout outs to the 11%.
But
It's not over yet.
It's not
over
over
yet.
Yeah, and
there's no celebration allowed here.
And we have
anything can still happen.
We have seen from game to game, whatever we noticed was working in the game before that stopped working in the game after, right? Like at first it was Raydish getting those falling Sares onto Pugsy. Pugsy spot dodged them. Then he started punishing Pugsy's spot dodges, won the game. Then Pugsy starts punishing the air game. I started seeing him hit like sword dare, the backswing on the gravity cancel orb sidelights to just stop Raydish completely. And then with no dodge, it's easy to dribble into recovery.
And that's why best of 5s, when we're at this level of the bracket, that's why we start doing best of 5s here, because the adaptation is real, and you just don't get the full story from one match or even a best of 3, right? And so now here we are. Pugsy just needs one more game to be victorious over Raydish here.
Raydish left open Small Fortress of Lions, so that's where we're going to be going for game number 4. All right.
You know, when you were saying that, I was like, you'd think that's how they'd be, but
so what were you thinking?
Well, it seems like for the most part, these players are pretty stubborn about like, I can win. I can win on this map. It wasn't the map.
It does go back and forth, doesn't it? If both players are like that, we are just going to be on Fortress of Lions for the rest of the day.
It's pretty classic.
Yeah. All right, and I guess that's the case here. Raydish, after that 2-stock, not feeling too good about it, but also feeling like he could do a lot better. And going into game number 4 here, it's been the closest that this opening's ever been. Usually one player is running away with it, brings somebody forward.
Yeah, last time there was a stock taken by now.
Ooh, and well, ask and you may receive here. Pugsy gets that cider. Pugsy already doing more damage with the axe this game.
No way! He did it again! Within
huge.
40 seconds, they did it again. Pugsy taking this. That's a huge lead.
And that is
huge.
One of a kind from Jala there on that neutral sig. He used it so that he could catch Raydish's fastball with the rising attack on that neutral sig and then knock him off the left side. And Raydish goes into more damage than Pugsy has total on the stop.
Dude, Raydish should be in top 8 right now. Anybody else but Pugsy, and he'd be going to top 8. But Pugsy is just the ultimate gatekeeper here.
He is, and Raydish is struggling. Okay, this could be good. Doesn't have a dodge, though, to gravity cancel for anything risky, and also just, like, going for something risky when you're down in damage like that's huge. Avoids the down sig. Pugsy makes it back, and so aware now of those gravity cancel sidelights that Raydish can't even get those to connect.
Yeah, and that was doing a lot for Raydish. Not against Anonymous Alex and against Pugsy in earlier matches here.
Oh, Pugsy just weighing it out. D-Light down air. Doesn't go for anything afterwards, but that D-Light recovery will get it. Vote up. Pugsy's not even in red.
GG.
And he's playing back. Hold on.
No. GG. Yeah, you're right. I just cursed it.
You may have cursed.
Get ready for the Raydish comeback.
For 90% of all Brawlhalla viewers, you may have saved it because they're over there sweating right now with their channel points because Pugsy with the axe has been doing
He's a
so well.
competitor, man. When he needs to clutch it, he clutches up. Pugsy he's just good at this.
Oh, Oh, he gets the recovery. Backswing comes through. Tries to get the spiking hitbox of that actual recovery. Dare down light whips, but Raydish can't get anything but a down air of his own, or an air. And now Pugsy with the sword is trying to get even more damage here. Can Raydish even take a stock photo? Oh, man.
Well, he can.
Can he?
He can. I know he can.
But will he?
We know what he's capable of. Yeah.
Oh, that could be it. Nair. Nair. Side air goes through. Pugsy gets the recovery, and then Nair comes through, and Pugsy gets hit by that side air. Raydish trying to go for this one stock here to start the 3-stock comeback. That's what he needs.
Oh, man. And we're just watching to see if he gets 3 stock. No 3 stock. Okay. All right.
Pugsy has convinced me.
It's a moral victory.
Pugsy has convinced me, though, that down stick is actually there's more ways to punish it than I originally thought, because he is just barreling through. Like, he sees the spirit bomb come up, and he just like, I'm just attacking through it.
Yeah, he's completely not afraid of it. And it seems like, being afraid of it kind of leads to getting hit by it more.
Yeah.
Pugsy's confidence is just is out of this world, and now he's one good hit away from moving on to top 8 with a huge combo. Pugsy! Woo!
That's the best way to end that set, especially considering that like D-Light neutral sig basically showed up in competitive first because of Pugsy. And now you have one frame basically to dodge that if you do it perfectly.
Yeah.
But when that dodge was gone, Pugsy was like, yes,
this is it. Yeah.
He was looking for it. He was like, oh,
finish.
I know. He could have recovered there. He's like, heck no, because I need to be on the ground so that I can do that cape emote there at the very end there to celebrate it.
Woo,
what an upset.
A lot of chat just lost a lot of channel points on
That's
that
true.
one.
There is like a few
But
people in chat that's
11%
like,
of chat, we're making
we got word from production.
Was that all? Yeah, production was all on the 11%.
Sandwick did make his points back. that is what happened there. So good. Hey, Pugsy getting in by PR standards, that is a huge upset coming out for Pugsy there. Going into top 8.
The difference is that Pugsy, Raydish is great at Brawlhalla. Pugsy's great at Brawlhalla.
Yep.
But Pugsy is a great competitor.
Yeah.
He is more than just good at Brawlhalla. He is good at competing. He's good at handling the pressure. He's good at making the decisions when it matters most. And he just proved it right there. I mean, he made every adjustment, and you were calling it out live too. That was great. He was on top of it, every little bit of it. And you were absolutely right on all the adjustments that he was making.
There are very few players competitively in just video games in general that I can say I've seen have double digits amount of games that they've been in top 8s for. And that is Pugsy, right?
That's Pugsy.
Depending on what game you look at, you're kind of like, oh yeah, I know who that guy is. That's Pugsy. He's there sitting on the podium, and he's looking like he's working his way towards that here in the Autumn Championship right before BCX, because he just knocked Raydish into the elimination bracket.
That's
after
crazy.
We saw
and look, Raydish, I still think he's going to get second place. It's just unfortunate that he had to fight Pugsy along
and
the way.
unfortunate for everybody in the elimination bracket that now has to fight him along the way too.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be a tough one. But the matchup we got coming up next, Impala versus Pierre, is going to be happening here in a lifetime score of 1-1. They're going for that tiebreaker.
Well, really, anything can happen on this one. And chat's a bit more undecided on this. Now, I know that chat, they see a Surrey there, so they're like, obviously. Oh, never mind. Wow, the viewer vote is about 50-50.
It's close, yeah.
That's cool.
These two. So we're getting into this. This is top 12.
So
Winner
Pierre,
of this.
Pierre is not playing a Surrey, but he is playing guitar, so, respect.
The Lucian pick is a classic pick. And I say that because, I mean, Lucian, one of the originals in Brawlhalla when it comes to Legends. But the times in Brawlhalla competitive meta that he's picked feels like there's just like zones. It's kind of like, okay, have the stars aligned for Lucian to be picked here. And it's cool to see Pierre go in with us here in game number 1 against Impala, who's playing a character now being popularized by Acno and EU.
Yeah, but we should say that Impala did it before it was cool.
You're right.
Impala was
as I said it, I went, Impala's been doing this since
the most dedicated Kaya main out there, for sure.
Yeah, so credits to Impala for that. And a really great time to be playing Kaya. Bow, super popular, and Spear, I mean, we've seen what Spear can do, right? And look at this, we might be seeing it right now.
Oh, that was close. That could have been it.
Oh, side light comes through. Pierre could go for the D-Light recovery here.
Ooh.
There it is. That's not how I expected it to happen, but he got it.
Yeah. Pierre's kind of a blaster master, right?
Yes.
I mean, because if it's not Lucian, it's Thatch.
Yeah.
And you don't play a lot of Thatch without being a blaster master.
Oh, but the guitars coming through
and
here.
His guitars are nice.
Yeah, we don't talk about Pierre in North America as much as we do the
Whoa, he caught him over the corner. That's perfect.
Oh, and the recovery comes through as well. D-Light recovery is not enough yet, but
he'd have rather hit him down there, but he missed it. Yeah, it was like better hit him than not hit him.
Yeah.
So recovery.
And the damage is now really racking up. Oh, he spot dodges the spear.
Oh, no
there,
way.
And the delayed neutral sig on the dodge in. D-Light. Oh, I can't help but feel like that was definitely ground pound, but hey, he's still living.
He definitely just dropped. He just dropped a kill combo for sure.
Oh,
that would have knocked out.
But hey, this next one, okay, it does cost him. That's huge. And those kind of small mistakes mean everything in competitive play, right?
Yeah.
Impala might be looking at that and be like, okay, this could have been 3 stocks to 1. It's 2 to 2 now, and he's starting to get some damage in.
Every hit that Impala gets right now is just damage that shouldn't have happened. Okay, all right. Pierre equal. He made up for it in time. No big deal. Full stock ahead here. How is Impala going to bring this back?
Ooh. Side light, neutral light. Dodges out of the way. One there. Weapon throw to pick up there.
Love that. That's nice.
Ooh, the backswing of the nairs as well. Impala unarmed, forced off to the side of the stage, and Pierce just putting up a wall of hitboxes. Chase dodges down, gets the down sig, goes to the
so
double.
Much off of that down sig. Wait a second.
He makes it.
Impala missed. He ground pounded the ground, and I know that the name makes it sound like you're supposed to do that, but it's not. He was not.
Yeah. Impala, though, gets 2 side lights, gets the Sarah, weapon throw, forces the dodge, could go off stage with a... I thought he wanted to get the D-like ground pound, but he goes to dive kick instead.
This is a fun fight. Their interactions are all so unexpected. They're playing far off what the meta is. This is just exciting.
Yeah. This is great. Weapon throw down. Okay, Impala can take the stock here. Pierce looking for the D-light recovery. Down sig does hit. Not enough force on it by itself to take Pierre down. Can he make it back? Goes for these jumping side air, and Pierre's just waiting for that weapon. Impala guarding it. Okay, the mammoth comes out, and it doesn't hit. Ooh, weapon throw. Ground pound. No, Impala likes those dive kicks.
I was thinking ground pound too. He could have maybe committed to it early and got the knockout. But if he missed, he'd have been in a terrible position. But he was at 1 stock red anyway, so what do you got to lose, right?
Yeah.
Well, GG to Pierre, who just had control that entire match. He got a full stock lead in the beginning, and Impala just could not bring it back.
Really, like, I want to say wacky blasters and guitar play just because Pierre was doing a bunch of stuff where I was kind of like, what is happening? It's working, but what is happening?
Well, that's the beauty of Qatar Nair. Because it's a circular hitbox, and I know that there exists other circular hitboxes like Spear, but the difference is that the recovery time on the Qatar Nair is so small that you can combo off of it in really unique ways because it can hit in any direction.
You guys, recovery. Yeah, and another thing is that... he's getting pogoed so much. Impala is so good. Pierre started that off with a double down sig, got stuff recovery. Impala gets back to the stage, turns into a multiple pogo combo and gets it. But yeah, just to add to that Qatar conversation, the Nair you don't lose momentum on either, right? So if you're really good with your movement, you're just sliding all over the place while pulling out that hitbox. Unlike the Spear Nair where you're like choosing a point in space to be able to put that out. Now Pierre with the blasters is trying to make up for the fact that Impala turned that stock around so fast on him.
But Impala's doing a great job. He actually might equalize here in a second. We can get a good signature, and you know what's coming. Okay, all right. I think maybe Impala knows what's coming out of the Qatar. I feel like I know what's coming out of the Qatar. Like,
well, but Pierre, what he doesn't know though is that Pierre has like a whole flow chart of like, all right, my neutral sig missed. Now I'm going to hit you with this, and he got the recovery afterwards. But Pierre still hasn't got the stock.
Impala's going to have to really mix up how he reacts out of that Qatar neutral.
Oh, he down the wrong way. Pierre still hasn't got the stock though. Impala's really
what?
Well.
Okay, so you were talking about how the neutral air stops your momentum.
Yes.
That's a great example. Oh, you love to see the weapon throw combo. You hit him with the Goof Troop.
Ooh, and he's still going. Neutral A, neutral sig. Impala just barely avoids getting scaffed by that. And now pick up guitars, goes for the double D light, side light, down air, Sarah. Pierre, is that it? That's it.
Oh, you love to see it. That was so nice. Pierre has brought it back.
Whoa.
Oh, dude. I need to see that in the slowest of slow-mo. That is some Qatar tech that I've been working on myself. Like, that is, I love seeing that.
That was the fastest possible dare I think he could have done.
It's a very situational thing.
Wow.
And it's so many buttons so fast to do it. Pierre must have training moded that the finger
for weeks.
The muscle memory for that.
That's incredible.
That was awesome,
Impala
man.
brings it back,
and
though.
Pierre needed it. Pierre absolutely did. And now, even though Impala got a 20-second, practically 0 to death on Pierre, we're sitting here at 1-1 even.
Downlight doesn't lead into the dare there. Impala's going for those side airs. Down six doesn't spike. Impala goes back, goes to the ground pound. That could risk it. Oh, look at this.
Okay.
Side air.
A very efficient path underneath the stage.
Impala definitely was like, okay, I know exactly what I need to do from here because he did not try to recover to the same side.
Yeah.
Nair comes through. Pierre's trying to go for these landings. Silent goes through, but the downlight doesn't pick up, and Impala punishes the
Impala's
Nair.
gotta finish this. To get that beautiful first stock and then lose the game would just be too much.
Oh, he went for the side stick that could have done it. Another side stick probably is not.
He was spacing out for it, but I think he was aware that Pierre was looking, oof. This is anybody's game. This is anybody's game, but Impala's got the weapon control. What? He just gave Pierre the weapon.
D-line recovery for both players here could be huge.
That might do it.
Okay.
Yeah, Impala bringing it back. 1-1. We've got some replays to look at. Hold it real quick. These guys are going to start banning.
They're going to the stage strike. Oh, we get the turnaround.
Here's the nasty 0 to death. Not quite 0 to death, but oh, geez, the pogo power.
Amazing turnaround.
Okay, and then we need to see Pierre's. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Watch how this is awesome. He pushes him off the side of the corner with the and then, dude. Okay, that was actually 2 chase dodges.
Yeah, it was.
Extremely fast. You could barely even see it there. He chase dodges forward off the corner, chase dodges down only enough to give him the momentum he needs to get the down air and continue on.
Yeah, chase dodge.
That's beautiful,
and
man.
chaining your chase dodges is such a beautiful mechanic in Brawlhalla because you can control your distance depending on how precise you are with it.
Yeah.
And that's why when I saw that, I was like, I think that was the fastest possible dare that he could have done because it came out so quickly that you really couldn't, like, to the untrained eye, you might be like, how did he get there?
Yeah.
Like, that's how fast he was.
That was 2 chase dodges, faster than 1 full chase dodge would ever be.
But
including
Impala,
a down air as well.
Despite that awesome comeback potential from Pierre, Impala brings out that Game 2 victory.
Good thing, too, because that would have hurt.
Oh, the down air comes through. Impala goes for a weapon throw, and accidentally, okay, he started praying to the stars there, and Pierre punished him full force for that one. Impala goes back to center, gets the bow. D-Light recovery, I don't think takes Lucian off the top here. Let's find out.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, Lucian does have extremely high
now
defense.
You'll be fine. Love that neutral signature coming out from Impala.
Yeah,
and he takes
right
the
off
lead.
the neutral light, too. That worked out great.
And that wasn't off of a turnaround edge guard this time. Impala just it's been weird between these two because we haven't seen a lot of like, well, he did a lot of damage, then knock him out stocks. But that's what
just
it
like
finally
a regular
happens.
old-fashioned
It's like,
knockout.
They played Brawlhalla. Wow.
Oh,
great
Impala
dodge.
luckily got his dodge back on the way down there. Here misses a breakdance. Impala's going to steal that weapon away. Wait, what? Is he going to...
They're both like fading away from each other with arms. Down air coming around from Impala. Nice cider. He's low on jumps. That could have been it. Ground. I thought Impala was going to go for a ground pound trade there, but Pierre makes it back.
Yeah, ground pound trade would have been good because even if it clashed, he'd have ended up with the knockout.
And he's up
Pierre
a whole
had
stock,
nothing
so
else.
he can risk it.
Oh,
But,
that's a good point. That's a good point. But he's pretty confident in the neutral game, and you just keep poking him.
that dodge.
Insane.
Wow.
Insane. Because the length of a spot dodge is only barely more than the length of the Qatar neutral light. It's so barely. So he must have started that at the perfect time. Okay, Pierre equalizes, but the damage is done here. Impala's still got a pretty significant lead that he can push. Dude, neutral light to neutral signature. It seems to keep working. I guarantee it's not a true combo.
yeah, but it's just, it covers so many of the things that Impala likes to do.
Impala keeps dodging over. Like he keeps dodging over, and you don't even. The nice thing with that Lucian neutral sig on guitar is that you don't need to even pivot it to catch that dodge over. You know,
that's right.
It's gonna it catches a couple options, but it doesn't catch the usual like up and away, right?
Oh, nice recovery from Impala to punish Pierre's recovery. Downlight dare, side light, side sig! Tosses the spear out of his hands, has the guitars now. His sider could do it, but Impala goes to the wall, is still trying to fight back unarmed versus guitars. It gets a little bit of success. Grab out down sig would have been so crazy.
Sick. That would have been so sick. Okay.
He had it ready to go, too. The dare comes through, though, despite how awesome a lot of these options for Pierre are. Impala's keeping up. No, okay. Tries to avoid the weapon throw, I think, and he ducked it into the blast zone. I feel like that's what happens.
Man, great guitar play from Pierre.
Oh, now Spear versus unarmed here. Interesting weapon throw. Picks up the bow instead, just trying to keep Pierre denied.
Dude, what skin does that bow come from? That's a nice bow skin.
There's just so many. It's hard.
Yeah.
We're going to be going a deep dive into the Matrix after this. We're just going like, okay, we found it. Could also just ask him. Uh-oh.
Scary.
Recovery?
That's scary. Even though he's unarmed, Pierre's definitely got ways to score a knockout off of a deep
It's hilarious
dive kick.
because Lucian's like the lowest force legend to be doing this unarmed play that he's doing it on. Oh, he has no dodge on that downlight, but that would have been huge if it hit. Doesn't get punished. Sarah puts Impala off the side of the stage, goes for the X pivot dare. Impala avoids that, and now back to center. No dodge means no. He doesn't pick him with the neutral light, and Pierre continues the damage.
This is still anyone's game, even though Pierre's got a pretty significant lead here. Unarmed, doesn't care, still getting in there, getting the damage done. Impala could still bring this back.
He jumps right over the ice.
That was a hard read there from Impala.
Oh, neutral sig. I thought it would be it, but Impala jumped away from it. The Sider gets him. He spikes him.
That was, okay, good job by Pierre, right? Because they did the guitar neutral. And even though neutral sig has worked so many times before, he knew not to go for it that time.
Yep.
And he was right because Impala jumped out this time. Jumped out and away.
Fun fact, 173 unarmed compared to 134 blasters. That's how much Pierre was unarmed that game.
Wow.
Like, he was
He
unarmed.
did more damage unarmed than he did with blasters.
He did more damage unarmed than Impala did with Spear. I mean, he was really going in unarmed. There was a whole segment of him being unarmed versus Impala's bow on the right side of the stage. It was wacky. I mean, Pierre's just really hard to keep track of. And at that point, you might as well say that he's a 3-weapon legend.
He is... And with an unusual playstyle, I mean, compared to what we've seen, maybe that's just because he's playing a legend that's unusual in today's meta. We barely ever see this.
Hey, he's making good use of that 7 movement speed.
It's
That's what I'll
wonderful,
say.
yeah.
He's
You don't have to go with what everyone else is doing, right? There are many paths to victory.
You do what it takes for you to win. And it looks like Pierre's like, Lucian fits exactly how I want to play right now, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
And he's going up against Impala now 2-1. One more game, and he gets in the winner's side of top 8 to fight against Pugsy, who just upset Raydish. Would be a huge opportunity for him to get further into this championship.
Didn't even think about that.
But Impala fighting back with the bow, starting off strong. Oh, could get ground pounded here. Pierre goes for the dare instead. Went for the haymaker to try to catch the landing.
So a lot of times on those unarmed down airs, the unarmed dive kicks, you know, that send them like really low, we see these pros go for risky stuff off of that. Ooh, early knockout for Impala.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
But Pierre seems to disengage from it. He's not willing to like dive kick, slide kick, ground pound, because the dive kick, the slide kick is risky.
You are committing a dodge.
You are, yeah.
And you have likely already used 2 to 3 jumps because you were fighting off stage to begin with. So.
Yeah, and Pierre's being surprisingly conservative about that because Pierre's exactly the type of person to risk it for the biscuit.
So clean on those Sairs, though. Hits a Sair, and then he gets the maximum rise from his jumps. No fast fall, so that he could get the perfect spacing for the second side air, knowing Impala had to recover from low.
Impala, learning to avoid the combo off of the neutral light.
On that downer
That's
weapon
a stock.
throw, that's it.
That's a big stock. That's nearly a full stock lead for Impala. Now, I hesitate to say that because last time Impala had a full stock lead up here. Well, he ended up with the win.
He did?
He ended up with the win.
The last time he had it, he won. So
some scary stuff happened between, but he did get the win. So.
Cider comes through, D-Light recovery.
Nice
Pierre's been good at getting those off of those close to the start gravity cancel downlights.
Yeah.
But that's not going to lead to a stock just yet. Oh, that's 2 sidelight punishes on those down 6, but Pierre takes the turnaround recovery. I'm surprised he even got that angle.
I know. I'm surprised he went for the pivot. I'm surprised it worked. And, well, it was a really good time to use it. It could have been a knockout.
Oh, but Impala catching all these sidelines.
The wake-up gravity cancel sideline of Katars. It's so powerful when used properly, and Pierre used it perfectly.
Oh, but the dare weapon throw goes for the slide kick, goes for the regular kick, punches him to the side, and the haymaker gets punished by the falling there from Pierre, but Impala's already done all the legwork that he needs to do. Even though the stock goes down, he's got such an advantage on that final stock. Game 5 is imminent here, Photo.
Yeah, it's sure looking like a Game 5 here, unless the Pierre miracle. Wait a second.
He was sweating from the sideline. I've never seen that. That was awesome.
Okay, can Pierre do this? He can just go to top 8 right now.
All right,
if he just doesn't get hit at all.
1, no recovery. Went for the down 6 spike. Okay, I don't blame him for being like.
Oh, that'll do it. We're going to game 5, ladies and gentlemen. What don't you blame him
When
for,
you see
though?
a Kaya down singing and you're in red, you're like, do I dash sideline?
No.
no.
You dash, jump, ground bound. You get over that.
But like he looked at that and he was like, I don't think I could punish this. It was a funny moment.
Because I've been in that situation before, right? You try to you dodge it. Okay, here it is. Yeah.
Oh, and I think he just gets the side air here. Oh, we have Pierre. No, the side sig just catches him, and that's a fast sig.
That's a tough sig to land.
Yeah.
The hitbox is like as big as the tip of that spear.
I feel like that's the smallest tip of any spear in the game. It's like, honestly, I kind of get like it's very uncomfortable seeing people get stared by that weapon. That's just a needle, right?
Oh, yeah.
But what I think the trade-off for how hard that move is to hit is that it is Kaya's fastest move. Like, if you're good at it and you're precise, you're going to catch somebody off guard.
Yeah.
And now we're on Small Fortress of Lions for game number 5. And that ground pound's going to be a quick stock.
Dude, oh my gosh.
Amazing.
That's exactly what happened to Pierre in the last game.
Yep.
But now Pierre's the one doing the damage, and we haven't seen Pierre drop a huge lead. So, oh man, wait a second.
Unless he waits it out.
Impala played it safe there, and I think that was his time to really push it.
But it's game 5, and he's down a stock.
He's down a full stock. I think that was the time to risk it for the biscuit. He could have gone for another ground pound. He could have gone for his side air, but he came back up thinking that he would catch Pierre on the edge guard.
Let's see if it costs him, because Pierre's been getting a lot of damage off of this, and that Nair almost pushed Impala further up the stage. He was already in exclamation points. Weapon throw hits, double weapon throw. Impala,
no way!
That was so sick. He got his jumps back. Pierre goes down and finishes it.
Wow.
He gravity canceled downlighted to
that was
touch the stage.
A very impressive option from Impala, but Pierre, maybe even more impressive, somehow knew that was a possibility.
Impala's been stuck on this side of the stage all game. Pierre just cutting up the air with the neutralites. Side air, tries to gravity cancel neutralite himself there, and Impala picks up the bow, but he's not even brought Pierre to red yet, just now doing that with that Sair.
Man, is this going to be a 3-stock?
Oh, it's looking like it. Pierre chase dodges all the way through.
3-stock in game 5 is like something else.
All right, Impala
all right.
gets the neutral sig. And, I mean, we know, we've seen it multiple times throughout the set. Impala can get those 0 to deaths on Pierre.
Right. Pierre is not totally safe. It looks pretty bleak for Impala right now, but it wouldn't be that unusual for Impala to just do something that scores a huge knockout here.
Oh, but that Nair was so sick. Guitar, side air, waits it out, puts up the Nair, Impala dodges it, gets the recovery.
Oh, he just wants the weapon. Pierre totally guarding it, now stealing it away, throwing it in his face so he can't use it anymore.
Oh, kicked away. Impala tries to get recovery.
Man, Pierre has missed a few opportunities to grab a weapon.
Oh, Nair, weapon throw. Side air,
that's
weapon
too much,
throw.
it's too
Impala,
much.
can you make it back?
GG! Pierre wins it in game 5 with an incredible display in that final game. Woo, he's moving on to
Are we seeing
top
this
8.
X pivot dare? Then he goes straight into the side of the wall and goes straight down with that ground pound. What an awesome combo on the blasters there to get that early knockout. And then the down sink into like, oh, this is such a great clip here, Photo. Look at this. Ooh.
I can't believe Pierre recognized that as a possibility.
He had to really get out of the way.
I'd have been back on the stage like, GG, I gotcha, sucker. And Impala gravity canceled downlights back to the stage. That's crazy.
And Pierre was covering it, and he covered it in a way that he didn't get caught by it on the way up, right? He could have gotten comboed by that recovery.
Right. He avoided the hitbox of the downlight.
Unless an emote he
man. Running Man. I think that was the start of the Running Man. Well, good game, man, and really good game to both of those players there. Pierre and Impala put on a great show. 2 unusual legends to see, unusual play styles, very unique play styles between them, and they were both just scrapping. They were really going for it, and it was fun to watch. So shout-outs to Impala and Pierre, but it's going to be Pierre that moves on now to top 8 winner side.
Yeah, against Pugsy of
Not
all
every
players.
day we get up here top 8 winner side.
He's looking like he is the most prepared for it that I've ever seen him. And
Yeah.
Lucian, that's a legend that despite being around for so long, I feel like the way he's pioneering Lucian is going to be very difficult for a lot of players to go up against. And I can't wait to see those matchups later on throughout the day.
Yeah. All right, let's check out the recap here. So Raydish 3-0ing Anonymous Alex. Anonymous Alex was playing Jala, right? Then goes right into the next match against a different Jala, Pugsy.
And then Pugsy goes
Pugsy
like...
came out on top of that. Java absolutely thrashed Cutie, man. That was a really impressive display from Java. But asterisk, some of those games were close,
Hey,
okay?
yeah,
it's not the 3-0 that it might seem.
That last Satori mirror match was very close.
Yeah,
but
Cutie put on a good fight there.
I'm ready to just be like, Java best hammer. Maybe Java's just best spear now. Like whatever his weapon is that he's specializing for that year, you could guarantee that he's going to be the best at it. Like that was so.
It's impressive, and I really have eaten my words because I remember doubting the spear.
Tori,
your hammer's so good, Java. Why would you give it up?
Java's pretty good.
Java's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Java really is something else. I'm excited to see the rest of his tournament run here, and the rest of our players. We've got an incredible top 8 that's shaping up here. Pugsy, Java, Pierre. What? This is gonna be a good one. So stick around. We're gonna take a super quick break and be back with top 8 of the Autumn Championship. See you soon.
And then ground pound, quick start.
Oh my gosh.
Live, in person, for the first time since 2020. Atlanta, Georgia, where players are born and champions are crowned. The community, back together again, live and in person. The Brawlhalla World Championship heads to Cobb Energy, Atlanta, Georgia, November 4 through 6. Players from all around the world will come together, competing for the largest fighting game prize pool in the world. Players from over 15 countries represented. Competitors, talent, crew, and community. It's more than just a tournament.
Ooh, it's not going away, bro. I'm in pain. Hold on. Woo, baby! That's what I'm talking about.
You give me a fever and make a believer out of me. I was just a dreamer, but dreams are now my reality. I'm feeling, I'm bleeding, I'm needing for all eternity. My soul is on fire, this burning desire's heavenly. Then you're moving closer, breath upon my shoulder. Boy, I wanna hold ya. Heart is beating double time. I can't wait to make you mine. I just wanna know ya. I tremble when you call my name. The feeling driving me insane. I just can't get you off my brain. You play me like a melody. The sweetest sound is symphony. It's slowly taking over me. I feel the bassline dripping down my spine. I feel it getting closer. Don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting closer. Whoa. I'm reading every sign. I'm losing track of time. I feel it getting closer. Don't want this to be over. And when the beat drops and my body rocks, I feel it getting
That song was really dramatic, and so has this tournament been, because upsets have already been happening. We've got our Seed 2 knocked out already. Well, I guess he was Seed 1, but PR2. He's knocked down into the elimination side of the bracket. We've got, what, the upset of Pierre over Impala. We've got a lot of upsets that have happened so far.
Things are going crazy already, and that's just been the theme of the weekend. We've been watching, you said it yourself, all of the top seeds have been falling. Nobody has been able to hold down the fort, really, and that might continue. Now, guarantees also that our predictions are already cooked, because the next matchups that will be happening do include number seed, the two predictions we had of Stingray and Luna will be going up against each other at some point. Potentially, that's if they get through these matchups here, because you got Stingray and Java first versus Luna and Guichiboo, and then after that, the big upsets of Pugsy over Raydish, and then not as big of an upset, I guess, but like still a solid W again after Impala beat JetBean 2 times in a row now, beating him at Summers, and then getting into the matchup here against Pierre, and Pierre looking incredible leading into that match.
Yeah, his guitars were definitely lighting up the stage a little bit, or at least lighting up Impala. But like you said, we're going to be kicking it off with Stingray and Java, and this is arguably one of the better sets that we're going to get to watch in the near future, because this is insane. Java's playing out of his mind, Stingray again at the top of his game, 2 very close PR players. And this is probably like the most predictable match that we've had so far in terms of like, we expected you to be here.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at the bracket path, this is one of them that you're looking along the way going, okay, this is a matchup we expect to see. And the lifetime history may be 1-1 in normal brackets, but the amount of times they've run into community tournaments has the 6-2 in favor of Stingray over Java. But you got to think about the history also including that being the Bodvar. Java, since the switch to Hattori, has actually been kind of absurd. Like, it's like he's been playing Spear his whole career, the way we've been watching it like show up. So I think that he's gonna have a solid run, but that's also going up against somebody we have seen really make his name for himself nowadays with Stingray.
Yeah, it's really interesting, the dichotomy here, because you have like Java, who has kind of had some peaks, right? Again, performed out of his mind at the World Championship, currently tied about 50-50 in the predictions. And then on the other side, Stingray, he, like, of everyone else, has been the one who's been able to kind of weather the chaotic storm of, like, all these people who are doing really well, and Stingray still kind of has that consistency amongst all of that. So it's kind of this weird difference between the two of them.
Yeah, it's actually crazy, too, when you see chat actually go even split down the line, because usually when you look at predictions beforehand, it's like, okay, higher seed tend to drift that way, but chat knows something, and well, we have seen that Java's been able to prove it from quite a bit of time. That being said, you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing, and my brain can't handle what we're looking at.
I can tell you that dude's wrong.
Yeah, that's not correct
That's wrong.
over there. It is not going to be the Orion. Stingray is pulling out the Zol.
Zol's an interesting one. Again, we got these like kind of character swaps. Orion is great. I don't really know why Stingray felt the need to swap over to the Zol. Zol's kind of that like sleeper pick, coming in with the highest strength possible base of a character. He hits incredibly hard with the axe and the cannon, but like cannon's in this weird spot where not a lot of people have confidence in it as a weapon.
I mean, it's in, you know, we are at Autumns, and we've said before that a lot of times once you get to this point, you start thinking heavily about what are people holding on to before BCX, right? Wonder if this happens to be one of Stingray's sleeper picks, and so far, with that high speed of Hattori is one thing which you can get in quick, but the output on damage is going to make you suffer, as all those axe hits led to such a quick lead for Stingray.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where trades are inherently in Stingray's favor. He's chunking incredibly hard. Java coming in with the Hattori. Base 4 defense, not going to be able to eat all this damage if it's trading blow for blow.
Also something that I just is wrapping around my brain is we're seeing Small Enigma. We barely ever see this, but the axe covers so much range here, and it's easy to dip away from side lights that Spear's trying to combo into.
Whoa!
So you getting snatched up, he said, get over here, as he is currently up 3-1.
Got him with the chain, got him with the bear trap as well, and you're talking about the axe on this map. I get why Java thought this would be a safe option. We've seen him go for the triple downlights on the spear and look so good with it, but Stingray looking a little better. No, he's not going to be able to get back from that one, but that's okay. He had 3 stocks.
That was one of those attempts at getting on the highlight reel that was slightly miscalculated, but that still put Java in the orange, so even though he threw that one away, like you said, he's up 3. I don't think you need to give Java more opportunities to make a comeback, though. We've seen him do it a couple times so far. We've seen some strong dominance, and even a match earlier where he actually did 0 damage on the sword, and he almost gets the double up recovery. I don't know if that would have knocked out Zol in that position, but it would have been pretty scary.
Yeah, it definitely would have made Stingray think a little bit about it, but at the very least, Stingray still maintaining this lead, chunking against Java, goes for the side stick and covers himself with the end light.
Yeah, and like one side air away from taking away game number 1. Decided to stay on stage 2. There's no real reason to go off, and a big whiff punish right there. One more side air to finish it. And Stingray, with the surprising pick, does show up. I'm sorry. That is so funny looking at him hiding in the haystack. Okay.
Big ol' ogre
right.
hiding in a haystack.
You can't see me.
There's nothing in here.
Well, 537 to 298, 59 damage per engagement. That is a massive number when against any legend, period. But against Hattori, especially, who can't afford to take those hits, that's already a very scary sight for Java to have to deal with in the future.
Yeah, that's insane, because like generally like a true combo, right, like we'll talk about like a downlight side air for most weapons, will add up to about 20 to 24 or something like that. Coming in with 59, that's like 3 true combos in a row, give or take, that are averaging out across every single engagement from Stingray. And that's definitely a lot more than just, oh, he's coming in with a bunch of strength versus low defense. He's getting these hits consistently.
Yeah, like if you want to think about it in terms of what does that mean on me getting hit, well, that's basically you losing 2 neutral interactions and now being at KO damage. You just can't let that happen. So Java's gonna have to figure something out heavy. He's gonna switch over to Apocalypse. Only one platform to deal with this time here, Duke.
But same idea, right? Both of them can kind of cover that platform. Again, we've seen Java go for the triple D-Light spears off of it, but he's got to find some sort of solution to Stingray right now. And Stingray, on the cannon, we didn't see much of it in the last game, but we'll see what he does here.
So unnecessary the last game. The one time it showed up, he weapon tossed down off stage and lost the stock. But he's continuing that same thing here. Didn't get too much off of that, but was enough to kind of even back up, got stage control, and now he's back to that problem that happened before. Goes for the recovery extension, doesn't find a hit. But at least Java's now avoiding more of these combos that he had going.
Yeah, Java's got to be careful about how he responds out of that nair. If he keeps going high, Zol has a very specific gravity cancel end sig that's great for punishing someone who likes to jump out of getting hit by axe nair.
Yeah, and we already saw he was able to snatch him when he's not paying attention at the ledge. He might go for another one right here. Looks like he's hovering around the idea. Runs up to go for the neutral lights. Instead, gets a punish, and he is fighting for his life as Stingray threw out 3 potential KO moves. And Java's able to get the wall touch, does sneak around, and he gets back on the stage.
Dude, it is crazy how safe Stingray is making these whiffs. Like, he misses an end light and then does this like backwards jump turnaround Sayer, and it works so often at this caliber. It's impressive.
That is very impressive, especially with, like we said, the movement speed. But Java's going to get weapon toss down, covering him on his way back up. First one does go to Stingray. Big difference this time, though, is that Java actually hasn't met knockout damage at the start compared to 2 stocks down.
Yeah, the possibility of a 3-stock is pretty slim here for Stingray, but at the same time, he's still that Zol. He still swings down light side air, and he survives for now.
I like the idea of going to down light side air too, just to get stage positioning, because you're now within the ranges of most likely DR recovery knocking out. You want to guarantee that control, but Cannon putting so much pressure just to try and find that weapon.
Yeah, just all these hitboxes being thrown around Java. Stingray's still not putting up that much damage with the cannon, but at least he's primed his next weapon to be that axe.
True enough. Yeah, that's been the moneymaker so far, Duke. And I don't really see a big reason to switch off. And the game's a bit closer now, but what do you think Java needs to do to try and play around some of this very solid, like you said, he whiffs and he's barely getting punished? What does he need to do to try and adjust around that?
He needs to be better about his punish game, right? Like Stingray's, again, just beating out Java. Every time he whiffs, Java goes in for this punish and Stingray gets out and then turns that situation around back on Java.
Yeah, it's actually incredible watching the way Stingray's advantage continues. He gets one, he kept them in center, and if he decided to spot dodge there, he had another dare lined up. He was going to keep that going. And he walks away and lights, delights, and then there's nothing you could do about it because he just regained center stage control. And that spear that he's holding, he still can't even get the range in on him.
He is just getting whiff punished after whiff punish. And it again, so much strength. It hurts a lot to get whiff punished against a Zol.
You cannot afford to have that continue. It's at the point where he had to go unarmed just to get him to knock out damage.
Okay.
That is a big punish right there, though. Not going to take it out. Weapon toss down. or to weapon toss up, excuse me, and could not find the D-Light. This could actually lead to a knockout right here as Stingray closes it out and moves up 2-0 in the set.
Man.
There it is again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Please ignore the ogre in the hay bale, or the hay stack. But yeah, Java is just, he's getting handled right now. He's trying to do all the things that he does against other players, and Stingray's like, no, it's not going to work against me. And this might be one of those situations where Java has to swap. Maybe go to a Koji. High dex makes it so you're safer on your whiffs, and then having that bow gives you a little bit more range.
I think you might be on point with that. I think you just have to find some answer that is better than engaging with this axe right now. None of it has been working. Java taking a bit of a time to try and figure out who he wants to go to. So we're going to go ahead and try and figure out what is it exactly that's been so good. Everything that Stingray does, he throws out a dare, he throws out a sidelight, and nothing gets punished. Not a single thing gets punished. Because it's at that point now where he's getting so much damage per engagement, even though it's less that time, that you're scared to even approach.
It's wild because, again, it's axe and it's cannon, two weapons not exactly known for being like that safe, right? They're generally considered on the far end of being like a little bit more punishable, a little bit more recovery frames. They tend to reset neutral, so if you're winning neutral a lot, then it works out for you. But like, he's just like, again, he'll whiff a side sig and then just do this jump turnaround Sair, and it catches Java every single time.
Yeah, and you start to feel lost every single time that happens. It's like, well, now what do I do? Now what do I do? Like, I don't get it. Like, nothing is making sense. Well, the Hattori definitely was not the answer, which has been kind of Java's answer of late. Did get him all the way to 4th at Summers, and has really been that solid go-to pick since the Bodvar has not been what gets it done. I'm curious with, like, the thought process behind it. I don't really think we go Bodvar again. I think that if you try to do that, maybe the outrange of Hammer might be enticing to a degree, but the punish game is still going to be there, and if you whiff with that Hammer, well, that's going to be a free run-in with Axe that's going to be faster than what you are trying to establish with Hattori's movement speed. So I honestly don't know. I think Koji makes a lot of sense from what you're leaning into.
Yeah, I think Koji or something more string heavy, but it seems like Java, he's sticking to his game plan, which as of late has been playing that Hattori. He's locked in, he's good to go. I don't even know if there's like a map answer, right? We've already tried a tri-platform, we've tried a single platform, and I don't necessarily think a single platform is going to be that much more beneficial. It really is going to come down to playstyle.
I think so, too. As we already see, a couple of the flat ones have actually been taking away. Demon Island was left open so far, but he's debating heavy on these final bans. He's got Small Borough Haven, Enigma, and Fortress Lions are already gone. Miami Dome has now disappeared, too. We're going to go back to Apocalypse.
I kind of understand the logic of the 3 maps that were left. They tended to be the ones with the wider KO boxes. So it's just giving him a little bit more of that survivability, which is something that he was definitely struggling with. But he's hoping that Apocalypse is going to be the answer to get himself on the board, because right now Stingray is just running through Java.
Like I said, the end of days and the end of the potential bracket run right now on the winner's side, because Stingray has been forcing Java to scream for help. It has not been a good time. Anytime the Axis showed up, I think the only win con you really have at the moment is you need to somehow force Weapon Starve. Keep him on Axis, keep him off Axis as much as possible. That's been an impossible task to ask for so far, but I think at least when the cannon's been out, it's only been about 3 pieces and then it's done, and there's not really been a KO lineup for it yet. Yeah. So if you can outplay him on that, you might be able to make it work.
That's definitely an ingredient to the answer of how to beat Stingray, because like you said, only put out 80 damage or so on the cannon in the last one. So he's definitely been sticking to this axe, and he hasn't had to worry about it.
Yeah, it's just continuing here. I said near 500 damage. A weapon toss with the cannon too.
One more hit.
Did he get covered here once again? No, goes high that time. He did get ground potted last time. He had no other options. That time he knew he could dip above, snuck just around him.
Gravity Cancel, End-Light, not quite enough here for Stingray, but he's got Java on the edge. He's got him in damage, and the End-Light this time will finish it off.
It's funny, I think if I remember correctly, it was Swatter or somebody who was getting away with that a bunch yesterday, who kept weapon tossing in and got away with that. And the first attempt at it we see here today immediately was smacked away. Stingray saw that weapon like, what was that? No.
Like, no. Oh, punishes the whiff. Ooh, Java with the spot dodge, but Stingray doesn't punish it.
I like the attempt from Java. He did get the recovery afterwards, but he went for the sidelight and never committed to anything afterwards because he knew Stingray would jump down and tried to go get that dare. Did close it, though, and much closer again. But this is similar position to last game where they were around this same damage. and then Stingray started taking off once again with the axe.
Yeah, and again, he's getting all this damage added up. Java's done a better job of not going immediately in and finding better punishes on Stingray's whiffs.
Big agree on that. He's actually he's vying for center stage control quite often, and it's working. He did go for a ground pound right there off the side. I think he was assuming that Stingray might dip to the edge again, and he reads him going high with the recovery. Last time he went for that, it wasn't close enough. That time he recognized, he knew where he was going, and that is Java's first lead.
This is a nice lead for Java, too. Might be able to push it further. I kind of want to see him go back to the spear. That's been working relatively well, but right now he's stuck on the sword. Arguably the safer of the two weapons, and he avoids that weapon toss.
Yeah, I think you want to get consistent, quick damage. You could do that, but I think you're so on point with that. Between all the games up to this point, Spear has been the moneymaker for Java. He needs to get back to it, but at this point, it's kind of like, well, I'm living on borrowed time. I don't know if I really want to force the Spear swap because I want it primed for my last stock as he gets sidered.
Stingray does find the finishing blow there, and he's priming for an axe just in case. Final moments here. Stingray just needs to get like 1 or 2 good engages, and he'll even up that damage.
Here we go, trying to go for an air. D-Light anti-air. Catches him again, D-Light. GC D-Light side air, sending him off. He's going to weapon toss down. He go for the weapon. Make sure you guarantee that you keep this control you have going right now.
Stingray starting to struggle here, not finding the hits that he needed on Java, and Java just floating around that weapon spawn, trying to cover it. Gets the down, goes for the recovery, but doesn't jump.
And there we go, a big whiff punish for Java that time. Java preventing the 3-0 and getting himself on the board. He was avoiding way more, like you said, of those whiff punishes. He was outspacing him a bit more, and he wasn't rushing in. He was getting Stingray to pull the trigger. Something he figured out in that game helped him get to that. Can he repeat that here in game number 4?
Yeah, utilizing that high movement speed to bait actions out of Stingray. Even that final moment there, right? Stingray comes in, throws out the side light, is stuck in recovery frames, and Java just punishes with the side sig.
Way better job for Java that time around. You get 1. Can you get 2? Can you get 3? Can you continue this right now? I definitely feel way better about Java after watching that, though. And we're going to go back to the game. I saw the stage that was won on the first time round, where Java could barely touch the ground because of how much range those axe nairs hit here on Small Enigma.
No, but this is a different Java. This is a Java who's learned what to do against Stingray so far, as Stingray has been stuck on this cannon.
All right,
okay.
that's quite a few hits as well. Does not get the follow-up. Yeah, he was looking for, I think he was looking for a spot dodge in place right there, and Java not giving it to him. Meanwhile, Java chasing, he does not get the follow-up on the recovery, but he does read him go for the weapon, and continuing right now, misses the dare, though.
No, but he was covering that weapon really well. Has a lot of damage put out onto Stingray. Doesn't get the punish, but Stingray misses the punish.
Stingray was able to get whiff punish every other time. Good job using his resources to get back on. The ground pound comes through. He's going to have to recover straight through. He does actually dodge that into recovery. Still not enough here. He's going to sneak his way back down, but this is a much better start.
Yeah, Java's looking great here in game number 4. Avoids the weapon toss. No weapon spawn for Stingray, and the end light from on stage is going to give Java the stock advantage.
Well, chat, we got a game now. We have a set to go. With the way Java's starting to play, it looks, I mean, it's not that far off of a lead, but it's giving that feeling that we could get to a game 5 here.
Dude, it is giving indeed, but Java sticking with the sword here. Trying to get some more damage built up onto Stingray. Down light, Nair turns the Nair around there, but it still leads to the KO.
And he gets back to the axe. Going to go ahead and switch.
Oh,
really?
Okay.
Okay, so I feel like the axe might be slightly figured out, getting way more combo strength so far to start things off here with Cannon.
Gave him 2 games to learn 1 weapon, and now Stingray's sticking with a cannon, but he gets caught out there. Java going deep.
That cannon got smacked away hard, and Java was looking for a ground pound on an early recovery from Stingray. Never gave it to him. He's going to go up there again. Oh, he knew that he'd be fearful of a potential second recovery or Nair, so he tried to reach him, panicking down. Almost caught him with that.
Yeah, I really like that option, too, because the down sig does launch vertically, so given how high they were, if it caught, could have KO'd Stingray, but Stingray's back at it, swinging on Java. Doesn't go in with the sidelight that time.
And he's getting punished way more often. He's neutralized, catches the dodge in the air as well off that Nair. Java is getting way better reading Stingray's defensive habits. I think that's the biggest thing so far. However, Stingray catches him! That is exactly what you needed, and now all of a sudden we're on last stock situation with Java looking at potential trip to eliminations.
Play the clip where I said don't go vertically against Stingray off an air, because that's what happened, utilizing the soft platform for the end sig to get that height and catch Java going high.
So easy to do off these platforms as well, like you said, just being able to condition you into that fear, and now Java going straight Stingray back down in front of him, gonna get the side air. Goes all the way out there, forcing him to go high. Big punish right there on the recovery, and now we're on last stock.
Really good patience from Java, waiting out all the actions of Stingray to the point where he was sweat beating and just catching him with that side air. Final stocks, Java wants to take this to game 5.
This is so good, Duke, right now. Java's getting in. He's looking for a combo starter, but going to get punished out. And Stingray is now doing very similar to what we saw in the early beginning of this set, where he's getting way more whiff punishes on him.
Just needs a couple more whiff punishes, and Stingray could put this one away. But Java down like goes for the ground pound, and he's going to get punished for it. Stingray closes it out 3-1.
Looking heavily for it, throwing out the GGs to cover and hide Zol underneath that one more time. That was so good, and that was the playmaker right there, because he was deep in the red. Java figured it out, and then going for a ground pound right there, looking for something big to try and get the continuation of his advantage. But sometimes when you play for it big, you tend to give up control, and that is Zol you're staring at. So one more side air away, and seal the deal.
I love that final KO there for a lot of reasons. Java had to bet big. Went for the ground pound, trying to get that extra damage that you wouldn't get with just a down air or that stage control that you get with the side air. So he tried to bet big, missed it, and of course, Stingray recognizing, oh, you burned your spot dodge for this gravity cancel downlight. So he goes in, he's like, I got a sidelight side air, that's going to KO, and takes it out.
Exactly, and incredible job from Stingray, because we were expecting the Ryan the whole time. You know, I mean, why not? It's been pretty much what's been working for him throughout his rise of late, and pulling out this sneak peek of Zol actually working very well. Had one fearful game where it seemed like things were going to get adjusted, and even in game 4, Java still looked really good, but all he needed was that one. And I think Stingray, like you said, is a player that plays off of confidence. He needs to feel like he can body you to have a great game, and I think after he got that one, it's like, oh yeah, it's back to me.
Yep.
So great job, but now we're going to be moving into Luna versus Guichiboo.
Yes, Luna is back at it, though. He's been playing that Mordex, caught his match with Phazon, obviously closed that one out to get his spot here. On the other side, Guichiboo is kind of known for the Lin Fei. Regardless of the meta, regardless of any situation, Guichiboo has been playing that Lin Fei.
Yeah, it really does not matter. I mean, Qatar is obviously being more popular amongst people nowadays, but always known for a long time for it, a lot of history behind it. However, some history that's not so favorable for Guichiboo going into this against Luna. 4-0 record currently in front of him. That being said, I have to make this point. Yesterday, Ventankilo had 2 different times where he was completely, he never got a win. And he beat 2 people in a row to get those wins, against Fiend and against Wes. So, that being said, never say never, as we could see that maybe happen here today.
Yeah, I mean, this is your opportunity to turn that 0 into a hero, turn it into a 1. But definitely chat not believing too much in it. That was a 92% favoritism to Luna.
I tried not to point it out, but remember, hey, chat, remember the last time y'all were like 92% up? All of our predictions got bodied because Raydish fell. So, Pugsy giving some big points to some people. Let's see if that happens here. I think we're asking for a tall task here, though, because we did say ourselves, Luna is going to be on a revenge tour here after what happened in the previous tournament, and you do not want to be in his path. I think right now, as we're already seeing, Guichiboo suffering, trying to get back on, and he tried to dip as far low as he can, but there was so many options covered by Luna before that.
Yeah, he just was beating out all these options of Guichiboo, and he was going to be sticking with the scythe, but might not have it for long, as Guichiboo swinging unarmed, trying to get the KO, but it's going to be the end-sig from the cannon to close out the stock.
They're wasting no time whatsoever. As soon as he saw him above him, might as well cover it. Covers so much range. But Guichiboo still trying to get something started here, looking for one of these dare starters, one of these side airs. But now you're staring at Luna's scythe once again, which was a menace in the first stock.
Guichiboo's been throwing weapons a lot against Luna, and it's left him disarmed quite a few times.
I think it's like one of those mental things like, hey, maybe he won't expect this and I'm going to stop him, but also you're giving up complete control. Like, you do not want to fight unarmed against this. Neutral 6 not going to be enough to take him out yet, but one more mistake on this landing as he tries to go for recovery and tries to cover him after a potential dodge with that side stick if he landed on that platform.
And back onto the corner here, Guichiboo throws the weapons up, trying to make that landing safe, and he does get back down, swaps over to the cannon, but still, Luna's got all this momentum.
That sider's going to send him deep off, forces the jump right there, going to get over to the gauntlets and looking for actually nothing. I was expecting the ground pound to come out there, but never happened. At this point, though, you're just at a straight-up recovery range. Neutralites will actually take it out. So no point to really try and go deep off stage like that and give a potential edge guard to Guichiboo.
Looks like Luna wants to stick with the gauntlets here for the final stocks of Guichiboo. Maybe going for some weapon denial or style instead, but doesn't quite find that hit.
I am not hard-pressed to believe that he wouldn't just be going for style on this last stock, too. That is definitely...
down light up toss, I was like, okay, that's a style play.
Well, actually almost costing him a stock right there. Oh, Dare, I don't know if you're making it past this. He tried to go for the nair. Good defense from Guichiboo right there to get back up.
Yeah, that was a stressful spot. You saw the stars come out. That was a burned recovery, but the burn dodge pays off here for Guichiboo as he gets that gravity cancel side sig to keep the stock count even.
All of a sudden, we are on last stock here with Luna looking at weapon starve, but that did not last very long. Does get back to the gauntlets. He was favoring it at the end of that last stock as well. Oh. Maybe you shouldn't be favoring it so much. Maybe you should, okay, ground pound. Might see the weapon toss gets in.
Guichiboo finding hits, but Luna survives all of it. Guichiboo is disarmed, but he's gotten some damage put out. There's a real possibility of Guichiboo stealing out this first game.
I turned into R2-D2 for a second with the screen, like, and he might still do it. Okay, going for ground pound, and no big punish right there. Luna actually struggling a little bit to get down, and you got to be careful with these dodges because he's going to read it, and he gets him on it. He dodged just before that. He dodged again. It's like, you've been dodging quite a bit. Well, that means that that's my W. First game going to Guichiboo.
Really good learning from Guichiboo. You can see in the clips he goes for the end lights and then is studying how Luna reacts out of it. Those final moments there, gets the dodge read. And here's that clip of just the insane Qatar play to give him back the damage into this one. But I don't know if y'all caught it. At the end of the last one, Luna was putting out that laughing emoji. He's feeling something. He might be thinking that Guichiboo's getting a little too hot for his britches.
Well, we'll see what happens here. We're going to go to Apocalypse for game number 2. And, well, you got something to work on here. I had to go and pull up chat just to see how people were going. It's like, oh, boy. Well, Believer's feeling good, at least for a moment. But this is a best-of-5 territory, of course, Duke, so you have plenty of time to make some adjustments.
Definitely far from over. Luna has so much time and potential here, but he doesn't keep Guichiboo off the stage.
Let's see if he can keep that right now. Oh, my God, Guichiboo going again. What's the option to get back on? Recovery does sneak his way back in, so Guichiboo forced to go for a trap.
Punish.
Big whiff punish. Oh, I got huge whiff punish. Got 4 pieces out of that off the side of the stage.
Yeah, throwing in that gravity cancel end light as well. Getting a lot of hits onto Guichiboo, but he needs to get this stock.
Let's see if he can get back down, but I think that Guichiboo's anti-air game has been so good, and he's trying to find his way back in, but Luna does have him in ranges to find that recovery as he does, and he gets the first stock.
Yeah, gets him right off that nair, bounce into the recovery. Going to be sticking with the scythe for that damage build, and he still has to respect the fact that Guichiboo with Qataris has been covering the ground really well.
Oh no, scythe moment.
Why'd you turn around?
well, he still can't touch.
Where's the ground, Guichiboo?
Guichiboo,
Find the ground!
Please!
Oh,
God,
he's back!
He got back on. Luna's still keeping it going. Luna does finally get hit, and that's going to be Guichiboo's stock. How, after all that, did Luna get that stock loss? However,
bro, all I'm saying is Guichiboo straight up parachuted, was in the air for a whole minute, and still managed to get back and turn that around.
That emote is like a 5-year-old child who just like lost the game and was not. I'm sorry.
That's the John's emote.
It's so good. Well, Luna is gone from what could have been a 3-stock to 1 lead potentially, now getting close to it. Actually, yeah, now we are at that even game.
Yeah, this is definitely still doable for Guichiboo as he punishes that attempted recovery from Luna, goes in with that down air.
Guichiboo has been getting Luna to panic often on the guess when you get that recovery off of Qatars, and he didn't punish it that time. He did end up getting the recovery out of it, but I think Guichiboo's doing an amazing job on Qatars and conditioning him into being scared there.
Yeah, I mean, considering the odds, Guichiboo doing so incredibly well, right? Like, everybody is expecting Luna to just run through this, and Guichiboo already up 1 game, might be keeping the stock count even as, yeah, avoids the hit from Luna.
Wow, game number 2 here. Looking at what could be a world where Guichiboo goes up 2 games on Luna. If Luna cannot answer, because he is once again getting juggled badly. He cannot answer Qatars.
He ate the double recovery and DI'd left. That was Guichiboo getting so much damage. Guichiboo's Qatars, I'm seeing why he goes into the deck stance on this Lin Fei.
Now, can he keep it going? That's the thing. Luna. Oh my God, Luna. He's going to get the wall touch. He's going to get back on. Scythe has come back out. I think Scythe is your main win con right now because gauntlets are starting to get figured out pretty heavy.
Yeah, I mean, Luna's gotten so much damage, but right now,
Oh my god.
Guichiboo,
Oh my god.
they're not going to launch, but the recovery will. Guichiboo's up 2-0.
What is happening? Raydish is currently in a limbs. Luna looking like he might get a trip to a limbs. Apparently, chat, if you put anybody below 10% on your voting system, they suffer. So this one might be on y'all, because we're looking at Guichiboo go crazy right now. Luna is down 2-0.
Guichiboo's Katars are absolutely insane. And it's kind of similar to what we saw from Stingray, right? It's just like, you're this legend, you have something plus cannon, and that something is just amazing. 454 damage put out on the Katars. He is getting so much extension off of singular hits.
This has been the weekend for Katars.
It
Between
has been.
What we saw what Dot was doing, we saw what Kinda did, we saw what Pierre was doing a little while ago, and now we're seeing it happen here again. So, you know, hold, because there's still games left to play, but last stock, where normally Luna is the monster, has not been happening. Luna has to find a way to get that success back. That's a crazy sentence that's coming out of my mouth, as we're only just trying to get into top 8 here, Duke.
Man, Luna is, it's so weird. Again, he should have, by numbers, run away with this one, but right now, Guichiboo might be running away with it, as doesn't get the downlight. Luna survives it, keeps this going with the unarmed, and Guichiboo is going to fight back. The clash out, Luna still touches, but man, Guichiboo is winning in the damage trades.
Guichiboo got inside of the car and has been running over this bracket run for Luna right now. However, Luna does get multiple. He does find a recovery. That's going to send him deep off stage. Can he find that sider? He's not going to be able to get that wall touch. Doesn't matter. Not close enough. And Luna strikes first. That has happened a couple times now, though, and he hasn't closed out the game.
There's a chance that a dare would have had enough horizontal movement for Guichiboo, but he was going for the hit, hoping he could chase dodge back. Right now, he still has enough damage on Luna that he's not sweating too hard, as Luna was the one who was sweating when he hit that Sair.
Yeah, Luna's actually been forcing him into sweat beads a few times already to start this fresh stock off, so kind of struggling to get back on the stage a few times, and has pushed him into orange already. Gonna close that out, but the damage was solidly done for Luna that time.
But if we've learned anything, Guichiboo with Katars can bring this one back. He has been getting so much as he gets another.
Oh my god. How
the
are
pressure?
you this good right now? He, like you said on cue, but he does catch him. He's going to get the wall touch. He punishes the recovery, and Luna finally capitalizing on a good edge guard there.
Yeah, winning out in the edge guard. Luna has quite the health lead, but I am maybe unnecessarily nervous right now.
I don't think it's unnecessary to be this nervous. Like, I'm actually looking at this and going, yeah, Guichiboo might still win. He's had multiple times where he's brought it back. Does miss out on that big whiff punish there, available for that side sig, missing that side light, but still, he's behaving well at disadvantage, and now the Katars are back on deck.
Just a neutral light coming out from Luna. Down light, turnaround side air. He's got some good damage, but gets hit by the fireball. N-Sig gets him back onto the stage.
All right, good job from Luna to be able to sneak back on with the N-Sig, and now the damage is heavily done. As he does catch him, but that's not enough to find the knockout.
The low strength of Lin Fei not helping out Guichiboo right now.
Not going to go and cover that dodge there, waiting to see what Luna's behavior is like, and that's going to be a big punish right there. Not enough.
Over to the gauntlets. Where's the recovery?
Going to send him high. Katars are back on deck. However, those
the
neutral lights might be
light.
enough. It is going to be enough, and Luna strikes. Luna strikes back with the game number 3. That lasts.
You love that
It
emote.
lasts
You
so
love
long.
that emote.
It lasts so long because like it's through the transition of the screen, and you're trying to talk about the game, and you just hear that. I'm a 5-year-old. I'm sorry. I'm just a child. But let's see what happens here as a answer back, because that is exactly what you needed if you were Luna to get back in. One thing that was very important is that in the previous games, he was struggling with punishing Katar recovery a lot, and he did it twice that game. So he's starting to get his timing down better, and I feel like Guichiboo was getting covered a lot, forced into sweat beads way more often than we saw in the first 2 games in that game 3.
One thing that's working really, really well for Guichiboo on the other side is, like, he's been really good at getting the extensions on his Katars. Like, his nair to catch the dodge from Luna at the start of the last one was so much extension potential.
Yeah, and let's see if he can get back to that same degree. I mean, you got one. I mean, Jabba got one against Stingray, and we all saw what happened in Game 4. So we'll see if that continues here. Multiple nairs, and that's a big ground punish on the side light. Luna is so aggro out of disadvantage these last few games, actually, with that dare as well. I think that's actually tripping him up a little bit.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of, like, Luna coming in as PR1. I think he's kind of egoing a little bit, especially, like, with the way that he's taunting and he's laughing after losing. But right now, he's behind, and he might be behind in stocks, and he is as Guichiboo gets the GC side sig.
I mean, that does play a degree sometimes, too, in the way you play, because you just believe the things you're going to do will work sometimes. Like, there's no way they'll dodge this, right? Well, that's not been the case, and Guichiboo has a small life lead here, but as we've said before, every time he gets something going with guitars, he gets so much after. Only 2 that time. That's been rare so far to start it off.
Yo, but the end light not going to work out. Guichiboo again covers himself with a weapon toss, but peaks high enough for the down light recovery to work out. Luna likely going to try to stick with the scythe here. No, it's going to be the gauntlets for the second stocks.
Feeling very comfortable with them. I think a big part of it is that at the beginning of this game, he's hit him while landing so many times so far. He's gotten at least 3 dares while Guichiboo had advantage, and he hasn't really answered that yet.
Yeah, he's been really good at finding those hits. Those ground pounds as well, right? Like, he was, like, bouncing around for a little bit and saw Guichiboo whiff, then went in with the ground pound. Oh, the downlight actually gets beat out by the endlight from Guichiboo.
Yeah, rare occurrence. Oh, like the idea there. Not in position to cover it, though. Going back in for the dare, trying to cover a like him going back down and in. Since he's been so aggro going down, I like the idea.
Spot dodge there from Luna. Doesn't dip low enough for the down air. Guichiboo still maintaining the lead here.
Oh, not going to get the recovery. Now putting himself in a scary spot, but swinging down aggressively, getting away from Luna. Weapon toss comes in from Luna. Luna looking for the D-Light, misses, and tries to continue. He does snag it back off, though. And a great reversal again. That's the second time.
The wake up from Guichiboo. Getting the KO. He's 1 stock away from putting down PR number 1.
This would be absolutely insane. We've seen some crazy upsets already. The seed number 1 dropping, PR number 1 possibly dropping. We'll see right now as Guichiboo currently trying to make that happen, but Luna is going to make it a little bit more difficult as he finds that recovery.
Gonna be sticking with the scythe here for the final stocks in game number 4. Luna needs to win this to take it to game 5.
This is actually, that's such a crazy sentence to hear out of you right now. Luna must win this to force the game 5 as he's currently getting jungle. Gonna avoid the dare. Is he gonna sneak back on? Yes, he is. He's gonna be able to get through. Luna had to get on.
Oh man, he took so much damage there. He's got to avoid the sig. Okay.
This is so frightening, and like you said, he's not been afraid of it. Oh, he didn't go for the recovery. Afterwards, Luna's gonna snag him out. He's gonna send him
off
up.
the platform. Going high. Where's the nair? End light. Okay, wait. Side light nair.
Oh, Sider's going to send him back off. Weapon toss forces him to go low, and he tried to cover that low recovery with the ground pound. Never happened, though, and he doesn't go for recovery afterwards.
Oh, the clash out.
This is insane. If Guichiboo finds one solid recovery, 1 sig, it's over. Neutral lights will not be enough.
He's disarmed. Luna trying to deny weapons. Can't pick up the end sig, misses, and Luna takes it to game 5.
Luna so quick after that whiff punish to drop the emo as well. That was so close to connecting onto Luna to get him knocked out. Instead, we see a game number 5 here. The Gauntlet's putting in a lot of work that game for sure.
This is PR1 versus PR18, and it is a nail biter of a set.
What a game. What a game. I'm actually, this is exciting. Like, just watching something like this as a qualifier for top 8. Not even top 8, just to get into top 8. And Luna is fighting this hard to get through Guichiboo, but wow, like, 504 damage done again on the guitars. Like, it's been borderline, it's been very hard to solve so far.
Yeah, it's been a lot of the guitar show from Guichiboo. And again, he's just finding those big moments where he's like hitting these dares. He'll go for those gravity cancels in these awkward spots, and Luna's just not ready for it. And I don't fully blame him in the sense that, like, there aren't that many Lin Feis in competitive. You're likely not getting that much matchup experience, so you're not expecting these down sigs that he's throwing out on the guitars on Wake Up. You're not expecting that Cannon End sig to come out that fast.
I'd say not many Lin Feis. I think it's literally just one. Just this one right now.
I was being generous and be like, maybe.
There's some that are like pre-top 32 right now, but like if you are Guichiboo, even if you do fall here, if you do fall after having this lead, you've got to keep in your mind going through limbs that you got this to this point because you're playing phenomenally, and I don't think anybody in Elimination side wants to run into what they're seeing right now. That's if that even happens, because we still got a Game 5 chat. There's still a world where Guichiboo actually beats Luna, but Luna has answered back so far, Duke.
It's a very real possibility. This could go either direction. I mean, even that last one was a one-hit difference, and Luna picking up the scythe. Guichiboo on the cannon, going to show that he's got some cannon stuff. Goes with the approach with the weapon toss.
Keeping it going, only getting a little bit of damage out of it, but keeping his turn for a good amount of time. Now, here's where the problem picture has begun every single time. The Qatars. Luna, however, painting a bad picture for him right now. I don't know if he's going to make that. No, not going to make that one back. Luna already dropping the ego.
There's the ego coming out from Luna. He's feeling good. He knows he's got a big lead. It'd be hard to throw it, but anything is possible.
Anything really is possible in Autumn Championships. We've seen so many of the top seeds, the top PRs fall, and you cannot just guarantee you get it done. Guichiboo so close to taking that stock.
He really almost evened this completely back up. Guichiboo over to the Qatars, looking for the setup for the recovery. He's got the damage on the Luna, and light, down light, no recovery thrown out. Knew the dodge was up.
Yeah, waiting for it out, and he's not going to punish it again right there. Let's see if he goes for it. Doesn't matter. It is going to be enough. It was pretty close, and you could not actually have asked for better. He barely took any damage after getting gimped that early.
Yeah, I mean, he lost that stock so fast. Luna had such a big lead, and Guichiboo evens it back up.
2 nairs. Luna just trying to find his ground, gonna avoid the neutralize, excuse me. And Luna trying to catch him, poking his head above, but Guichiboo is now getting the damage back on again here, Duke.
Oh, the dares come out. Luna has not been turning around these edge guards. Staying below, hits a recovery, wants to get back up onto the stage, but Luna taking a lot of Qatar damage here.
Yeah, reset the center ASAP. The scythe, however, has come back out.
No punish.
Nothing on the NSYNC side. Siders gets him. Ooh, that was so close to catching him with that. And the fact that he couldn't even get in close enough to punish that either. Luna's now messing with Guichiboo a little bit on how he can even knock out that ground pound is going to take it. And he has the lead once again.
Really good edge guard from Luna. Guichiboo consistently goes for that up toss to try to make that landing safe. And Luna's like, okay, I'll just take it to the face because I got plenty of time to still gravity cancel down light ground pound you.
Let's see if he can make this magic continue or if Luna is going to shut down this story right now. Luna definitely feeling confident after what we saw. That emote did drop very early, and that's one way to try and mentally mess with your opponent.
Who has to use the weapon toss to secure the ground landing. Still picks up some gauntlets.
Luna just hovering around the platforms. It's very scary to land in front of him right now as Guichiboo has not been shy away from using Sig. The recovery not enough yet.
And that Sarah was quick, but Luna was just above it. Stuck on this corner. Guichiboo going to take the time to back up. Throws out the N-Sig. Throws out another one. Luna might have the punishes here.
I think he's also got the understanding of when he wants to do it, too. That's like 0 for 4 or 0 for 5 on attempts on going for cannon N-Sig, and they have not been connecting since, I think, game number 1. And now Guichiboo's taking a lot of damage for it as he's currently at knockout percentages. He's not going to get knocked out yet to recovery.
Needs the recovery, and he'll get it. Luna shuts it down, 3-2 to earn his spot in the top 8.
Had to fight for that one. Believers, well, bodied.
They got sweaty at least. Like, you got to put out some deodorant after that one.
That was close. That was close. You know, honestly, though, what an incredible performance from Guichiboo in that set to even make it to that point. But after a while, Luna figured it out, shut it down, and was able to get the reverse. But that sounds so funny when it's slowed down, too. Like, it's already funny enough when it's normal, but, like, it's when it's slowed down, it's even better. But that guarantees the last of the winners of the winners side top 8 qualifiers. So we're going to be moving into winners semis now, which I actually forgot to take a look at.
We're going to get into that top 8 top side. We've already got Pugsy and Pierre on deck. And then on the other side, Stingray and Luna. The seeds of this one were getting upset, and that's why you've got PR10 and PR23. One of them is going to get a guaranteed top 3 finish, and then on the other side, PR3 and PR1.
This is a very different territory from what we're used to seeing. We don't see Pugsy normally in this position in 1s. Normally it's in 2s with Luna, but here today, taking it over Raydish, getting himself that spot up in the winner's side of top 8. You got to be feeling good about that. But I think that nobody should be happy about fighting Pierre right now because we talked about how good Katars have been. It was replicated just a little while ago.
Yeah, Pierre's been looking really good both this weekend and last weekend. So has Pugsy, right? Both of them running into each other in the double space. Pierre and Dog did really well. Pugsy and Luna did very well last weekend. So might see a little bit of a repeat. But in terms of raw character picks, right? We've got Pugsy 1,000% going to be coming in on the Maggie, that Jala crossover. And then on the other side, Pierre's been on the Lucian and has been looking pretty solid.
It has looking extremely solid. I remember seeing earlier, I think he got 2 ground pound blaster knockouts off of really early aggressive plays that were just unexpected. So he's been very aggressive off stage right now. If you are Pugsy, you got to be worried about that. You do not want to be getting sent off stage early as Jala, of course, but the knockout potential is always going to be in your favor. So Pugsy going to try and hold center stage as well as he can. You know when Pugsy is doing well, that sword Ed Sig is connecting all the time. So if we see that to start things off, I feel like that we can feel a little bit more safe for Pugsy. Definitely a fan favorite for sure amongst many with this run here today. But the thing is one of these two names is guaranteed podium finish today.
Yeah, I mean, either one of them. Again, like generally speaking, based on PRs is a rough estimate of how you expect them to do in tournament. So coming in here, PR10, PR23, not expected to finish with a guaranteed top 5 minimum for either one of them. And then coming in, of course, the other one will go into the top 3. Pugsy will likely be trying to play for that main stage, like you said.
Yeah, and chat, if any one of y'all actually had like one of these two predicted beforehand, I want to see the edit timer for when you switched it because, like, I don't believe you. But if you did, well done, because we're seeing a very different thing shape up here as we have now begun the winner's side of top 8. We're going to get our first qualifier for winners finals going into this match. We have Pugsy versus Pierre, starting things off here on Apocalypse.
The Apocalypse, likely a little bit of a stage advantage to Maggie. She survived her own apocalypses, but has the axe in hand to start this off, and Pierre does not care. He's already just swinging on Pugsy.
God, no. Like I said before, no chill. Like, literally no chill has been Pierre's game plan so far today. And, well, I mean, no chill. Zero chill. None to be found.
Pugsy struggling to find the hits. The shots come out from Pierre. Nice punish on that one.
Trying to drop down these, their spacing has been very solid. Gonna get the D-Light Surge, send him back off stage. Pugsy, we gotta be careful. And that recovery is not gonna be enough to take it out just yet here, Duke.
Yeah, but that was really close to doing so. Pugsy is taking damage, and that one will KO. Pierre has so much health to play with.
These blasters are going crazy to start off, and now we're going to see the switch off to the Katars, which the story has been Katars are very good right now in the hands of everyone. They have been performing so well, each one of these top 8s. Doesn't matter the region.
Yeah, Qatar believers feeling real good right now. Oh, catches Pugsy's landing, goes for extra there. Didn't get the side light.
Oh my goodness, Pugsy actually cannot play the game. I do not remember the last time Pugsy got a hit. Thank you very much for answering my question.
It has been 1 day since Pugsy has hit it on the move.
No, it's been 3 days with not a Pugsy hitting something incident. Well, finally gets one, but that still wasn't even enough with that side air. Now getting over to the sword, instantly tossing it away. One side air should do it, potentially an end light, but at this point, it's the difficult task is even getting a hit on Pierre. That should close it. Oh,
yep, that's a stock. And Pugsy down to his final one. Pierre, so healthy, sitting on 3 stocks. This is going to be a tough game for Pugsy to take back, but he gets one, marching closer.
Now, it's not unfamiliar territory for Jala to get a very fast stock. So you got to be careful here. If you're Pierre, you've been controlling the game the whole time, so the confidence factor is definitely there. Also, this is actually something worth noting. In a previous set, he had 151 damage unarmed. He's been playing as a 3-weapon legend, so quote-unquote, from Taza, and it's continuing here in Winners Semis.
Yeah, the weapons on the left side, he's just going to start swinging, trying to hit Pugsy, but he backs away, picks up the blasters. Pugsy took that opportunity to get some damage added up onto the second stock of Pierre, but now it's Pierre blasting back.
That'll trip you up too. There is the sword. Ed still not enough to take a knockout off the top, but recovery's going to miss. That's a bad position. He actually was able to sneak right under him.
Oh, Pugsy could get this to final stocks, but the side air range of Pierre gets him back to the wall.
Definitely one of the best interactions you can ask for when you're trying to get back on. Sword v blasters, being able to use your Sarah to get back. Good stall there too. Using the Nair to just drift a little bit longer, and now he has stage control.
And he has the down light into the recovery, almost gets it. Ground pound to dip lower than Pugsy can hit.
I like how he went for ground pound immediate Sair just to guarantee if Pugsy rushed down, it wouldn't have knocked him out. But the neutralize is going to come in. Curious to see what Pugsy decides to stick with here. And it's going to be the sword for the last stock. Going to get hit by ground pound, though.
Yeah, I didn't think he could safely swap weapons there. You saw him jumping really high, just expecting like the respawn recovery some people will do. But either way, Pugsy's one good hit from doing that, falling off the map and giving Pierre game number 1.
I must look at this unarmed stat. I absolutely have to see this. Another 112.
4 less than his guitars.
That was almost the same as the guitars. That's crazy. 383 on the blasters, which was shown very early on from that extremely dominant start. Almost getting a double recovery knockout at the very beginning of the game. To continue that and keep it going afterwards, Pierre is playing, honestly, on a very scary level. I think it's been a while since we've seen Pierre play to this degree, and I don't even know. What do you think Pugsy needs to do to answer back? Does it need to be primarily axe or sword?
Win.
Win, get a hit.
Stop getting hit. That would be a nice starting point for sure. I mean, like, right now, I can't even think of the last time Pierce top 8'd in a 1v1. Like,
that's a good question.
He's
Let's
so,
find out.
like, out of the conversation, and now he's coming back swinging, forcing himself to be a known name, getting ready to go into BCX, man.
Let's see. So, community tournaments-wise, fantastic. Third.
Oh, the down sig.
Yeah, but multiple Moose Words, thirds, fourths, everything else, though, all out of top 8. It's been 13th, 17th, and 25th, but hasn't been able to get back here. And now vying for a potential top 3 finish. Gonna get knocked out right there, but he's playing on fire.
Yeah, he's looking so solid. That slight misstep, great punish from Pugsy, but Pierre definitely not shaken at any point.
That's actually crazy to think about stat-wise. I'm very curious if it's ever happened before. Jetbean went from being nowhere to second, and then it was AO Blue, who constantly had lower placements, into second. And now Pierre, who now not as bad at placements, of course, with 13th and such, but still jumping all the way to potential top 3. That's not very common, 3 people in a row doing that.
Dude, that's just a North America, apparently. You can't sleep on anyone. Somebody is coming out to get you. But Pierre needs to find some more hits here as Pugsy's starting to land more, but Pierre finds the blasters and he's going to find the downlight side air.
Yeah, Pugsy just trying to find his way back on here. Like we said before, never count out, but, well, I mean, we're going to count out this stock at least, because there should be a ground pound. Oh,
okay.
No, doesn't get the ground pound. So Pugsy still gets a hold on to the second stock at least a little longer.
Yeah, got one more extra hit. Downlight thrown out from Pierre. Doesn't connect. Pugsy trying to find the opening in. Gets the axe. Avoids the downlight.
Doing very well around these downlights. Get avoid the D-light. Try to get him with the Sair, but it's not going to work. And Pierre going for these high jumps. At some point, it's going to get punished by recovery from Pugsy.
No, Pierre not finding the finishing blow. Needs to find the recovery or the downlight to set it up. No, it's going to be the Sair with the amount of damage he's been able to put out onto Pugsy. But there's a real possibility if Pugsy can get this stock quick that we just go into final stocks clean.
Potentially. I mean, it doesn't take very long to get that knockout here. Got the sword, D-light recovery range, D-light side air for sure. Trying to go for a raw recovery
as well, or just a raw side air. And we've got clean final stocks here for game number 2.
Definitely looking much better than compared to game number 1, where every single time Pugsy tried to force an engagement, it almost looked extremely obvious to a degree. And this time now, it seems like he's getting a much better timing on where these dares are starting from here.
No, but Pierre, again, downlight into the recovery.
Immediate dare coming out from Pugsy, trying to swing back down. Pierre going for a recovery as expecting to see Pugsy move off. It's not going to happen, though. Now Pierre giving up stage control.
Nobody gets back up, gets the recovery again. Still getting a little bit more damage put out than Pugsy can respond with. Downlight side air stage control.
Pugsy has slowed this set down fantastically. This is actually looking so much better, where tempo was entirely in Pierre's gameplay before. Now he's making up second guess, but what a good call. Not enough to knock out yet, Duke.
Yeah, read the cross through, read the spot dodge. Pierre up 2-0 over Pugsy. Pugsy, who had to beat Seed 1 to get here, is now on the cusp of going into the elimination bracket.
Insane. Trying to getting through Raydish and now getting to this point, and it looks so much better there in that game. but that time does not need 100+ damage on his unarmed. He instead primarily played guitars that game, and a big part of that, we were mentioning it just on that last stock, it seems like Pugsy's gotten a much better handle on the blaster so far and where he was trying to space it, and that's what made that so much closer.
Well, unfortunately for Pugsy, it's a 2-weapon game, and Pierre's guitars made up for the difference, and he was able to get that final KO. Goes in for the down sig. Pugsy with the punish. He's looking better slowly, but he's already down 2 games.
You just got to keep your mental fortitude in check. That is the part of the stats that you can't count on. You have to be able to keep yourself together. And this is exactly what you needed. A dominant first stock from Pugsy. A near 0 to knockout. Got hit maybe once along the way.
He put on the Taylor Swift, and he shook it off because he is up big over Pierre right now in game number 3.
Let's see if he can keep that right now. Has a little bit of bad blood between him and Pierre. Let's see if he can keep that going and keep that set count, hopefully, from falling 3-0.
Mans is seeing red.
How many can we get?
I was like, okay, I'm trying to think of another song.
You were too quick. I couldn't think of what to follow. But, well, right now, let's see if we can blast Tay up a little bit more to see if we can keep this going. But currently holding very well.
The range.
Stayed grounded.
The side sig catching Pugsy. Nice turnaround.
Ooh.
Can't finish the stock, though. They're so low, but Pierre gets them both back up towards the stage.
Very close to Pierre getting ground pounded a second ago. Gonna find that stock after a very uncommon play so far in this set. Pugsy hasn't really gone for ground pounds like that, so I like the idea when you haven't really gone for it so far.
Yeah, just kind of throw it out, keep them on their toes. But good patience from Pierre. Catches Pugsy. Getting some good damage put out.
Smacking away the recoveries. That's now 2 times in a row he smacked away the recoveries, so Pierre not able to line them up where he's hoping, and couldn't get in quick enough. He tried to drift just away because he expected either a ground pound or maybe a dare, but the weapon toss actually mixing up the timing.
But the full stock advantage now. Pugsy with the axe, waiting to approach onto Pierre. Nair, not going to get much else after it.
And not really trying to go down 3-0 right now. This is exactly what we saw at the end of last game, but Pierre was able to close it out. And now Pugsy continuing that here as he gets 3 in a row, and it's not stopping.
Yeah, and Pierre keeps swinging with these down sigs, just trying to break the distance between the two of them. That's a lot of movement burn. Pugsy goes down, hits the dare. Can't get too much else, but he's getting good damage.
Pugsy going to go back over and get that sword. Recovery will not be enough just yet, but we're basically living on borrowed time at this moment.
Say bald time?
Borrowed time.
I thought you were just calling out Sparky in the middle of your... just start a little beef here while he's not here.
Bald. Well, last time that happened, the person we were cheering for lost, so maybe we shouldn't do that. Sparky was hoping that it would work, and it did not. But that neutralites will, and that's going to put him on the board.
Pugsy takes one, trying to repeat the performance that Luna did in his earlier match against Guichiboo, where he was able to reverse 3. Now Pugsy is 1 step closer to getting that reverse 3.
That's a few times now. Actually, every game 3 has been won so far on this set by the opposing player. It's been up 2-0, and then they figure it out. Happened with Stingray a little while ago, but Stingray was able to shut it down. Luna was able to finish it. Will that story be good for Pugsy, or will it be good for Pierre? We're going to find out. Continuing right here on Apocalypse.
We'll see if Pierre can make that slight adjust, because it seemed like Pugsy had a little bit of the answer here against Pierre, especially because they keep going to the same map. There's only gameplay changes that have to be made.
Exactly. It's all about player adjustments right now. It seems like the blasters are starting to finally work again, but can he repeat that? He got one, but Pugsy's been answering the blasters so well at these last 2 games.
Pugsy, again, dash dancing around, ground pound, tries to get the bounce, but didn't find the height for it.
Gets it there. Oh, he had the right call, and where he was going with that recovery does not connect.
Still a better start here in game number 4 than Pierre had in game number 3, and Pugsy manages to get the wall touch.
Yeah, looking for that D-Light ground pound, not going to connect on it, and he does catch him, poking his head above. He whipped for it before, and he waited a little bit longer that time.
Ooh, he's setting up camp. He says, this is good to go. My spot in the top 3 is waiting for me. But Pugsy, back to the axe.
I like it. Try to put that confidence out there. And, well, Pugsy going to give up stage control right now. He's going to get whiff punish on that, of course, but not too much. Actually, never mind. It's still continuing. Gets that side air, though. At least gets himself an opportunity. Is he going to be able to find anything? No, not really in a good spot for it, Duke.
Oh, but Pierre, I mean, he keeps throwing out these SIGs and kind of getting away with a lot of them. That side air is still not enough. Pierre, okay, can't touch the wall there. Stock count gets evened up.
It's a good moment for Pugsy fans. Only getting just about orange damage done to him after Pierre's going to fall. But the Katars have been the problem. Looking at the previous sets, it's basically been around 400-ish damage for Pierre compared to the game number 1 with the blaster. So Pugsy yet to solve this weapon entirely.
Oh, just that nair. Oh! Manages to beat out the down sig. Pugsy kind of thinking his lucky star is there because that could have been a stock.
Yeah, I'm freaking out a little bit right now on Pugsy. I haven't been able to safely touch the ground in a while, and that might continue. Oh, he had the read, and he gets the D-Light recovery. It's not enough yet, though.
He's so good at hitting that gravity cancel D-Light into the recovery. Pugsy has not been able to avoid that follow-up.
Or he's going to get that D-Light side air. He's starting to get the damage out. That's a big whiff punish. Actually, oh, never mind, a minimal whiff punish.
He had the opportunity, considering Pugsy threw out that signature. Here.
Not enough here yet, Duke. Weapon toss down, forces the dodge, but not able to sneak back in, looking for the D-Light, trying to get the N-Lights, anything to connect, but Pugsy gets through again. And he's actually got Pierre now in knockout percentages. This is a very good second stock he's somehow been able to make work.
What? Downline nothing? There's true combos.
I don't know. This is I mean, sometimes you start freaking out when you're in a situation like this, but they're true. Well, that one's going to find it, and now Pierre moves back up in the lead.
Setting up a second campsite. He needs marshmallows to fuel his victory run here. Pugsy needs that hit, keep the stock count even.
Oh, we all knew that Pierre was going to look for it. He had him in a spot, and now Pierre might get punished for it. That's 3 in a row. You wanted that Qatar dare so bad. That's going to cost you.
3 dares, and Pugsy sets up a education system for children, but he's going to try to go for the weapon denial here for Pierre, but Pierre picks up the blasters.
All I can think about is just the building. What is this? A city for ants? Like, I don't know why it's the first thing popped in my head. Right now, he is reading him like crazy. He has gotten multiple hits in a row. Pierre struggling to get ground, and he is going to avoid the end lights, but this is an incredibly close game right now. Pierre has been very confident with these emotes being thrown out.
Pugsy misses the sidelight. Pierre gets the read with the N-Sig, covers the dodge through, and still the damage is slightly in favor of Pugsy, but another recovery, the weapon toss.
Won't be enough yet, but he is now in knockout ranges. He's going to get away. He's got to avoid D-Light recovery in this spot now. He tries to catch him, but he goes to the right.
Oh, he misses, and that's the stock. Pierre takes it 3-1. Pierre going from PR23 is going to guarantee a top 3 finish.
Standing on the podium here at Autumn's. Whether he gets first or not, he has fought his way all the way up here. An incredible performance once again from yet another lower PR player, moving the way all up. That is 3 events in a row, and this time it is Pierre who is able to get to that spot.
The upsets are happening.
Non-stop upsets, back to back to back. We were close to. We were in a world we were close to having Luna in eliminations if he was able to take out Guichiboo a little while ago. So this is nuts. But this is one of the few that we are going to see that was expected up to this point. But man, I got to talk about this one a little bit more. Pierre is in winners finals. Winners finals. We'll have to go up against the winner of Luna and Stingray.
And I don't think he cares right now. He's looking
I don't think
so confident. He's like, whatever.
Like,
fight me both. I don't care. Let's do this.
I mean, actually, kind of, he's been like ready to throw hands with anyone. It does not matter. And Pugsy made a good attempt. There were 2 games where Pugsy brought it down to the end, but just wasn't able to seal the deal. So incredible run still here from Pugsy that now sends Pugsy in, I believe, the elimination quarter side of things, so they'll be waiting to play up against them later.
Because they're jumping into them.
Oh, wow,
they banned the maps and everything. Stingray versus Luna coming up next. This is PR1 versus PR3, all vying for that fight against Pierre in the winners final.
We started things off here on Brawlhaven, wasting no time. This is going to be a scrap fest. The stocks are going to fly. This is the only best way to put it. Stingray is going to be able to find those combos very quickly, and you already know that that Spirit D-Stick is going to be on fire here on this stage. But you get hit once by Luna's Scythe, and you're potentially going to lose the stock right now!
Oh, doesn't hit the dare, though. You saw him trying to continue it. Stingray with that stage control. Good dodge from Luna. But this is interesting. Stingray was not playing this Orion earlier, but he wants it for Luna, and it almost works out with the side sig.
I don't disagree with it either. I mean, the Zol looked incredible, don't get me wrong, but this is the reason why you've been able to make it so far, and you want to put your best foot forward.
Luna It's the wall touch. The Sair dips just low enough to catch Luna's head, and Stingray has the stock advantage.
That was immaculate spacing right there from Stingray. And getting the dare, keeping it going. Yeah, well, he's actually got Luna panic dodging already. But side air won't be enough. Weapon toss down. And he tries to catch him, but that was a good stall there from Stingray.
Yep, that side sig dips just underneath the downlight from Luna. Picks up the gauntlets. Luna needs to find the stock finisher.
We were looking at what could be like this is a potential candidate for like a grand finals later too that you're watching right now with these two, because one of them will have to take a trip to Elims, but there is no world that I don't see one of them also making it all the way back. That side sig is going to get big punished though by that sidelight recovery.
Yeah, sidelight recovery is going to get that KO, but he's over to the scythe here, and he took so much damage.
He did. All right, well, Spirit D6 are coming out already, but though a little bit early.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Luna wanting it all.
Oh, but the side air from Stingray will take the second stock. Maybe not everything, won't be all of it, but at least gives him a nicer lead. He built a bigger lead than he had off the first stock.
Yeah, he's keeping it going right now, too. He's only taking a little bit of damage, and he's outspacing Luna so well. That is not the easiest task in the world to do. But as we've seen before, Luna is fully capable of making comebacks late game and throughout the sets. That's going to be a D-like ground pound, and that's going to even it right back up.
Really well done from Luna, forcing a lot of options. The side air put him off stage, and then the weapon toss to put him in a position where he can go for that down-like ground pound and gets the KO. And he's trying to deny weapons, but Stingray steals out the lance.
This is one of those sets, Duke, where like I'd like to foresee a Game 5, but I could also see a 3-0 in every game being last hit because the way that these two play. And Luna is tearing them apart. I actually can't believe that didn't hit.
Yeah, just narrowly avoids the side sig from Luna. Oh, but he's got the stage control. Those Sairs from Stingray have been so good, but he reads the dodge, gets the double sidelight into the recovery, and he's already feeling good, throwing out the emote.
There's like a compilation in the back with production with how every time that goes off, I just start smirking. Well, like, that is the best way to kind of just paint the picture for what we're going to be seeing out of this set. Both of them
Pierre wasn't in that match. I need everyone, including production, to know that that was the wrong stats.
Well,
unfortunate. But either way, going into game 2.
I was actually going to see if I could see it, and then we got a word on what happened there. So, it's all good. We're going to get into game number 2 here. We lied.
Did he leave?
We will get into game number 2 momentarily.
Stingray okay?
Stingray, are you doing
Put
okay,
down
man?
his controller.
You doing okay?
You good?
You all right,
I was
buddy?
going to drink water, and then put this back down.
Thirst cam showed up. So,
Production told me to drink on camera. Okay.
Can we get a zoom in on this?
Oh, it's me. I drink. I hydrate. Hydration's important. You know what? Everyone hydrate. Well,
True.
now's your chance
Actually,
to.
yes.
Yeah.
Everybody, drink water. Same time. Here you go.
Not sponsored by this brand.
Whatever this happens to be, I'm not paying attention. So, we're going to get into the next game in a moment. Stingray, once he gets back in, we'll get things going here. So, that was incredibly close first game, kind of how we expect. And that started off with a lead with Stingray, but as we were saying before, the leads kind of don't really matter sometimes in the face of Luna.
Yeah, especially, again, it's Mordex, which is like this character that just steals stocks, right? If you make the wrong mistake, Scythe is so good at just completely shutting down things. And we started to see Luna find more and more momentum, which, again, is very indicative of these string characters like the Mordex, where it's like, oh, now I know your dodge habits. Let me capitalize on this.
Yeah, which is going to lead to way earlier knockouts more consistently there on Brawlhaven, because you do not have much room to hide. Once you start getting chained off the side of the stage, you have one guess and one guess only most of the time. And you're usually in a safer spot if you have Lance to be able to charge that recovery and mix it up if you do somehow get away from that last dodge. But on small Brawlhaven, Luna's going to follow you all the way out there. And we already saw most of the times he went for a GC side sig on Scythe to try and finish it if you did panic dodge in or try to jump in too early.
Yeah, I mean, good on Stingray for not falling for that gravity cancel side sig. But you're seeing Luna, like, he's going for these big plays. Even like that opener, right? He was going for, he got like, what, sidelight recovery, and I think he was going for a side air at the very end where Stingray was managed to dodge underneath it. And even then, Luna's still swinging. He was going for a dare for the reversal. Didn't quite connect, but it's just like that mentality Luna has of like, I just really, really, really want you to stop playing this video game.
Yeah, what if I just, like, make you suffer? What?
Uh-oh. We are getting word there's potential Stingray's power is out. He is inaccessible right now. And so there's a chance that we pivot a little bit and then we come back to this match depending on how things go, because we want, of course, the fantastic competition. But we're getting word that we're going to have to talk for 2 minutes.
Yeah, so
or something.
We're gonna give it a few minutes before we figure out what the answer is going to be on what we're continuing with here, whether we're waiting for that or if everything be situated. So apologies for that. Sometimes situations happen. They're out of control.
The internet.
Yeah. Hopefully that gets solved for them soon, because like we said, these are two people we picked to be in top 3 to get to this point. So I want to see that match continue with what we're seeing right now.
Sorry. I got very almost cursed everything, and I'm going to do it now because it's already in my head. It's like I was about to be like, well, you're not going to have the power issues at BCX, and then like imagine.
You have. I feel like the red dot marker is like coming from the production right now.
Right? Imagine. I think Photo come out.
Photo just opened the door. It's like here's Johnny. So if anybody's curious and wondering,
there's win. We're knocking on that one.
No.
We're good.
If anybody is curious as to what happened to Duke after today with the mysterious disappearance act, don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Don't look in the back of Photo's car. So
we have garbage bags big enough for me.
Oh my God!
I want to be comfy.
Well, I mean, I'll get you like a pillow at least in there or something like that. I'll try to
Put
look
a pillow in that trunk too.
Put a little hole in the back.
Play Stand by Eminem.
All right, we're going to toss to a short break as they're getting things situated once again for what happened. So we'll be right back. Do not go anywhere. We got more of Top 8 action still to go.
Live, in person, for the first time since 2020. Atlanta, Georgia, where players are born and champions are crowned. The community, back together again, live and in person. The Brawlhalla World Championship heads to Cobb Energy, Atlanta, Georgia, November 4 through 6. Players from all around the world will come together, competing for the largest fighting game prize pool in the world. Players from over 15 countries represented. Competitors, talent, crew, and community. It's more than just a tournament.
And so is Stingray. We both are still here for our upcoming match of Luna versus Stingray. If you're just tuning in, Stingray had a little bit of power connection issues, but he's back in here. Currently, the set is up 1-0 for Luna.
Yes, we're getting right back into the swing of things. Apologies for the delay on that. But Stingray, like you said, is alive. It's exactly what we want to see. I want to see him come back. And from the looks of things here, going to be running it on Sir Roland.
An interesting swap. I think there's a lot of reasons for it, but my initial instinct is like maybe he still wants to button check and he's just picking a character.
Maybe.
But to justify the Sir Roland pick, if he does decide to run it, has the Lance carryover, has more defense than the Orion, and has Sword, which is, I mean, is just a good all-around weapon.
I think the defense is a big factor for me here on Brawlhaven. Most of the combo strings that happen were things that maybe he feels like he could survive here, but also you're not lacking on range by any means. You open up now Sir Roland's massive signature kit. So you have plenty of horizontal coverage at ledge. Let's see if it comes into play here against Luna.
Ooh, Luna trying to get that spot dodge from Stingray with the gravity cancel and light of his own, but didn't quite work out. And Stingray's sword is already looking pretty solid. He also, again, like you said, that horizontal range of that down sig in particular for Stingray.
Yeah, that's, I mean, like we said, he's not shy from using him, and he has done 3 in a row. So that's gonna make Luna second guess when he can approach.
Yo, but he catches the movement of Stingray with that side light, launching him off stage. Weapon toss connects. Lots of movement in the Lance kit. The weapon toss stops some of it, and he can't touch the wall.
90% of the time you make that back unless somebody covers that with the weapon toss. Luna making sure that even with that Lance recovery, he does not get back on that wall.
Yeah, did a really good job just trying to stuff out the air movement of Stingray. And now starting to put in work on that second stock. Doesn't hit the recovery. The turnaround attempted.
Oh, Luna, calm down. Luna trying to shut his power down again, man. Like, that, the weapon toss coming through. And that is going to be enough, actually. Good stop and damage mitigation there for Stingray as well. Because usually it takes, like, straight to orange off of Luna on every fresh stock so far.
Oh, but Luna picks up some gauntlets. We'll see how well it does against this Lance, as he doesn't manage to get back up onto the stage. Stingray, he's pulled back on the down six so far.
Yeah, I think like the early game is go for him often and then confuse him. Now he's going for way more side airs at this point, but Luna's just staying grounded. Oh, well, all right.
Goes into the air just as he needs. Different taunt this time. Maybe he thought the plant raspberry was too much.
So you see this throne, that's what I'm sitting on afterwards. You are not taking this championship away from me right now. As he's continuing this, looking to catch him, does not connect on the dare, looking for the D-Light, and now Stingray hasn't really gotten like a big combo starter yet. I haven't really seen, all right, he finally gets a side light nair, but that was like the first one I've seen so far.
Yeah, he's not, oh my gosh. In comparison, 4-5 hits coming out from Luna. Again, the side sig not working and Stingray punishes it, but Luna's just getting so many hits. I imagine the damage per engagement is heavily weighted in Luna's favor.
I big agree on that. Like we were just saying, there was barely any combos that are coming out of Stingray, but he did get the whiff punish was necessary. But this is how every single game is expected to go between these two. Right now, there's still a world where Luna, even with this life lead, can lose because of how explosive Stingray is.
Yeah, I mean, it's still small Brawlhaven. The horizontal KO potential from a Lance, if he gets that Dare Sare, he's already got good damage. That NSIG could have done it. Down like ground pound, Luna puts game 2 away.
There's a different timeline where that NSIG connects. That was frames off from a good read for Stingray. Then it might have knocked out here Zeus, so that would have put him up 1-1, but now he's going to be 2-0 in favor. Now we're in that world again. Does Stingray switch again? We've already seen 3 different legend picks come out from him. One of course, was the Orion, which we're normally used to seeing. I don't know if I see the Zol show up here against Luna, though.
Stingray's in this weird spot for me where it's like, I don't think there was anything wrong with what he played in either of the last 2 games, as much as I just don't know what would be the right answer. Because right now, Luna's just playing so well. His Scythe just beating out so many options from Stingray. But it looks like Stingray wants to keep the Lance. I kind of get it. Lance is good against Scythe, generally speaking, but it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, he's literally clicking on every single Lance legend. Is he gonna do it?
Yo, I hope.
Please do it.
He needs to change the Lance though. The one thing that I love about this pick is like you can do some cool stuff with the Lance, and it looks really cool. But either way, yeah, Stingray, he's just swapping up Lance legends, trying to find the one that works, and you can kind of see who he's hovering right now. It's going to be the Vector for game number 3, and
he's locking into it. We're going to see Vector. I mean, Bo is really good right now. It makes a lot of sense. You have that slide cancel on neutral sig as well that covers a lot of range, which I think if you're the way you've been playing against Luna, Luna's been recovering high quite a bit, so maybe he snags him for it. But how well will it work here in game number 3? Because the Lance was doing okay, but the secondary weapons are the ones that he's constantly switching out on. He needs to make this bow work.
We'll see how well it works as he's starting off with it here in game number 3. And he try to use that grounded range advantage. Nice side light. Punishes the approach from Luna with a nair.
It's already looking better. I mean, he's playing grounded and controlling center. I think that's my favorite thing I'm seeing so far out of this bow. Whereas everything else, he's been trying to rush like quickly. look, we already know it's Stingray, so we're going to see a whole
Needs more down
exploration of
six.
every one of them. Yeah. Every down tick on every weapon will be shown. Well, that one being a very good one. Weapon toss coming out there. Does he close him out with the dare? No, actually, Luna gets the wall touch. Weapon toss down. And is he going to get? No, he does not get it. Luna trying to catch the ground pound. That was such a scary spot. And the NSYNC closes it out. That was all of Stingray's turn that ended in Luna's dub.
That was just a series of, like, you did all the math wrong and got the right answer, and Luna ends up getting the answer, getting the KO. Stingray, he went off stage for that gravity cancel NSYNC. It was such a good idea. It just didn't work out, but he does find the down air to keep the stock count close.
See, math hard, math bad. Left one number out of the parentheses and the whole problem was wrong. But that time he did one move and it worked. So why just do the one button?
Yeah,
Don't make it complicated.
Just one button to win, but
I like that. Square
Back
button
on the
society. Here we go in the second stock. How are you feeling about this difference of the bow? It's been looking better in my eyes so far.
yeah, it's definitely looking more solid, and it's definitely not like the lance showing from Stingray that's slightly working out better. It's the bow, and he's getting some good damage already, getting some solid punishes, feeling a little safer.
I think the biggest fear of how good Luna has been is that although Luna has definitely, I think he's lost more neutral interactions overall, his damage per engagement when he does win them is absurd. And that's what makes it so scary. But that was almost so good from Stingray.
Oh, tragedy for Luna, though. Stingray was doing such a good job with these up tosses into the uppercut, into that recovery. And you saw Luna drift around it and then immediately sweat beads as he's like, oh, I don't have the utility to recover you and turn this around.
I have nothing left to go. He does sneak his way back on. Ground pound attempt from Stingray.
Misses air. Oh, okay, still touching back. Luna needs this stock, though. Punish. Yep, the dare will do it. Final stocks here, game number 3.
Luna looking at what could be a potentially 3-0 over Stingray. Stingray definitely looking really good with this vector pick, though. Getting in, trying to find himself access to the bow, which has been very successful compared to the other secondary weapons so far.
Side light, catches him. Tries to keep it going.
Oh, that's a scary spot. You're forced to go to ledge. Tries to get what to dare. Gonna send him back off stage again here, Duke. And he goes for the side stick. Does not connect, but he still has a huge life lead.
Oh, but Stingray starting to get some good punishes in. Catches the landing. Luna gets away.
Ooh, tried to read the dodge on him. Does not get in. Both of them unarmed. Here comes the side. Gonna get him with the side air. He's deep off stage. Does he guess correctly? He does. He goes above. But he goes for the ground pound and he doesn't touch. He tried to go for a big play catching Luna, and instead it's gonna cost him as Luna takes it 3-0 and gets himself back to that podium finish guaranteed, but not done yet. You already know he's fighting to try and get himself back to that championship status.
Yeah, Luna now has to get ready for his matchup against Pierre. This final moment here, Stingray bets so much on this ground pound and just doesn't touch the wall. He was hoping to hit the ground pound and either KO or at least get that chase dodge, turn that situation around, but missed it and
That's
lost the biscuit too.
one of those moments where it's like on paper or in your head in the moment, it's like, I can steal the game with this, but you did such a good job jumping around everything else that you were going to get stage control, weapon was ready, you could have boxed your way back in, and you're down 3-0, so that's a scary play to go for. But he believed in it. It's kind of Stingray's playstyle. It doesn't even surprise me that he went for that, to be honest. But it did not work out, and Luna gets a 3-0 finish after an incredibly close 3-2 finish that he had to work for earlier today. As you see that schedule that popped up during this block, we have had quite a few upsets, quite a few different things. But one thing's for certain that we were expecting is Luna getting back to winners finals.
Yeah, Luna guarantees a top 3 finish to go alongside Pierre, who upset many opponents to get into the top 3. We've still got plenty more matches, though, because, of course, we have the top 8 elimination side where things get more tense. We are likely going to take a short little break. I'm honestly stalling a little bit so production can know that. Okay, we're ready. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, it'll be that bottom side top 8 elimination for the Autumn Championship North American Singles. Lots of words. Stick around.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North America Auto Championship, where we are in a region where I guess the wackier your guitar play is, the better, right? With Pierre doing so well, going into the winners finals, and Guichiboo having an amazing performance on the Lin Fei, which he's been playing for a while now and just doing better and better. I'm so excited to see how this lower side of top 8's going to shape up. TK, you're here joining me with this, going into top 4. It's been so awesome watching all this stuff happen.
Genuinely, I'm happy to see Luna and Pugsy doing well. Those are my guys, so.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, they're always killing it in 2v2s,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But in 1v1s, being able to see that energy come through just individually is a lot of fun as well. And
Yeah.
Pugsy in particular with the jaw has been so fantastic. But yeah, we've got coming up Raydish versus Impala. So Raydish was somebody who Pugsy made an upset over in the winner side of the bracket and has now fought his way through the elimination bracket and is going to be going with Impala with the Petra. Impala playing that Kaya, doing so well. It's really interesting coming from Europe with like 50% of the region being Val, going over to North America where everything's either guitars or spear or anything wacky like that. And here's the schedule for the upcoming matches.
All right, so we got, is that Guichiboo?
Yeah,
All right.
Guichiboo with the Lin Fei. The
Nice.
only Lin Fei I feel like in any region.
Yeah,
And-
I mean, yeah, that character. I mean, look, I like the way that character looks. I mean, the SIGs all look dope. I like the weapon combination. That force being so low, I can't do it. Like, I just can't do it.
And that's why runs like Pierre's is so interesting as well, because Lucian's got the same criticism, basically, where it's kind of like, oh, man, guitars and blasters, that's like a dream combo for players like to play that way. And then they look at the force and they go, do I want to sacrifice the wind neutral 5 more times to do it? But Pierre's one of the players that can make it work, and Guichiboo as well. But we'll be seeing them later on, as we saw the schedule. Impala and Raydish are coming up first. And I really am interested to see how Impala matches up against Raydish, who at PR2 is a favorite for a lot of players to be in top 3 here, yet he's potentially going to be out at 7th if Impala can make this win.
All right. I mean, but that's going to be, pretty insane and pretty hard to do, too. I think Raydish, he's been piloting this Petra to, excellent proficiency for quite some time. And, the gauntlets always look well. The orb definitely looks well. I like the placements of most of his SIGs in, like, previous tournaments. So hopefully he's still got that same level of heat coming up. But, yeah, as you said, Kaya recently has been kind of, like, showing up as a, a character, flavor of the month type character.
Yeah, it's interesting because Bow's always been really good throughout the year, but Spear is the one thing that in the past few months people are just, like, finally like, okay, this weapon's great. I'm going to start using it. We just had Acno do really well, but something that Foda highlighted that I'll highlight again is that Impala has been on Kaya long before she's become a flavor of the month kind of character.
Right.
And he's really having a lot of success with it, being here in this top 8 in the Autumn Championship, last official tournament for BCX, and they're going into Brawlhaven for game number 1. With Raydish on that Petra, which we all know and love.
Yeah, Raydish already starting off. Okay, the weapon toss would have been clean, but it doesn't matter. He still cleans it up super quickly. The weapon toss kind of forcing a weird recovery, and then he was able to snipe that super quick with the D-Light ground pound. Look at the lead that he has already, barely even getting hit.
Yeah, and using that side sig while Impala's on a fresh stock, just putting on that damage, goes for the silent recovery, doesn't get anything with it, and Impala finally starts something with the spear. Side lights, some nairs, some good neutral lights, but Raydish just catches Impala in the middle of the air, and it doesn't get anything else off of it, but it's still a good win nonetheless.
Very close.
Let's see if Impala can bring this back.
Yeah, I mean, Impala definitely has the character and the weapons to play like kind of the more slow and steady, like let me trying to sit back and punish. But if Raydish never gives you a chance to punish because he's always overextending or you can't really whiff punish someone who's right next to you the entire time. So
well, and even in that
hits.
case, he went for that down signature there, and Impala tried to punish with a side stick. Okay, that was sick.
That was actually super smart.
Got
too, yeah.
so low off the stage, and then still went for like a jump down air, but he canceled the momentum of that jump right away by buffering that dare, spikes Raydish with that perfect spacing, and brings it to a 2-2 situation.
It's also nice to just know that Raydish was going out, because I mean Raydish did have to touch that wall, and he probably could have tried to just ground pound immediately, but he saw how late he was getting down there, so he's like, all right, Raydish is going to jump out. I'm already here. Raydish getting another stock though before taking barely any type of damage, in that very, very light yellow.
Yeah,
solid lead since the beginning.
There's that signature that you were talking about. Raydish is like one of the few Petras, if not the only Petra, that loves using downsig as an edgeguard tool. And it puts so much pressure onto his opponents. The only player today that we even saw have an answer to it was Pugsy.
I don't even know why you wouldn't do that more often. That move, it feels like it's set up to do that.
It is set up to do that. And I feel like I guess it just depends on how successful your first tournament run was when doing it. Like, if you got punished all the time, you're like, I'm never doing this again.
Yeah, true.
But Raydish was kind of like, I got four knockouts. I'll just keep going. And Impala, after it happened, even though the downside didn't hit, because Impala recovered high, that's where he got the sidelight Sair. And it looks like it's going to be happening here again if he's not careful. Good nair, but
That was
Impala,
actually a great nair, yeah.
so damaged.
I mean, even if he is able to get through this, nice little turnaround right there with the pogo. But look, I mean, you're literally one sig away anywhere on this stage at this point in time. You know, Raydish playing a very, very high force champion. You have, you know, pretty decent defense here on Kaya, but I mean, it's like 8-4 almost, I think, on
the only thing I can hope
Petra.
for Impala here is, like, I mean, technically you lose your stock to a bow ground pound right now.
Right.
That's the only on this stage. But sidelight Sair, no matter how high that defense for Kaya is going to secure the win for Raydish game 1, and that was pretty dominant for Raydish.
Yeah, they're going to get right back into it. I mean, no swaps. We got off that character select screen immediately. Back right to small brawl haven, too. No waste of time. Yeah, you got the 8 force right here. You got 7 defense, which is still good, but I mean, 8. Petra just hits so hard, and she's so fast.
Yeah, Petra's fantastic. And on Brawl Haven, you kind of negate any benefits that you get from that defense. So we're going right back to it in game number 2. Impala opening up the spear right away. D-Light Cider Nair is going to attack on some good damage. And I noticed this in the last set that I watched with Impala on the winner side, was that when it came to the back and forth of the games, if Impala is able to get first weapon and it ends up being that spear, damage can go into his favor pretty early on. And that matchup against Pierre, they were exchanging 2 stocks back and forth. So let's see if he can have that same level of adaptability going up against Raydish.
I didn't even think about the fact that, like, on this small stage, that, like, if your defensive, stat definitely gets kind of diminished on its power. However, Kaya not really having the highest force, but the blast being so much closer does make it a little easier for her. So it's like a double-edged sword. As long as he is doing well, it should work out for him. He's doing quite well here at the beginning of this game.
It does. I guess when you put it that way, it boils down to whoever's signatures hit are going to knock you out.
Yeah,
It's like, it's not.
You even the playing field. Like, we're all 5-5 now. Like,
that's exactly it. And that ground pound from Raydish even thinks up. Oh, another ground pound comes through. Tried to catch a high recovery with that Sair, and Impala narrowly avoiding the side sig from Raydish. Means he gets back to the stage and gets the weapon, but it's super close now.
Raydish chasing him down. I mean, throwing out a lot of moves right here to try to get these hits, but Impala not really getting any type of whiff punishes. Now finally starting to get some damage. There's a whiff punish.
Yeah, one.
Right back.
Oh, but then Raydish gets like 2 in exchange for it, right?
Yeah.
Like Impala's getting a Sair. All right, Neutralite's covering the landings. Okay, the Siders are coming through, and this time Raydish isn't fighting back. And that, a Raydish Classic going for that neutral signature there, but Impala didn't want to risk going off stage against the orb, and the down sig dodged up, through it, and with the Nair to punish.
I mean, that genuinely, I mean, as slow moving as that projectile is, and how if you mess up your dodge timing, you still get hit by the tail end. Really good dodge right there from Impala.
Yeah.
Also, going to get that stock as well. Got to feel good about that. Get himself a lead. So going back to small Brawl Haven, he obviously was like, it wasn't the stage. It was me, and he's definitely figured some stuff out.
Yeah, and if both of these players think that way and feel that way, we're probably on Brawl Haven even if it goes all the way to Game 5.
Okay. Yeah.
Because they're both going to be like, the stage doesn't matter there. He just outplayed me. And the downer comes through, and Raydish outplays Impala on that edge guard, bringing it back to 1-1. Raydish at that for the set is up a game. Could bring this to match point if he's able to come back with the orb here, but Impala decides to scrap unarmed and get some good damage in himself. Nice D-Light into side air, and Raydish low on the stage, no dodge. Impala goes for it this time. Does he pay for it?
Oh, he paid for that dearly. A 6-piece. And if he got hit by that, would have been the greatest end to this game. Raydish really capitalized as much as he could off of one read. Almost getting the stock right there with the Hadouken, but nope, not going to be enough. Tries the second time. That's going to be it, though. Not enough.
Slayer, that the defense does actually come into play.
It helps.
Just once, though. Oh, he's just side-sticking over and over again. Sidelight, side air, not this time, Impala. I can't believe it. TK, we saw Raydish do that gravity cancel neutral sig thing, and I was like, Impala didn't go out there even though his dodge was gone. And then Impala goes out there and he gets hit like 7 times.
Man, I mean, that was a beautiful stock turnaround right there, man. And managed to take this game pretty easily as well at the end. Off of everything that happened on the left side, it was like a 6-piece combo that almost ended at the top with a neutral sig.
Yeah.
But yeah, he still put so much damage up. I think that just kind of put
Impala popped off to the possibility of the sig. I was like, you have to go for it. That would have been so crazy. And that entire time, you can see like on the damage graph, the flat line there from Raydish where he was behind. He goes down to the side of the stage, loses that dodge, and then the rest of the stock is just Impala going from low damage to losing it. And Raydish has now brought it to match point, 2-0. And we're back to Brawlhaven for game number 3. Impala's got a reverse 3-0 if he wants to stay in this bracket.
Yeah, it's crazy, too, to see, like, the damage difference on what Raydish did right there. This is all orb. But, like, his gauntlets are just as nice. I think it just really depends on, like, do I need to switch gears right now or not? The orb is doing amazingly for him in this matchup against Impala right now.
Yeah, and that's it's good to note that because I was wondering if it was matchup dependent, but it may just be that Raydish is really focusing on the orb for this event because even in sets before this, we'd see damage splits of like 450 for orb and 50 for gauntlets. That's just how he's been favoring things. And Impala, can you even make it back from here?
Uh-oh. The wall slip's starting to set in.
He's holding on, he's sweating.
What?
Oh, I'm actually surprised that he can't make it down right now. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on there. Ground pound hits, and it's just like, all right. I mean, like both players were like, what's going on?
Raydish just standing at the top, pathetic. Like, you can't climb this mountain, then you must perish.
And no, he's taking it to the next stock. All right, Impala finally gets something on the board, but Raydish is trying to go down for another one of those recoveries, and we continue to attack on the damage. Weapon throw comes forward, neutralite hits, and that ground pound almost takes another stock.
I think that might have been the first time I've ever seen full wall slip.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, you've got that one jump coming through, and you're sweating the entire way through. Can't dodge, can't do anything.
Someone please help me. No, we're good. All right, so Raydish, I mean, after that first stock, yeah, he did carry that momentum directly to the second, and now Impala, last stock potentially of the tournament for them. I have to make something crazy happen because Raydish has definitely been on fire the entirety of this set, really.
I loved how he mixed in that downlight to that combo, went for the neutral sig. Impala dodged in, but Raydish is on the verge of a 3-stock here. Sidelight Sair puts it the gravity cancel down sig, forces Impala low, and Raydish touches, gets his jumps back, and avoids the weapon throw.
Like that, yeah. Raydish also getting his weapon back as well. He's going to finally throw it away this time. Onto the gauntlets again. Another situation where I don't even think he's got a gauntlet hit outside of the ground pound, to be honest.
Yeah. He just went right back to the orb. He's trying to. Okay, there we go. There's the Sair. Oh, chases Impala down, avoids the weapon throw, and covers his head with the Nair. Oh, he's making this 3-stock happen, TK. Oh, that's it.
There it is. Yep. No wasted time. The wall slip, the embarrassing wall slip there at the beginning to the ground pound until immediately getting. Here it is.
Look, from here on, Raydish just like, are you serious? What is going on here? Ground pounds. Boom. We had to really make sure that we knew. It's got to be the best emote sound effect.
There needs to be another. Every legend needs another face for when they're wall slipping. That makes them look very nervous.
Yeah. Seeing Kaya smile during all that. It's kind of like, what are you happy about?
It's like you're just imminent doom right here for you. But she's like,
man.
yeah, I'm
just
going to
take the KO face that comes at the top whenever you get those knockouts and put it on the legend. You know, that's a great suggestion. But going forward, Raydish is crushing the elimination bracket, and this is what I was like thinking would happen. I was talking with Foda about that, like when he went down early for his PR to Pugsy, I was like, wow, that's going to suck for the elimination bracket players that are trying to get in the top 8 because he's just crushing through it. And that 3-over Impala proves it.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely insane gameplay. I mean, he got put in the loser by Pugsy, right?
Yeah.
So Pugsy, I mean, the only person to stop this demon, but it doesn't seem to matter too much because, like, yeah, this guy is still going crazy on the sticks or the keyboard, wherever he decides to play with. Great showing of Raydish's Petra's right there. And obviously, he's going to be moving forward. You get to see him again a little later, depending on what happens with the rest of his bracket.
Yeah, so we're getting into the other elimination bracket match here for 7th, and that's going to be Guichiboo. And we might have the match schedule coming up. I'm trying to remember who his opponent was. It may not have been decided yet. It was a match between Java and Meg D.
Yeah.
It was between Java and Meg D, and I don't know who the winner is, production. We'll find out in a little bit.
Yep.
But whatever the case is, all right, we are actually going to a short break. So we'll be right back after a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
It's not going away, bro. I'm in pain. Hold on.
Woo, baby! That's what I'm talking about.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And with the conclusion of the Pro Brawlhalla stream, we have the next player coming up into top 8, and that is Java. Freshly just won his set over Meg D and is going to be going up against Guichiboo here in the elimination brackets.
Okay, why do they keep showing that clip? It's like the most anticlimactic clip right at the end. It's like, dude.
I think the mics are hot. If you listen closely enough, I definitely did laugh. That was something that was going through. You know, we'll see more of that coming through. Hopefully not. But Java and Guichiboo will be going head-to-head. And this I'm excited for because like Java had like a unique stat. One of my favorite things that we're doing with this broadcast right now is that looking at the damage stats while the replays are going on.
Yeah.
And in one of those cases, Java had 0 damage on sword, 410 damage on spear, and did like a 2-stock. And that is just how much he has been really focusing on making his entire game plan all about spear here on the Atori.
Yeah. I mean, well, I think that's definitely one of the beauties of Brawlhalla is that, like, yeah, you get 2 weapons. Doesn't necessarily mean you need to use both weapons, especially if you're good at weapon cycling. And it seems like he's been doing quite well at that, so yeah.
Yeah, and you get all sorts of players that could be either weapon specialists or character specialists. We'll see somebody that's like, okay, I play Lance, so I have these 3 Lance characters. And then you got players like Java, who not only tends to be a weapon specialist, but stays to that character as well. When he was with Hammer, it was on Bodvar, and now with the Atori, it's been mostly on the spear. Guichiboo, on the other hand, is that character specialist, a player who plays Lin Fei fully for the guitars, the cannons, and the signature kit that she has to offer. And I'm really excited to see how that matchup's going to go up here against Java once we can get into this best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just interested to see that character's like in tournament in general because I mean, it's still like a character that I would dabble with when I play because I like the weapon combination. I like the SIGs as well.
Right.
You know, that may not be. I'm also I think the reason is like on the other side of things, I also played Zol, so. You know what I mean? Like, kind of hard to go from that.
It's really hard to go from 9 Force to Lin Fei, isn't it? Yeah. So like the biggest takeaway from this is going to be like, okay, Guichiboo, show me how I can kill him this legend.
Yeah.
like let's see how we can get these knockouts because he's not even going into the 3-4. Like he's not going from 3 to 4.
9 decks.
He's going 9 decks.
Do for you?
So usually, and so that's a great question because we'll have to wait and see what Remy has to say after the matchup because I don't have it off the top of my head. I think it might be a Qatar thing. I think it turns a specific Qatar string in. Yeah, double recovery. Okay, yeah. He looked over me and gave me the nod. So when you're at 9 decks at low damage, you can do D-Light recovery, or is it D-Light recovery? Remy, nod or. Okay, he doesn't. He's putting his hands up. All I'm saying is that it makes that combo true at 9 decks.
Genuinely, I feel like more often than not, Dex is the one thing that most people willingly sacrifice like it's nothing. So it's actually really cool to see someone, double down into it.
Yeah, and that's because you often have to get to those extremes to be able to find those unique situations. Cassidy, for a while, with that base 8 decks, if you went to 9 decks, there was some special stuff that you could do with Blasts and Hammer that I think has since been changed. But Lin Fei, one of those few characters that still gets that special sauce when you get that 9 decks on the guitars. So it will be fun to see him go up against Java, who is dipping out of that 8 movement speed to go into a little bit more defense, have that tankiness. But yeah, as far as it comes to Guichiboo's offensive and defensive stats, that's like the lowest that you can get in the game, right? 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's a little rough right now. So going up against 4 or 5 here. So, I mean, yeah, luckily, you are going to be able to deal with this character within speed. You're only, I think, 1 speed under her now, which is all right. Well, let's see what Guichiboo can do with the Lin Fei Atori coming in from Java. Should be a pretty good match. You said Java bit. Oh, don't lose it right now.
He's still sweating. The weapon throw comes through, but like Guichiboo had nothing to get back to the stage there. So lucky to get past Java at the opening of that matchup here on Miami Dome, and Java's still going up.
Yo!
Wait, Grant has a side stick. That almost knocked off the top.
Absolutely. I mean, it would have been a crazy ender right there because, I mean, that is mostly a horizontal finisher, but he's so high up, it might actually just go past the blast zone. What a good start you're going.
There. And he's done for. Okay, Guichiboo spent the entire 30 seconds looking for a weapon, picked up the cannon, blasted once, and then he was out of there. He's just done.
That's
for.
all you get. Yeah.
All
I mean,
right.
All right, Guichiboo now going to get the guitars. Maybe get some magic right here going for. Oh,
maybe so.
Nair.
Recovery stops the ground pound from Java. Falling Nair doesn't space it in the right place, but he does get the neutral light onto Java, and both players are kind of weaving around each other in the air. This time with Guichiboo getting a bulk of the damage. There's Sair. That could be it. Oh, whoa. He's got to be careful. I thought he was going to hit by the spear.
Straight up, I thought he was going to just hit the blast on. He did that fastball so quick, but no, it does manage to get back. What a turnaround right here from Guichiboo. Like, definitely got destroyed in that first stock, but he brought it back. Hasn't taken too much damage, and seems like he actually has a little bit of the pacing control of this match.
Yeah, Java trying to keep him above his head this time, but ever since he picked up these guitars, Java's had a lot more pressure here. The neutralite dodges down. Guichiboo using the full impact of having that high dex and movement speed to just put on pressure on Java as fast as possible, but he ground pounds perfectly into Java's clutches there with the D-Light, gets the double D-Light into the recovery. He was sweating when he got caught, and he didn't stop sweating until he got up to the blast zone.
Yeah, it's a little rough for him right now. I mean, Java has been definitely excellent on finding those downlights to whatever he needs at the end, be it a recovery, be it Sayer. But he's gotten 2 different stocks like that. Finds a downlight Sayer super quickly right there. Ooh. Big shots. Wait a minute.
Whoa, Guichiboo just blasting all the way across Miami Dome. Uses the side sig there, doesn't connect, and Java with the dare got through the weapon throw. He Sayers him, and Guichiboo barely touches with the dare. Nice neutral air. It does disarm Java, but Java goes right back, picks up a fresh spear, and that's side sig.
Okay, buddy. I mean, no punish, but all right. Sometimes you just got to just test them, see if they're ready.
Yeah, that was, okay. That time he catches him. And now we'll knock him off the right side of the stage. But yeah, both players look at each other from center. It's like, I'm going to fully charge a side sig.
Here we go.
This will get you.
All right, so this is, I mean, still very scary for Guichiboo. I don't think he has too many options. That cannot touch the ground. And no, not crying for.
You get the trombone going there to the right.
The F's in the chat for him.
Yeah. It was an interesting game because, and look at that. I mean, it's not 0 for Sword, but it still highlights that that's the focus of Java here is on that spear.
He almost got a kill with that sword, too. So, like, I mean, that would have been a very efficient sword usage. Not the slow-mo.
Look at that. I was just crying. He's like, no, I wanted to keep fighting. Okay, so game 1, I do think it's worth noting that Guichiboo got trapped above the Miami Dome platforms, could not land, and didn't even pick up a okay, what the heck? Java. What is going on?
Man, he is like, I'm willing to scrap anywhere, and I don't care how many resources I've already used. I'm still going.
Oh, he down 6 trying to catch Guichiboo. Guichiboo jumps into the stage, so he doesn't get the right Sayer momentum that he's looking for, but both players fighting off stage there. 2 pogos into a Sayer. Sayer doesn't hit, and Java goes right off stage, and Guichiboo goes like, nah, we're going back to center. And they exchange weapon throws. Okay, what is Java up to here?
Ooh, okay. Nice.
Oh, he pivots the wrong way, and Java knows his dodge is gone, and that's a double D-Light recovery for the first stock.
That right there is just resilience, man. You know you're going to be taken for a ride for a little bit, and then you're like, all right, the first time you mess up, I'm going to get this stock. Exactly what Java did. Found another downlight recovery.
Ooh. I love that weapon throw. Gravity cancel D-Light in air, and the neutral sig gets through, doesn't get hit by the weapon throw, and takes Java off the top. Didn't take any damage either. Equalizes here in game 2.
Can't get it all right there, but yeah, no, Java.
That's the time. When you have your opponent in white, that's when you get those true combos for 9 decks. And that's what he was looking for, but he just drops it.
So, I mean, got a little bit of a lead here this time around. Nice air chase dodge back up to get back to safety.
Whoa. Whoa, recovery just barely whiffs. Recovery from Java. Okay, huge clash. If he didn't clash there, I think the full force would have knocked Guichiboo off the top, so he makes it back down to the ground. But Java's been hard to recover against, especially with these landings.
And he's also like, I mean, literally every time Guichiboo has tried to air dodge, I mean, Java's got like a pretty platinum punish on him right there, so, man.
Great recovery, though.
Yeah.
Takes Java off the top. Only 5 defense on the Atori here, so, and there's the double recovery. True combo. Look at that. We got it. The 9 deck's paying off. And now he's going with the gravity cancel sidelight to tag on even more damage. And Java interrupts that with a sidelight, but then he just gets hit again. D-light, sidelight, down air. Oh, recovery comes through and he chase dodges all the way up. But Guichiboo's got a huge lead here and is on the verge of a 2-star.
I think he could have actually finished the game right there. Oh, that doesn't anyway. What an air dodge through for the ground pound. I was looking at the right side and was like, man, he kind of positioned to where it looked like he was waiting for that air dodge, but they didn't pull the trigger. But he's like, it's fine. I'm going to do it a little later. Not only 90 from the cannon, but, it was a very effective 90.
Dodge
I'm
up.
back.
Buffer, ground pound. Java was still recovering from the animation of that ground pound that he committed to, and his stock was just gone.
Wow. Yeah, no, I mean, good stuff right there from Guichiboo. As you said, though, both of these guys seem to be kind of character specialing right now with one of their weapons and the other. Only 27 from the sword, 90 from the cannon. Even though the cannon did actually get him a stock, I mean, it's net positive.
Java did 94 damage with his unarmed. He did more than the cannon.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So it's like this is a particular matchup of spear versus guitars between these two, and a little bit extra depending on what the weapon situation ends up being throughout the match. Java gets that spear, but Guichiboo kind of giving Java a taste of his own medicine from that unarmed combo from the beginning of game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact, he could have tried to go back down there and get himself a cannon, but he's like, you know what, I'm just going to take this free damage, play a little unarmed.
Double down stick, and he gets him with both! And he delays that second one there to get the very end of the fireball. That is a lid-face specialist. Oh, my goodness.
He's you know what, it doesn't matter how much force I have if I'm hitting you already that close to the blast zone, okay?
Yeah. Oh, the double recovery. That's again that we've seen him hit that true combo there from that 9 dex. D-like ground pound from Java just gets responded to by a dare neutral light nair from Guichiboo, who's now just running away with the lead here, TK. Look at this.
This is actually some amazing guitar play right here from Guichiboo. He is making this character look absolutely viable right now, but is going to go ahead and lose that stock. Another situation where he just gets caught up. Did a lot of damage already, though, to Java, all things considered.
Yeah. Java now with the spear. This is where Guichiboo has to be the most careful. His landings are getting so punished. He has to sweat towards the top of the stage. We've seen him in these situations so many times where Java, with his nairs and recoveries, just stops him from getting back to the ground. And there, Guichiboo now has a chance to do some damage, but Java made up the difference during that time.
Yeah, I think Java, he's definitely using that speed of Hattori to be like the perfect sharking tool. And Guichiboo, yeah, he's always trying to find his way down, or at least out of the combination, and he just keeps pushing himself closer to the top blast zone because he's like, let me just jump away. And Java's like, I'm going to jump with you. I'm like, I'm up here with you as well. So,
ooh, that's just enough. Sarah takes him down. And Guichiboo now on 1 stock here in game 3. Great edge guarding from Java, and this is like, how does Guichiboo keep getting into this situation?
Every time.
And he's like, ground pound hits.
The wall, yeah. I mean, this is a little scary here for Java, but I don't think there's any fear in him. Again, Guichiboo is always trying to escape up, and Java is just going to go with you. He's going to have to find a way past him, quicker than he is finding it. Because right now, Java's literally won all this game based off of just being keeping him vertical.
Yeah. The second the platform gets involved, I can't believe that worked. It didn't work game 1, but it worked that time. He's like, okay, you're a little closer to me. If I just side sig, yeah, he gets it. But Java, 1 D-light side air, 1 D-light recovery away on the spear from taking Guichiboo down. And Guichiboo's getting 1 hit in, and that's about it. The guitars are where I feel the most comfortable with Guichiboo getting this comeback on, so let's see. Oh, dodges 1 there. Neutral light recovery. Doesn't go for the second. He's too high damaged.
Hey, wait, Guichiboo, okay, actually going to go ahead and swap it up. Managed to keep the weapon cycle. Java does clear a little space there with that weapon toss.
No dodge!
Oh, no!
No dodge! Has to jump away from the weapon. Guichiboo has to go for the edge guard here, and he dodges it! Sweats, but gets through the ground pound, and the cannon neutral light whiffs. The side sig misses, and he's unarmed.
Okay, they're scrapping. Okay, managed to get that jump over. Surprise, Java didn't read that. I mean, Guichiboo has been retreating through the air almost the entire time. Java maybe expecting a little bit of a mix here.
Oh, neutral light recovery. No, he goes for the downline instead of the stair. Gets through the weapon throw. Can Guichiboo make it back, or is that edge going to be it? He touches just barely, and the down sig goes for the Dragon's Maw. Java doesn't fall for it, and the D-light side air will secure the win with a celebratory emote from what was an incredibly close game 3.
Just the movement there on the right side for Guichiboo to even make that recovery back.
The dodge.
Yeah, he had no dodge. He just kind of outspaced the side air and then was able to hit his way back down to the ground with a down air. So good stuff to him. But wow,
you can look at the damage because Guichiboo went into that stock with a ton of damage on him, and this is great. That's a 0 for the cannon.
He had it in his hand too. It was used. It just didn't hit.
But we now have the second time I've seen this today, a 0 on that cannon damage.
Oh, man.
The 426 of the guitars. He almost had the entire game off the back of guitars alone, and Java just clinched it with that D-light side air. We're going to game 4. And I don't know where we're going because Guichiboo took out Small Fortress of Lions. I think he just wants to avoid having a ton of platforms because he keeps getting caught and stuck in the air. But with Apocalypse open, I'd see no reason why Java doesn't go here.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually I'm genuinely, I think I probably would have taken Spirit Realm over Apocalypse just based off the platforms.
Oh, not being in center stage?
Yeah. But, I mean, it's going to be a choice here. I think we'll probably, if Java's thinking the same thing that we're thinking. Yeah, Apocalypse is going to be it. He's like, you know what? You are struggling on platforms, and I'm just going to keep one in here. So good stuff to Java. He's going to take it to Apocalypse. Let's see if he can go ahead and clean it up right here, right now.
Ooh, yeah, I am excited for this. I want this to go to a Game 5 just because of how wild it's been to see how Guichiboo's been performing and how impressive it would be to have a Lin Fei in top 5 at the Autumn Championship. But to sacrifice Java's spear here, okay, Cannon opened up stronger already than it was in any of the previous games, but either way, we're going to get ourselves a result very shortly here. Downsig comes through, hits the ground instead of off the side of the stage, so it has that landing animation and hitbox, but Java not falling for it, and the spear comes through, and this is where Guichiboo's at his weakest, right? On a platform against Java's spear.
There, I mean, he was at least, Java actually kind of stepped back there, so gave Guichiboo just a little space to breathe, and now hopefully Guichiboo can make something happen. He's on their favorite weapon right now. So is Java, and this spear has been going pretty crazy this tournament.
No dodge. Guichiboo, does he do anything about it? No, he goes for the downsing instead, and Java dashes right underneath. Goes for the neutral light weapon throw, hits him, but it just turns into an opportunity for Java.
Yeah, he loses both his weapons right there. No, nothing in hand. Does manage to immediately grab that, and the quick down air, buffer down air off of that weapon grab. Nice stuff right there for Guichiboo.
Oh, he goes for the ground pound, lands on the platform, and recovers all the way high just to reposition for that dare. Java wake up Sair, ground or down air into weapon throw, takes that first stock. I think it was a little early to be using that emote there, Java, because it looked like he was going to touch the edge of Apocalypse, but he had it. I guess he had it figured out.
Yeah, genuinely, I was actually kind of surprised he was even able to make it up that high after all those options got taken out. He got hit right out of a gravity cancel, so it did take a little bit for his time to come back. Wow, and that does find the side stake there of the cannon to go ahead and take that stock from Java.
Yeah, Guichiboo, with either Katars or Cannon, he knows the spacing for those side sticks. That first time when we saw it, we were kind of like, okay, that wasn't going to work. But the grab pound! He chase dodges down to the jumping there. He goes around. Does he go for the down sig here? Java has those exclamation points, but that was a combo and a half. Oh my goodness.
Whoa. Nope. Got it. He's actually controlling a lot of this middle stage area, but this is the problem child here for him is going to be that spear. Java, every time he puts him in the air, Guichiboo has been struggling. He's always going high, too, and I'm still just very surprised that he continues to go high after everything that's happened to him. But, he's like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it is kind of broke. You might need to fix it.
Finish. Wow! Oh, my goodness, off the sideline. The perfect position to hit that ground and then take him off the top. What a combo.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely making these Katars work for him overtime right now. Has 2 in hand. Going to keep cycling.
He's going to keep tonight. This is an interesting situation where Java was like, oh, nice combo. Oh, but they do that recovery in the air. Guichiboo, story of the set, TK. You go high, you lose those stocks, and now it's 1-1. But that was a cool situation where if he cycled those weapons and Java stayed on that platform, Java would never get a weapon. But they break the silence there, and now it's 1-1.
Man, I can't believe Java was the cleanest punish up there, too. I mean, again, he didn't even put him in the air this time. Guichiboo was chasing, and he just overextended too high up.
Whoa! Using the downside for the travel.
All right.
I don't actually – I wonder if that would have hit to the start of the move. But either way, damage evened here. And Java knows where his strengths are on that platform. And Guichiboo doesn't – he's like, I'm willing to wait for Apocalypse to move. But no, patience breaks. He gets the recovery, goes back to the left side of the stage, and the dare neutral light hits. Both players exchange spot dodges, and Guichiboo had an advantage with that ground pound dare.
Ooh, Guichiboo, I thought he was going to let that down stick fire. Does not get punished, though. Cannon in hand.
Neutral sig trying to get a jump. Java goes all the way up with the exhausted recovery. And now Guichiboo with the starve. Spot dodges, goes to the dare. Puts up the neutral light, and the recovery's not going to hit either. Java with the sword. D-light recovery would be huge here. Dodges one. Side almost gets bit by the dragon, and Java doesn't commit to the recovery.
I thought he chased dodge in the direct.
It was perfect.
But he was right there.
Nair, weapon throw. Can't get anything else off of it. It's one-hit game for either player now. Oh, he can't believe he uses dodge. Then what? He goes to the haymaker to the other side. Neutral light hits. One more of those, and he's down for. Java takes him all the way around, but he gets hit with the uppercut. And the Nair, the side air, that's it. Java with the last hit takes Guichiboo up the right side of the stage. Just barely takes the damage lead by 3 points with that Sair and wins the set 3-1.
Man, what a set right there altogether, though. Guichiboo making some crazy plays in there. Java also capitalizing on the same thing that kind of got him through the whole set. Guichiboo not really adjusting outside of, I need to stay out the air. I need to not put myself in this position to get taken out like that. And so that's exactly what happened to him. multiple times. Most of the kills probably off the top for Java, or at least off of putting him in the air and just punishing what he's doing.
Yeah, it's one of those games where even though Java was ending up the victor in a lot of those games, I would have liked to see the combos he got hit by.
Oh yeah,
that was like, it's like we were highlighting the winner there, and for sure Java played fantastic on the spear, but the way that Guichiboo was playing with the guitars and how he highlighted the potential of going into a stat like dexterity, like we talked about, is just usually looked past by a lot of players and utilizing it, because we talked about the double recovery combo. He used that multiple times throughout the set to great effect and kept it so close. He's going out at 7th, but what a performance from him. Man, that was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I literally can't take anything away from him. Just, as you said, probably one of the only, if not the only Linfei doing it, is going to take a pretty nice, 5th place finish right there?
I think that was for 7th. So now we're going into the elimination bracket where we've got the players that fell down from a winner's side top 8 for the players that were qualifying the winners finals, and now we're going to be playing for 5th. So the winner of each of these matches are going to be going up in the top 4, and obviously the loser eliminated in the last official tournament before BCX.
All right, and so that next match will be Raydish versus Stingray, which, you know what, is actually, I was thinking about this earlier today. I have not seen a lot of blasters lately.
Yeah. Well, especially because considering that we came from Europe and that weapon just doesn't exist there. Yeah. The fact that we're getting as much blasters in North America has been very exciting. I do think that, man, this is so interesting seeing Stingray on the Ada. Okay, so Ada has been, like, theoretically a sleeper overpowered pig in North America for a while. A lot of different pro players have said that over a while. And then you see them bring it out in a game, and then they lose, and then they go back onto whatever their main was for a while. But I'm very interested to see how Stingray's going to be playing that out. But before we get into that bracket, we're going to go to Remy to talk a little bit about the game that we just saw between Guichiboo and Java.
Guichiboo and Java both bringing in that signature gameplay that we know them both best for. Java off the hammer onto the spear, still making it look just as good and just as creative as he always did. Guichiboo, the guitars, that's the story of the game, that's the story of his game, but his game was cut short there by Java and that vertical gameplay. You saw platform maps being the option from Java after the Brawlhaven didn't work, and I wanted to show you just how that vertical gameplay and those platforms played a story into Java's gameplay there. We're going to start off with this first clip, just the opening already. You can see how he wants to play that. That's the first snare. All right, he goes for the second one, gets Guichiboo to jump again, catches the recovery, takes that up, goes for the second nair. And that kind of gameplay, that kind of controlled aerial push-up, because right now we've got Guichiboo in the air again, out of jumps, nowhere to go. Java going up for that recovery, and it's like, okay, if you go too far from the right, you've completely given up stage. If you go to the left, you're going to get hit by this recovery. Java's a clean stock right now, and Guichiboo is already in the yellow. That's just how Java used those platforms and those recoveries, those nairs, to build up so much damage so fast. You can see it continuing on here with the sword gameplay, goes for that side light, gets the first recovery, the nair you know is coming next. And something really beautiful that he pulled out in this one is that GC side stick, going for that very early KO. Even though the side stick does send to the side, it does have that kind of vertical knockback as well, but we didn't see that KO come through, but it was a lot of extra damage. Like I said, you can still see Java clean on that wide of that stock there. This kind of play continued on throughout the set, throughout the games, and it just kind of shows you right here as you see that Guichiboo used his dodge just a second ago, coming back. Once again, he is out of options. He plays too high up off these platforms. It's going to keep happening like this. Java lines himself up, make sure he gets back to that platform, and Guichiboo just has no options but to come down right at him. He gets that double down light lined up into the recovery. Early KO for Java, just off the platform gameplay alone. Continuing on throughout the set, Java kind of used those building blocks, that vertical gameplay, even on his unarmed. You can see how he catches a dodge there, and he just lines it up for himself. Just one hit, 2 hits, goes into the air, catches the dodge back in, goes for the recovery. Just gameplay like that the entire time with these very beautiful dodge reads and vertical gameplay. Right here you can see Guichiboo goes a little too hard onto the guitar string, wastes his dodge, and downlight recovery, double downlight, going to punish that. Here we can see more damage building from, that's a little too fast. Only my eyes can see that, sorry about that. Alright, we can see a little bit more of this recovery gameplay here. I'll restart the clip for you guys. Goes for the first nair and catches his dodge with it, so he goes for that same recovery that we've been seeing the entire time. Chases up with the second recovery, doesn't get it, is free, gets another nair, and it is the same story here. Goes for the juggle, doesn't get it. Guichiboo has to come down. As he's going down back onto on the ground, he does get him with the pickup on the ground. Really good stuff from Java, going for these juggles and playing around that platform the best he did. And it's just stuff like that that really led him to that victory position into this set. I think this is the same exact play over and over again. But yeah, I'm gonna keep admiring Java's gameplay and send it back to the casters for the next one.
All right, thanks for that, Remy. And luckily during that time, we no longer have to talk about the Ada pick because Stingray's back over to what we were expecting, which is the Black Knights. Although he did hover it, so that's a possibility. And when it comes to players in North America, I feel like each region has a player like this. When I'm talking about Europe, I tend to talk about Machete in the sense that there's like, all right, your whole playstyle, how you've been winning, is bringing out a different legend every tournament. And Stingray has displayed a lot of different legends that he can play competitively, but ever since that very first championship that he made his debut on, it has been the Black Knight. And that's what I like to see when going into these high-stakes matches, especially when you're in an elimination bracket here in the championship.
Right. So we're going to see if he actually does stay with that. Keep swapping legends. I would like to see some more blasters because that was actually one of my favorite. Well, is one of my favorite weapons. Doesn't have to necessarily be from him. I just liked it. Let's get a return to blasters, bro. What happened to the blasters guys, bro?
Yeah, blasters are super fun. Hey, at least Pierre's representing in the winners finals, right? But like, but we still have to get that far here through the bracket, and Raydish is going to be the opponent here for Stingray, and whether he locks in those blasters are yet to be seen. I do think that anytime that that gauntlets are a thing in the meta, which they have been for a while, blasters you tend to dissuade from picking those because gauntlets are so good at getting those dead zones. But we've got a legend coming out here that he has locked in before, but not what I was expecting to see. The Katars are getting more of a highlight here after that Guichiboo game because it's going to be Ragnar from Stingray here in Game 1.
I didn't know he played a Ragnar. So I mean,
he's got a lot of legends that, like, I'm sure if we look back at it, we could find half the cast in his competitive history. That's one of those things. So he's bringing it out here, particularly against Raydish for something. And if it doesn't work, I expect we'll see something more familiar. But let's see how it plays out here as the Katars are opening up here against Raydish's Orb.
I see no reason not to go for the Katars too. They seem to be in a really good spot. You also are backed by the Axe, which is also still oh wow!
Ouch!
Wait,
a rare early mishap coming out from Raydish there. Steers the Orb recovery a little too low. Can't get it back to the stage, and he's down, and Stingray takes the lead.
And solidly at that. I mean, Stingray really didn't even put that much damage. So that was just a very early stock loss right there for Raydish. When we see that graph, it's going to be relatively small, but let's see what he can do to get back into it. Raydish, kind of king of momentum, though. You've seen what he can do. He got a 3-stock as his last match. In the last, oh my, king of momentum. Didn't even get hit. He didn't even get hit.
Yeah. It just became a necessity for him. It was like, well, that stock went down so early, I have to do the 0 to death. Yeah. And that's exactly what he does. Stingray goes down off the top, the neutral sig, and now game is dead even. Neutralite comes through, and Stingray fighting through with that axe.
Man, can Raydish, keep this type of gameplay up throughout the rest of this tournament? Because, yeah, I mean, he gets one good hit, one read, and it turns into so much for him. I mean, it feels like even after you get your dodge back, he still knows what you want to do with that dodge. So it's like a 9-second read.
Yeah, and that's something that's just a rare sight to see for players that tend to specialize with Orb, Raydish being the only one that really does it. That weapon throw may have actually made Raydish able to act sooner, but he doesn't get a ground pound off of it, and he's looking for more damage, but Stingray's a axe side air away from getting that knockout. Neutralite not enough yet, but it's getting close.
Raydish.
Ooh, nice dodge.
Yeah, makes his way back through.
You see Stingray's looking for that stare. He wants that finisher. He's jumping around, waiting for that landing. Throws it away. Says Guitar recovery. That's easier. Gets him off the top. And that stock was much later than the last one Raydish lost.
Oh, yeah. And so, I mean, Raydish this time around, though, is still, not happy. He did kind of demolish that first stock to get back into the game. Maybe just needs a little comeback factor to really start firing back on all cylinders. But that's not going to help you get the W because you got to get that last stock first.
Ooh, Raydish puts out a down stick a little prematurely there. Stingray recovering so high, he was able to land on top of him and punish it. Side stick goes through. Stingray is still in the air, doesn't get caught by it, and the damage is still going in his favor. One Sair comes through, but the recovery misses. So Stingray hits him with 2 nairs.
Ooh. Very surprised I didn't take. I like that idea. Make a lot of people try to go back to center stage. He's like, what? If you try to hop off this platform over here, I'm there. Didn't get punished for a lot of recoveries, a lot of uppercuts just in general between the neutral states and the recoveries. Does finally find that stock to go ahead or that hit to go ahead and take that stock. And Stingray, unarmed, does find himself the guitar. See what he can do with him.
Yeah, Nair comes through. He's been getting a few of those. Raydish could, the recovery misses, steers it too high. Stingray goes to that down air. Neutralite punished by that side light Neutralite, and then Nair recovery might be enough, and it just is. Stingray taking Raydish off the top with a really quick game 1. It's still like, because of how that stock went down, the one we just saw in that replay, that makes me hesitant to say that Stingray's got total momentum going into game number 2, but that's a great start with that win.
Yeah, I mean, it's really high-level Ragnar, all things considered. I mean, I think after you get past, level, like 40. It does start to take a little bit to get these levels up. And so he's at level 54.
Yeah.
I mean, meanwhile, on the other side, the Raydish level 100.
We got Raydish
obviously.
at level 100. It's
Yeah. But still, I mean, level 54, that's really not. I've seen some people come here with their level 14 legends, and I'm like, oh, all right, well.
It's like, we're bringing that out. That's a tournament special. It's like, don't worry, I got that leveled up on my alt account. No, we got PR3 versus PR2 here. And Raydish, you were talking about how small that graph is going to be at the very end. Well, there's the evidence, right? We've got that little blip, and then it's just a deletion. Raydish did make quick work of that stock, but then when it went to an even game, 2-2, both players at white, Stingray still came out on top, and there was no flubs from Raydish to excuse that performance there. So we're going over to Brawlhaven now, where the knockouts are just going to be faster across the board. Stingray's got that defense stat in there, but like we talked about earlier, doesn't really matter. All that gets negated. You're kind of 5 all around here on Brawlhaven.
And at this, I mean, with the way that they're playing too, I feel like these stocks can be dropping relatively quickly on both sides. So, you know, this is just a straight up scrap. And what I say, like, super quick to starting that one off. Trying to knock him down. He does end up knocking him down. Neutral Sig is going to find the hit at the perfect spot of the stage. Won't get a stage bounce, won't get nothing, just throwing you straight to that blast zone.
Yeah, I love how I've been seeing these neutral Sigs used by guitar players. Pierre's doing this as well with Lucian, where he's doing the neutral light, neutral Sig, just covering that area right in front of him after the attack hits in case his opponents are sleeping on the option of dodging away. And Stingray putting out these neutral lights. I mean, why not go for the neutral Sig again? And he does. Raydish jumps all the way around for it, though, gets the side air, but in a recovery position, Stingray tries to snipe him with those down Sigs, and it's been all Stingray here in game 2.
Yeah, Stingray's playing at a speed that just seems to be kind of unmatched by Raydish. Raydish does end up getting that drift ground pound to hit, though.
Yeah.
So I know that's got to feel good for him. But, yeah, Stingray playing at a quality speed right now that is just kind of working Raydish. For lack of a better term, Raydish trying to get back to the stage. Stingray with a denial of the down sig, absolutely not step back. That's the second time he's just spiking him as he tries to come back to the stage.
He gets some fresh guitars, too. Throws the axe to the side. He goes like, all right, I know how this matchup's going to be played here. I saw how much trouble you're having against this weapon, and I know how to play it. And look at him go. Down sig could come out here pretty quickly, but no, he just waits for Raydish to go in. One nair, a neutral light. He's just struggling to get in on Stingray.
And I think that's, you know, we have to give it up to Stingray, too, for being able to do this, because there's that time when you're playing.
I thought that was it.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be it, too. But there's that time when you play so many characters that the character choices can actually hinder you. But he's like, no, I have so much confidence in what I'm using. I just need guitars because you're not good against those. Here I am with my guitar legend going crazy. And he's doing exactly that. Raydish getting a little two-piece, but overextends with the down air. And he is hurting, and he is out of there.
First time he lets that one rip, and it gets him right in the center of the face, to the right side of the stage, too. Stingray, yeah, you're talking about it, and that's why I tend to just make that note every time I have a Stingray set that I have to cast, where it's like, listen, okay, in North America, this is the guy that actually has 20 legends ready to go. and you might just be like, what, Ragnar? Okay.
527 damage, guitars only.
0 on
guitars only.
Oh, my God. That's a lot of reads. You have to read your opponent a lot to get this to happen. I mean, you get those small combos, those 2-hit combos, but when it comes down to it, you are punishing a dodge and then another dodge and then getting the knockout to be able to get that high of a damage number on guitars alone. And Raydish on a switch to the Ezio off of the Petra here with his back against the wall in the elimination bracket.
You know, and I don't know how well his sword is because I've never seen. He's gauntlets and orbs me. The thing is, he does still have an orb.
He's got that
hand.
orb, and we were talking about a lot of those games was like 450 orb damage, 50 gauntlets. If the gauntlets aren't doing it, let's bring out that sword, negate what he's being punished by with these guitars, perhaps, and bring it to a game 4 because Stingray's still running away with this so far.
He jumps into that. Stingray, though, knows exactly what he's looking for, and he's getting the punish. He's just spacing him out. He's kind of doing the whole camping in your face type deal. Okay, getting scooped up on that one.
Yeah, nice neutral sig there, trying to catch Stingray being airborne, but that neutral light, double neutral light, no dodge, you're gone. Recovery off the top for the KO, and Stingray's 2 stocks away from getting a 3-0 over Raydish.
Yeah, this is, I mean, again, not what I was expecting to see at all from that dominant gameplay that I saw earlier from Raydish, but I didn't get to see Stingray play, so, you know, maybe if I saw him play earlier, I would have thought that this is definitely going his way, because that's what it looks like. Oh, no, not the turnaround.
Oh,
again?
Double down air.
Oh, okay,
Recovery's exchanged. That's in favor of Stingray, though. Weapon throw doesn't combo into the recovery, and Stingray's still trying to get that extra credit, and he gets a nair.
Raydish really wants the sword, too. That's, you know, he had the option to play with the
He
orb.
is choosing it, and that's surprising to me, too. D-Light recovery, that may be one reason.
Okay.
Because he did just get off of 2 losses with the Petra, right? If the orb sidelight sider is not hitting, he's got to try some other kill confirm, because if he doesn't get that, then what is he going to do?
Man, look at that Stingray. He said, I am not afraid of you. I know you got the hit first, but I'm still coming back aggressively. Gets that down there, also turns around the situation. Almost gets the reverse neutral light right there. Would have been clean.
Oh, wait. Gravity cancel down light was so close to being the perfect option, but Stingray was right below it. Gets the punish, and now the damage is in his favor as he goes for that weapon throw outwards and picks up the axe. Well, all right, last game we saw 0 damage on it. Well, already higher than that with that side air, and he has 1 stock to take to move on in the top 4 here in the Autumn Championship.
0 damage, 1, on the last game, probably like 10 damage, 1 stock right there, 100% efficiency on that, on that pickup of the axe.
Oh, another Sarah hits. Okay, Axe will be coming out strong here. Downlight anti-air, and maybe that's just how Stingray's going to play it. 1 dare, could go for a ground pound, no dodge. Is Raydish done for? That's it.
Oh, that is it indeed. He went for a lot. I think he could have just came back to the stage for free, but instead went for the gravity cancel, put himself in a lot of lag, and then, Stingray just capitalized on that super quickly. 101 damage there from the axe. Wasn't a crazy amount. I think most of that probably happened on the last stock, but really kind of destroyed. He forced that guy to switch off of what we know him for, the Petra.
Right.
And then we forced him to switch off of the orb at that. He didn't even pick up the orb. He was like, I'm done with that. I am only using the sword.
Yeah, and it was interesting because in the games before that, Stingray was only on those guitars, but when the sword came out, it was like the axe suddenly became an option, and Raydish wasn't ready for it. So we're going to go even more in depth with that game as we toss it over to Remy with the analysis.
Stingray bringing out the old faithful, the old classic Ragnar that we loved to see in the past, and he is mixing up with some guitar gameplay. We've been seeing guitars in all the regions this weekend. Guichiboo playing the Linfei that we just saw previously, but Stingray has always and is doing it differently this time. He likes to play around that signature kit that he holds so near and dear, and this one is just a common play. He goes for the end light and then he resets it, gets it into that nair recovery, which is a good angle for him, but a lot of his KOs weren't coming out like that. They were more focused on the signature kit, and we're going to be looking at how that played out in these clips coming on here. This one is a really interesting one. He does start off with the unarmed, gets the guitars, and goes for the first end sig. That kind of pushes Raydish in a position where it's like, okay, now I have to get over this. How am I going to do that? I'm going to play it back for you guys kind of slowly. After this end sig comes out, Raydish has to go for that recovery. You can see it's already started up. He ends up going through it, going over it, and it puts him in a really vulnerable position where Stingray can get that side air, but it's what happens after that. He still hasn't touched the ground yet. He's used his recovery, he used his jump. He tries to dodge back to the map, play for the wall, but Stingray puts out that down sig covering this entire area. Now it's like, where can Raydish go? He's going to lose the stock. That's where he can go. Continuing on like that, Stingray does a lot of area coverage with the signatures, building a lot of pressure, and all the good stuff you like to see when someone has guitars in hand. Yep, playing off of this one right here, it's another kind of interaction like that where you can see he puts out this down sig. Just going to put a pause on it right here, and it's like, okay, now where can Raydish go? He can either back up completely giving up the stage, or he can do what he did, which is go slowly around and try to fight back, but that Sarah he put out leaves Stingray open for the punish. After that punish, it's another signature situation, especially one of the common Ragnar ones where you go for that end light, you go for that end sig after, and you catch almost every single dodge they can put out. That one gets a clean catch and sends Raydish back into the depths. Continuing on, even off the common Petra pick that he has, he can't seem to find a way through Stingray's signature usage. You can see right there, reads the normal dodge down for the double recovery, and Stingray's on fire with it. A lot of SIGs coming out, a lot of normal guitar reads that you love to see, good neutral gameplay, and all of that is key to Stingray's continuation in this set. I'm going to send it back to the casters.
All right, TK. You were talking about how you love seeing your boys Luna and Pugsy do well. Well, we're getting into this elimination bracket matchup, and the matchup we've got coming up next is Java versus Pugsy.
Yeah, Pugsy, the reason why, well, first, I know Pugsy personally, so that's my guy, but second, he plays my character, so love to see how he does, with the Jolly. It's going to have the Maggie out here, but it's going to be the Jala versus the Hattori coming up for you guys right now. I said Pugsy had a pretty good game right before this, I think, right? Yeah. And so, he's obviously on a little bit of a tear himself. Hopefully he can kind of keep that going, but Java had a great game himself, too. You saw what he did with that spear.
And Java's been convincing the viewer vote here with the spear as well, with that 71% to Pugsy's 29%. And Pugsy had a killer run through the winner's bracket. And remember, everyone, he was the one that sent Raydish down the elimination bracket to begin with. So surprised to see it be so one-sided towards Java, but maybe that's just how convincing the Spear play has been. I, for one, am expecting a very close matchup back and forth, and I'm going to be so excited to see how this matchup plays out because whenever Pugsy's involved in a match, it tends to be very explosive. Same thing for Java, so I expect both players to be knocking each other out back and forth, just depending on whoever gets that first hit in.
Oh, yeah. See, I would have bet myself on Pugsy. I don't have the 10K points right here. Hey, so if someone bet 10K for me, if Pugsy loses, I'll gift you a sub to my stream. How about that?
Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Let's get that at least to a 4-6, right, on that split, because this is unusual. I feel like this is the first time I've looked at the stage all weekend. It's going to be Small Enigma coming out here, and I already answered my own question there. This is a stage that Pugsy loves taking people to if they let him. He's so good at these platforms.
Yeah, he's good on platforms because he's played so many platform fighters. Like, this is probably a little uncomfortable for some of the other Brawlhalla players because normally they're used to, like, one platform areas, no platform areas. But now you got 3, and I might be just really good at sharking. And so, like, I think that's where Pugsy can really shine here. Not to say that Java, probably isn't good at other games as well, but we know Pugsy to be a competitor, as you guys said earlier, and that is, well, the competition is definitely heating up on him. I mean, he did absolutely nothing on that stock right there, only in the yellow, getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, so something that I didn't think about when going here as well is that Java had the triple downlight side air combo highlight on stream today, and that's by getting that downlight, platform canceling for another downlight, gravity canceling the downlight, and then staring. And you can theoretically have a quadruple on this stage. And I guess Java's platform game is just as solid as Pugsy's, and his offstage game with the Spear is really, really great as well. And Pugsy has been struggling to figure out how to come back after that first stock went so well in Java's favor.
Yeah, I mean, Pugsy, he is positioning around, but both of these guys, no one really wants to take the first strike. Oh, don't let it be you.
Recovery.
You know what Java is going to do. You can't be over him. He is so good at doing the vertical chase.
At least that makes me feel a little bit better about how it's not a Guichiboo weakness.
Yeah.
It's actually like just Java. If you're above stage, he takes you down. Whew, narrative recovery comes through there. Oh, sidelight. He's just walking up down light side air. Pugsy at the left side of the stage dodges the ground pound, and Java uses the gravity cancel neutral sig to reposition, hang in the air, and avoid the edge guard punish that Pugsy was going for. Java's incredible.
Yeah, and this is looking. It looks like someone might be catching the sub for me, bro. Like this is the first very rough match for the first match.
It's a best of 5, and Pugsy might be like, okay, you know what? The platforms aren't worth it. They're just not against Java.
Pugsy had to pull a couple of reverses already too, hasn't he?
Yes. Oh yeah. It has been a bracket run for him going through it today, and this could be huge. All right, TK, that's a 0 to death with Pugsy already in deep orange, and now it's 1-1. And
I'm putting the 5 back in my pocket. I'm putting the 5 back in my pocket. Oh no. Okay. Whoa!
He stares up into the stage. Okay, Java has the jumps. If that was a stuff recovery effect, that could have just been the game.
Yeah, that was probably game for sure. I mean, I don't know how Pugsy's doing. It doesn't even like he really changed up too much. Outside of, not getting thrown all the way to the top so easily by Java, but he has turned this one all the way around.
Oh, he misses the down air, but the neutral light hits a Pugsy. If he gets a down, take a ground pound, anything, Java dodges through. D-Light Dare will spike Pugsy to the bottom of the stage, but Pugsy covers his head. The Sair reaches above the stage. And now Java's like a signature away from losing this and getting reverse 3 stocked. Oh, he gets kicked. Oh, is this going to be it? It's so close.
Yeah, now Pugsy has fought his way all the way back here. Java only needing, both of them actually only really needing one more hit. Java's got to watch the way he pokes his head.
Oh,
they both are fearlessly staring from over the ledge.
The recovery hits, and Pugsy is one sword recovery away from taking this game. Oh, okay. Java goes to the stage. That recovery gets it. I can't believe it, Pugsy.
Absolutely. I am flabbergasted right now. What a way to come back.
Dude, that $5 bill has been out on a trip. That's gonna be traveling across the world
right now. It doesn't know where to go.
Look at that. Java getting that stuff recovery. And Pugsy with the gravity cancel delay on the spot dodge, calling Java out, taking him off the top. I can't believe it. I mean, you were talking about all of that platform fighter experience that Pugsy has across the entirety of the genre. And I really feel like the big thing that happened in that game is that instead of waiting for the match to finish before making the adaptation, he got knocked out by that double recovery at the top and went, okay, I'm not letting that happen to me again.
Oh, yeah. That was, I cannot believe he was able to make that back. I mean, literally was in like the red before he even took the first stock. And then
That's right. He was at red in 3-1. Okay, Pugsy. This is your tournament at this point, right? After seeing that, let's see what Java can do in response. Both players off stage. Ground pound to Dare's exchanged. Pugsy still has his recovery. Java chooses to recover on that side of the stage. And the Dare ground pounding touches. What is going on?
How are you both still alive? What an exchange out there for them to both make back. Stops the down sig.
D-Light Dare.
Again.
He D-Light pivot dares off the side of the stage. Nair comes through. Pugsy chases him all the way to the skies. At Pugsy's turn, the D-Light recovery comes through. One more of those could do it. Java spot dodges in place. Who's going to take the first stock here? Java does knock the spear out of Pugsy knocks the spear out of Java's hands.
Pugsy, okay, just barely juking around that, doesn't manage to get back to the stage, and Java, yeah, actually getting jettisoned to that blast zone right there with that side air. Pugsy going to stay with the sword? Yep, going to stay with the sword here.
All right, 60 seconds have passed, but 40 seconds were spent off stage. Just them just hitting each other with recoveries.
What a start to this game.
Oh, and now it's sword v sword. Java doesn't tend to stay on this weapon for too long, but he still plays it the same way. Going for that D-Light recovery Nair towards the top. Pugsy avoids getting knocked off the top of the stage there, but not too much damage in Pugsy's favor just yet. That's a good start. Whoa!
Right,
doesn't matter.
Oh, wow. That would have been a great combination had he moved just a little farther forward. Got the hit with the sword. Yet, try to go up, and he's there. That's one place you don't want to be. Java with his helicopter-esque.
Yeah, the platforms are not safe. Please be beneath the helicopter as it takes off. Like, that is not, you do not want to be caught by the blades. And Java continuously is catching everybody that he goes up against. And now it's an even game. Pugsy now opting to stay on the axe. Let's see how long he does that for. Sidelight Nair not connecting. Does he just switch right away? I don't know. He's staying with it.
Pugsy.
Oh, he tried.
Yeah, that's
and Java
nice.
punished him hard for it.
Pugsy now just trying to get himself back down to the ground. It is looking a little rough for him to do such. Can't really get a weapon in hand.
Snipe.
Finally finds it, yeah.
I can't believe he went for that down air and read that Pugsy would stay grounded rather than jump for the weapon and got that hit. Really huge from Java. Sided the wrong direction, though, and Pugsy will punish that.
Pugsy. He's willingly, he's willingly sitting on these platforms too, and it's kind of dangerous situations, as I said. With
Java's ready. He's looking for it. He's like, yes, please, top plat.
Yeah, please go higher. Like, this is going to make it easier for me. You're already in the red too, so I mean, very dangerous position that I had to say that Pugsy's playing in, but he has not really been capitalized on just yet. Does manage to make it back, fights his way back there. Nice Nair, yeah.
Yeah, that was really tough timing. Backswing of the down sig gets him. Java's been going for a lot of those gravity cancel down sigs all of today. That's the first one I've seen really work out that way, and it caught Pugsy from behind, takes him off the right. Now he's one stock away from getting into a tie set.
Yeah, I didn't actually see him. I mean, you did see him go for a little early. I think he got stuffed here in this the last game specifically, but yeah, this time around. Okay, the ground pound. Actually, yeah, weird clash right there.
Can he make it back? Oh, he was sweating with that recovery, and the ground pound comes all the way through. Both players okay. They've agreed. We're fighting off stage until someone goes down. Java sares through. Okay, Pugsy opts to go for the weapon. Doesn't want to fight that spear any longer.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is like, get down. And Pugsy does actually do just that. Fastballs to the stage, but the pickup on that down sig. Getting with that swing once again. Putting even more damage on the Pugsy.
Pugsy getting a fade back Nair to hit, but still just can't find that stock yet. Slide off with a D-Light. Okay, recovery is going to do it from the stage. See if he can actually get himself back in. Just about kind of the same position he was in the last game, except it's been a closer game throughout the stretch this time.
Yeah, Java goes for that D-Light neutral signature and barely doesn't knock out. And with the sword, a D-Light recovery will definitely do it. But we've seen Pugsy in these situations before. Let's see how this plays out. Neutral sig, dodge, D-Light down air. Doesn't get the dribble, but he avoids the punish. D-Light recovery. Oh, he tried to get the reset. There. Oh, how is Pugsy so good in these situations? Oh, the D-Light recovery punishes him from that side light, and Java secures game 2 on that run back to Small Enigma.
This time, I mean, the damage stat is going to be pretty interesting because there was actually a lot more sword play than usual there. Still a lot done with the spears. You can see 352 to 161, but a respectable sword sword damage right there from Java, which some of these other games we've seen him down to like 10.
It's usually been single digits or lower,
yep.
Right? It's like that's so he's really having to bring that out against Pugsy with how Pugsy's been playing on Maggie, this epic crossover for Jala, and that time through, Pugsy did opt to ban Small Enigma. So we're going to Apocalypse here for game number 3. Pugsy at least deciding that he's finished with that map, and we're going to see how this plays out here, as we've seen Java do very well every time he's gone to Apocalypse.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, there's going to be platforms. It's weird because, one, you think that Java is always going to love platforms. Pugsy willingly took him to a 3-platform area.
Yeah.
Beat him the first game. Oh,
he got the chase dodge. Oh, but the downers came through anyways. Oh, goodness. That was just rough for Pugsy.
I mean, wonderful edge guard right there. You know, you do get like an option back after getting hit, but it didn't matter when you get hit that far back.
Yeah, Java on top of just being like, I know when the edge guard's over, and it wasn't over. He saw that he got hit by the recovery, had the dares ready to go, 2 pogos, and that's the stock. And that was such an awesome chase dodge pivot nair. That time, looking for the dodge in place, doesn't get it. And Pugsy, what is it about Java that makes players recover so high? I don't get it.
I've yet to see him really capitalize on someone going low, except for that last, that stock, but that's because they were already out there. But yeah, everyone is just wanting to jump over him. They want to challenge him in the area where you have seen him literally get the most of his stocks.
Ooh.
Maybe that's it. Maybe you don't want to go under him because you keep getting scooped up by that.
Yeah,
so.
I guess he's just got all of his bases covered, and so far, Pugsy's usually quite quick to adapt to signature things that are catching him off guard, but this down sig is 3 for 3, and Pugsy's been getting picked up from him a lot. Java always slightly gravity cancels it like that. That time's a good punish, but it's 3 stocks to 1, TK. I mean, we're looking like game 1 again, and if that's the truth, then I guess Pugsy wins, but that's not actually how it works.
Yeah.
Games like that are rare.
That was very rare ender for them. It should be enough for that one. Yeah, gets the gravity cancel side light, unarmed, does get that stock, but hold on. See if Pugsy, now, sword back in hand. No weapon yet for Java.
Nice spawn for Pugsy to be able to deny that weapon as well. Goes to the recovery, but Java dodges down. Still, all damage for Pugsy so far. Nothing returned by Java. That sidelight will start it, but Pugsy now ready to diagonally dodge away from that nair. Ground pound clips him, but Pugsy hits him on the way back.
Maybe that's the other thing he wants to watch out for, because ground pound on the spear is actually relatively wide in comparison to most of the other ground pounds in the game.
Ooh.
Looks for a lot with that down sig. A little wild for that.
Stuff
Does get the
recovery.
Yep.
Oh, man. Oh, but Java just boxes his way back to the stage. Nice side air and weapon throw. Dodges in place. Nice dare down like Pugsy. One strong hit here brings it to a 1-stock game. Oh. That's the second strong hit. He needs a little bit harder than that. Sword picked up. How does he even get back to the stage? Is that it?
Oh, wow.
He's emoting too. You can see it.
You're definitely gone on that one. The double ground pound, the ground pound at the actual blast zone. No way. I mean, no shot, bro. You're gone.
He true comboed that emote after that second ground pound. That was he's like, I know where you're going after that. Oh man, Java. Wow, that's a finish and a half. And that side stick was after the down stick that he caught Pugsy with. We'll have to look at that replay later, because Pugsy has brought it back to Apocalypse here in Game 4. Java 1 game away from taking Pugsy out, but Pugsy really quick to adapt in games like that. This is the game that he's got to avoid that down sig if he wants to have a chance to bring it to Game 5. Oh, he just barely fades into that ground pound. Oh, that's it.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Java's so good at that.
Not a good start here for Pugsy yet to get Java. You know what? It's just a vertical. Up or down, he's doing both of them, so it's basically just trying to get to the side of him, and when it's hard to do when Hattori is so fast. So, I mean, he is definitely playing this character, or piloting this character to great expertise right now.
Ooh, but Pugsy, one strong hit with the Sarah, forces the dodge, can't get the D-Light, but he does sidelight him with low jumps, and Java does have the resources to make it back. Pugsy still fighting unarmed. Sword picked up. He's got to get the knockout here without taking too much damage. That sider does bounce him a little bit off the stage. Can he do it? Unarmed, goes to the ground pound, and Java decides to go for a risky dare there, and it pays off. Any damage at this point is extra credit.
Pugsy, just trying to... Okay, all right. That was a big gamble right there from Java, and a great punish right there from Pugsy. Him hitting the ground with that ground pound definitely was going to give him a lot of lag. Pugsy getting down there and getting that recovery. And now maybe he's able to get himself back into this game, even a lead here. But we got Java back on, his pride and joy weapon. Honestly, kind of Pugsy in the same, too. I mean, he's been mostly on the sword throughout this set.
Yeah, the axe has been great for those finishers, but a lot of the times he just ends up getting a strong hit right before there's enough damage to get the knockout. And then he ends up lagging a lot behind, trying to get the sword to connect, and Java gets a ton of extra damage. So here we are with these 2 stocks now, and Java, with that Ser Nair, he glides across the stage so smoothly after he gets one good hit with those chase dodges. It's incredible.
He's definitely got Pugsy reaching. Pugsy been doing a lot of swinging where Java is not, and then getting hard punished for it right after. Finally gets a swing there. Java, yet again.
Oh, down airs. Java's so precise with these pogos, and Pugsy didn't even have the jumps to make it back to begin with, and now Pugsy's on tournament stock.
Pugsy at least got a little bit of damage here on Java, but it may not matter if Java can keep this type of gameplay. Have you seen him be able to take some stocks relatively early, too, here in this set, all things considered? I mean, with all that triple pogo on the right side earlier. He's got him in the skies, too. That's a very uncomfortable position against everybody versus Java right now.
Yeah, those nairs coming through really strong. Pogo whiffs. Down light recovery off the bounce. Pugsy just barely doesn't knock him out. One more of those could hit. It would be huge, but Java with the double recovery. Second one doesn't hit, and Pugsy gets the double dare knockout. Wait. Java makes it back? No, he doesn't, and Pugsy keeps it close. 1-1 here in Game 4.
Pugsy trying to at least get it to a Game 5. It won't be a reverse 3-0 this time because he did manage to steal a game, but, I mean, it was a reverse 3-0 on stocks on that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's how he has to play against Java, apparently. Yep. Oh, that's great. Sidelight Sayers. Huge.
Like, this is the time where he needs to get the punish the most out of this because, yeah, I mean, Java's on his sword. Not to say the sword's not good, but he has definitely been more proficient on the spear. Oh,
that ground pound got so close to being punished. He spot dodges the weapon throw to a nair recovery. Pugsy has Java in the skies. Java, if he uses his dodge here, Pugsy could go for a dribble, but he hasn't gone for it just yet. And without
that's it.
Oh, no weapon, no way back. Java, downlight, side air, gets the 3-1, and knocks Pugsy out at 5th here in the Autumn Championship.
Well, looks like I will be gifting a sub. You know, Pugsy. The 5 was flying around quite a bit. It is now flown into the Twitch sphere.
Hey, yeah. it was worth it for that first game, and he almost made it happen again in that Game 4. And if it goes to Game 5, well, anything's possible. But Java just a little too consistent on that spear there, especially when juggling his opponents. And Pugsy put in the damage on that sword, but at the very end, it was the edge guard from Java that secured the deal.
Yeah, I mean, you can the damage differential altogether. I mean, he put in so much more damage on to Java. But obviously, Java had efficient stock takes right there, only having to do 406 damage.
When Pugsy was caught off the bottom right side of the stage, it was just 2 Pogos, and that was it. We saw those stuff recoveries so many times. It's so hard to recover against Java. It's so hard to land against Java, which just means that Java's punish game is phenomenal. Once the string is done, whatever he won in neutral, it's not done until you actually get your feet to touch the stage, and that's the hardest thing to do against Java right now, and that's really where he's succeeding the most with the spear. And I think it's just going to keep taking him on throughout this bracket as he's now got himself in the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, and as I pointed out, a little earlier into it, it's just him being able to play so vertical was a super huge benefit to him. You have a fast character, so it's hard for you to kind of outspace and get around here in general. Most of his combos were going up or down, and he's just going to continue to hold that position too. So, I mean, clearly he knew exactly what game plan he wanted to make happen, and he definitely executed it very well.
Yeah, fantastic play from Java. And, so, wait, hold on, production. Are we going to schedule or are we going to Remy? Well, we're going to find out in a little bit, because all right, so sorry for confusing you guys, audience. All right, I'm Taza. This is TK. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with some more Autumn Championship action. Don't go anywhere.
as epic as that final boss music was right there, the final four are here to try and get crowned for Autumn Championships 2022 North American Edition. As many of y'all can see behind us here on the predictions wall, many of us are suffering because Raydish has already fallen. But there are still 2 left in quite a few, and 2 left of us to call the rest of the action. I'm Ajax here once again with Duke.
I was really... Oh, there he is. There, yeah, that guy said Pierre. Look at that guy. He's so smart.
What?
But he also put Guichiboo, so, you know, we can't all be right.
I wasn't good. You were halfway there.
Hey, that guy has Pierre and Java and Stingray.
Actually, like
he also can't be completely right.
That's actually like pretty solidly close amongst choices there.
Really, the big news is Pierre is kind of this surprise person in the top 4, coming in PR number 23, and apparently his friends believed in him.
Wait a minute, 4 hours ago.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, 4 hours ago.
Okay.
When did he get it? When did he get the upset?
You know what?
Again?
A delayed prediction isn't as valuable. Was 4 hours
4
ago?
hours ago was apparently pre-show,
Okay.
so actually they're very smart. Never mind, you are smart.
Good job.
I'm sorry for coming at you like that. But that is still the big surprise here.
Yes.
Pierre is going up against Luna in winners finals to guarantee who gets that nice comfy spot in grand finals. Final 2 finish. But not on the other side of that, of course, you have the elimination semis where Stingray has fought his way back through after losing to Luna.
This is a nice selfie from Keglanek. Shout out to that, I guess.
I forgot who he was playing in the limbs for a second.
Yeah,
Java,
Pierre, Luna,
Java.
Yes, Java and Stingray on the elimination side of things. So we've got our top 4 again. Yeah, shout out to Keglanek.
They're like just like constantly just
pop 'em
peeking
up there every now and
like,
then.
can we make that a new emote?
But there's our top 4, right? On the top side, winners final, Pierre and Luna. On the elimination semifinal, Stingray and Java. PR number 2, surprisingly not here right now. Stingray beat him out in the elimination side of things in top 8 to earn his spot here.
We were curious because one of the things that has happened for many people this year is that, you know, they had that big performance and nobody's really gone back-to-back. Like, we haven't really seen many outside of Luna who've been able to replicate that success consistently. And although we were expecting to see that out of Raydish here today, that W that Pugsy was able to get over him was huge. And then running into Stingray afterwards was just enough to set him down off out of here at 5th place still. Not like it's a bad placing, of course, still 5th going into BCX, which, by the way, many of you should be heading towards BCX. By the way, Final 4, we still got a little bit of time to talk about that. Make sure you sign up for that so you can see these competitors head on out there. Slight favor of Luna in official brackets. Overall lifetime score, Duke 5-2 over Pierre.
Yeah, but like Pierre's got more top 32 placements, so like you know, that's really where the big draw is, as everyone knows. But no, like for real, Pierre's playing out of his mind today. He's been doing incredibly well. He's made insane number of upsets. Consistently, people put Pierre in that bottom percentage, and he wins. So looking like a similar situation here as we get into the winners final.
I'm just going to remind y'all, chat, real fast that every time it's gone sub 10% or close to it, the person who was on the opposing side of that won. So be careful with the predictions, or it was close. Never mind, actually, it was close last time when Guichiboo almost beat Luna. Never mind, that's not completely true. But we are here in winners finals. We got Pierre already starting things off, and this is not unfamiliar territory. He's been fighting unarmed a lot today.
Yeah, he's very comfortable starting it off unarmed against his opponents and then building up that damage. Down sig connects. Luna not going to get the first stock. He's not going to get the wall touch, and Pierre is already setting himself up to take game number 1.
I think that's the thing everybody has to figure out is when does Pierre finally decide to go for the D-Sig at the ledge, because he's been doing it all day and he shifts his timing around. So you're stuck in like a 50-50 once you get anywhere near the top of that wall.
Luna now trying to grapple back into this one. He's got the gauntlets in hand, and Pierre is unarmed. But again, he's totally fine with that. He is going to continue swinging.
He's going to get hit by the recovery after going for the side light off that platform. Nobody was to be found on that, of course. Big whiff punish coming in for Luna, and he has a decent amount of damage on the second stock, but he is going to find that ground pound to answer back and get himself that first one on the board.
A really good ground pound from Luna, this time opting not to pivot it because Pierre was so far out there and didn't have a lot of movement options. But still, Luna playing from behind. He's got that damage deficit.
That's something we've said a lot today. You know, Luna has plays from behind, but then he just gets back in. Like, he doesn't really let the leads people have on him mentally guess with him at all. But that D-Light Sider and the weapon toss, that should be enough to take him out if he could find the finisher. No, Luna still had just enough and went very high, got around him.
Yeah, really good utilization of movement tools, right? Again, the unarmed down air, one of those moves moves with a lot of horizontal movement inside of it, so he's able to get a lot of distance traveled, but the side air from Pierre will travel Luna to the KO box.
Pierre's spacing on blasters has been so good all day. He has been able to line up D-lights, he's been able to line up side airs, and he's constantly just out of range. But the problem picture has been these Katars. That has been the theme of the weekend so far, and it's coming right back as he's already got a decent amount of damage on.
And he's already throwing out those down sigs as Luna's on the edge. Oh, I thought there was going to be just a raw sig because Pierre's feeling like a sig situation, but he's over to the blasters.
There he goes with the GCD light, but he's going to get the dare follow up anyway. Still keeping that damage on. Big punish on the neutral sig. He's going to have to go high. Does take a recovery in the midst of it. Won't fall yet, though.
Good movement from Luna. Turns the dare over to Pierre, but Pierre down like ground pound. Yeah, Pierre's going to fall there, but still the damage deficit.
I think Pierre was expecting him to go for a dare earlier than he did. That's why he went for that preemptive recovery to try and beat out Luna's attempt at a read. Luna, patient enough, though, making sure he didn't do anything. Now, this situation has been similar for many, and it has usually ended in Luna's dub in these situations while he has the scythe out. So Pierre's got to be very careful.
Ooh, was reading a back dodge from Luna, and Luna just stood still, managed to get out of that situation. Still needs to keep the pressure on top of Pierre, though, because a recovery, and Pierre takes game number 1.
I cannot say enough how impressive Pierre has been looking all day. He has been able to do so much to people where they're not expecting it. He catches them all the time with that D-Sig on the side, and that sets the tone for the match. And then everything after that, he's been so evasive. Whenever he pushes advantage Duke, it's like you don't really have many. It almost feels like guaranteed 50-50s at some points. The way that he's been covering people and forcing them to sweat beats early because of how far he pushes, especially with the blasters in hand.
Yeah, we've been talking about it every time Pierre's on the screen. Is he's been able to push those situations and get so much maximization off of his hits. But we're going into game 2, a different map here. And Luna's going to be looking for that scythe soon, but Pierre's the first one to pick up a weapon.
Right, see what he can do about trying to figure this situation out. But Luna, like we said before, has been a menace to many in all these spots, and he goes early for that. But that time Luna went low. So for Pierre, you could be looking to try and mix it up, maybe go for a dare next time. But he doesn't really need to because he's just been winning on ledge regardless.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is Pierre's hit 1 of the 4 down sigs he's thrown out on Luna, but Luna has punished 0% of the ones that Pierre misses.
That's true. Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's been a theme all weekend. And he's not going to get that punishment outsider. He will, however, get that dare. D-Light. Is he going to be able to sneak back in? Not after that, though. Amazing coverage. He's been so accurate with those ground pounds all tournament.
And good recognition from Pierre not to panic. He hits the downlight, and he's like, well, I can't really do anything here, so let me just keep this wall coverage. And then he goes for the ground pound, and he releases it for that burst out. It wasn't the touch of the ground pound. It was the burst out from Pierre.
Like I said, that spacing on the blasters, big theme of the weekend. That is going to rip him off the side of the stage, though. He did get the wall, so he's able to go back around, but this is a big opportunity for Luna as he catches him, and that is going to get the game even right back up.
I like that weapon toss from Luna. He respected the up toss from Pierre, so he goes for his own weapon toss to kind of respond in kind, and it forced Pierre to go to the outside. Pierre ends up eating that dare, and the stock is evened up.
We've seen a lot of foolishness out of Luna in matches prior where he's kind of been toying with them a little bit, emotes here and there. I think this, at least at this moment, is the first person to make him second guess trying to fool around too much. I see a lot of straightforward, solid decisions in neutral from Luna and not trying to overextend for anything crazy. That's putting a lot of respect on Pierre right now.
I mean, at this point, you got to respect Pierre. This is the winner's side of the bracket. Guaranteed a top 3 finish for both of them, and Pierre earned this spot, but the side air will earn Luna that stock advantage. He's going to juggle weapons and likely stick with the scythe.
Yeah, going back to scythe, this one's been putting a lot of money in for him. Misses out on, he's going to take a side air, actually. Weapon toss up.
Nice pick up. Misses the second Sair, though, and this is a turnaround. Pierce sweat beating, still running out of movement options, but the Sair gets him back on.
And amazing coverage afterwards, too. Sneaking in underneath that weapon toss to seal out that stock. Even here again, Pierre was able to take it last time with a slight light lead, though.
Oh, and I like the attempt there for that ground pound. Knew there was a weapon spawn below, so expected Luna to go straight for it and tried to cover it with that high damaging Qatar ground pound. Didn't quite work out for him, but I like the idea.
This is crazy again, Duke, just looking at this and realizing that there's a world where it's continuing where Luna might potentially go down 2-0 to start off a match, and he might have to work his way back in. That's if he doesn't get this. Edgeguard here gets the D-Light, does not get the follow-up.
Yeah, looking very reminiscent of Luna's winner's semifinal match where he played against Guichiboo and struggled again against the Qatars of his opponent. So maybe this might be kind of that kryptonite for Luna.
That's actually a possibility. The Qatars being the consistent factor, recovery will not be enough, but that one will, as he catches him with the GC sidelight into the recovery, not paying attention on his way back down, but there's so many routes you could take. He was pretty much dead center with him. You had to guess, am I going to the left or am I going to the right? And Luna predicted correctly with him going to the right.
Yeah, picks correctly on the 50-50 Pierre. You can see that was that burned air dodge, so he had no way out of this recovery from Luna. Great recognition from Luna as well to not panic. He's like, all right, your dodge is down. I can 100% get this as long as I get that side light.
Hey, quick answer back at that too. Not going down 2-0 here, going up 1-1. Like we said before, this matters a lot. Every match counts. But when you have that comfort zone of having that grand finals reset in front of you, you don't want to give that up here in winners finals. You want that comfortable cushion as much as possible. So we'll see if Pierre can answer back. It's not even like that game was that far off. Like that was an incredibly first game. Are we seeing the same thing? Is it
bro swap on win?
Huh?
That's the Arcadia, which is not a bad character by any means. Spear looking great. Great sword is in this spot where people are, in my opinion, sleeping on it. But at the same time, like, swap on win?
That's kind of throwing me off, considering how solid he played a second ago. I mean, it was a close game, for sure. What's the stage? Like, I think this has to be stage. No, it's just right back to Apocalypse. So I guess not feeling comfortable enough on the Mordex in the first two games. That or because you've gone up one game, you feel like you have that spacer to make this work here? I don't know.
It's to me, it's just Luna ego getting in the way of everything.
That
there's
might
no
be part of it.
carryover to the last pick of the Mordex. There's no carryover to the iconic Terrace that he's played. Instead, it's just him being like, you know what? I'm so good at this game. I'm going to play something that nobody expected and pull out the Arcadia.
Well, I mean, he's already getting two pieces to start things off here. And it's not like Greatsword hasn't been looking good overall this weekend. We saw Machete before, and we just saw him deliver a swift knockout. So definitely, it's a quicker knockout that's happened so far as compared to the Tai Lung.
Yeah, this is definitely looking really solid. Obviously, like, ego aside, he's looking good. He's going for those resets. He's going for those dodge reads. And, of course, he is playing well with this greatsword.
Let's see if he can keep that going here. Been disarmed at the moment, so he's going to be... Actually, he still had the Greatsword Prime. That's going to lead to a quick knockout, so quick answer back on the Revenge KO from Pierre.
Yeah, really good pickup from him with that neutral signature, and now Luna is disarmed for a little while here. Tries to go in unarmed. Pierre catches him with a neutral air, but damage advantage.
Looking for sidelights combo starter, not caring much about the spear, actually. Just getting away from that recovery as well on the Qatars. Well, like we said before, the Qatars have been the issue. That's been a consistent issue. What a good dodge read.
That's twice now where Pierre's gone in, N-Light and Sig. Doesn't go for it that time. Luna gets away from it, but man, Pierre's been getting away with those on Luna.
And Luna took a long time before he went, and that time finally dipping low, like you're saying. He's been reading that over and over. Going for the D-Zig, not going to get hit. Actually, no, he did get a big punish for it. Never mind. Luckily got away from the side air, and Luna deep off stage, just below the D-Zig, not going to get punished by that.
Still trying to read the reaction out of the bridge there, but Pierre gets away from it. Luna did even up the damage off that whiff from Pierre because that's a burned air dodge, but Luna needs to find a way to finish the stock off.
Pierre looking for the dare, looking for a D-Light. Oh, the neutral light into side air is not going to find the mark that he's looking for. That's a big whip punish. Doesn't close it out, though. Side air won't be enough, and the weapon toss just misses Luna on the way back.
But the gravity cancel side light beats out the recovery of Luna, and Pierre takes that stock advantage.
Momentary advantage. We'll see if he can keep it. Last time it did disappear very quickly when Luna had the advantage and he was able to answer back, but now already starting things off here, going for it once again. And at this point, I think it's you go for it enough so that way you save that same situation for the last stock where you mix it up and you go for a bigger read, maybe wait for it immediately and then go for like a recovery.
Down Sig almost catches Luna. Luna able to clean up the stock with the side air. You're already seeing Pierre do that mix-up, though, because he did that N-Light and the jump down air to try to catch that down dodge of Luna.
That's true, actually. They did do that a little while ago. Sidelight is going to get hit once. Nothing much after, but the bridge is continuing here. Luna is going to get punished on that, but not too much else. And Pierre, he has stage advantage. He has a good amount of damage on him, Duke. He can seal game number 3.
Yeah, this could be Pierre's, but the down air beats out a recovery. Pierre gonna disengage over to the blasters. His blasters dares have been effective off stage, but gets out of that one.
Misses on the recovery right there. Go. Ooh, weapon toss coming on over. He's going unarmed again.
All right, Pierre keeping that stage control, throwing away weapons, unarmed. Luna lands down, gets the side air, but Pierre's still got so much damage on top of Luna.
He's actually just staying unarmed. He legitimately doesn't want a weapon right now. He's going to get the Katars back, and he's going to throw them away immediately. He's actually not feeling the need for it, and he sends that message. He threw away 4 weapons in a row to guarantee that he'd get the knockout unarmed.
Such good movement from Pierre as well. Luna comes down. I think it was a whiffed. He went nair and went for the bridge, and Pierre dodged out and then came back in. Yeah, there's that bridge, and Luna eats a downlight recovery. Pierre's up 2-1.
123 damage unarmed. That has been a theme all day. He had a 151 game earlier. He's had multiple 120-ish games. And just a reminder again, that's like that's an insane amount of damage for unarmed. That's basically a whole stock's worth of damage that he's making work, but we've seen that he netted not only 1 but 2 unarmed KOs in that game.
Yeah, Pierre's he's been solid all around, playing like a 3-weapon gamer, I believe is what someone said. And Luna is going to be sticking with the Arcadia. I question whether or not it was the ego. It looked honestly pretty decent. The big thing for me with Luna's Arcadia is like he's not getting that one dodge read often enough to get the KOs where he needs it. Yeah,
he's putting damage on. Like, he did do 415, but it's mostly off the initial bridges and then nothing after. Like you said, he's not getting the dodge reads. He did find that one really good read with the signature before.
Yeah, into the end-sig.
But that was it. And then it kind of shifted away from that. And also the spear barely got used. I saw him also instantly toss the spear a few times to not even bother with it. For that matter, it did 65 damage. So he barely used it at all that game.
Yeah, he had the spear for a little bit, I believe, on like the second stock, and he was throwing out a couple of things, but they just really weren't landing that much. You would get like a side air, and that was about it.
Well, let's see if it costs him here, if he's gonna stick out with the Arcadia, and we are going to finally see a switch over to Lions. Let's see if this makes a difference. Bigger stage, but will it be enough? It is on Luna to have to do that because he's currently down 2-1.
I mean, what better map to go into game number 4 on with the most dramatic music possible, and Luna's in kind of that dramatic situation where he could go down into the elimination bracket and Pierre could be a guaranteed top 2 finish at this rate.
Pierre playing first phase of final boss fight at the moment. He hasn't even reached final form yet. Can he figure it out? Luna finally trying to trip him up, but it did not connect in even game so far. But Luna struggling a bit to find an opener, and that time not even going for the dodge read, just going immediately.
Luna with the landing down air. Pierre with the turnaround side air. Luna's going to be able to get past this, get the wall touch, but Pierre maintains that stage control. Down light, misses the recovery.
He's going to be able to get access to the weapon. Looking for the D-Light off that spear. Nothing is going to find a mark, though. Trying to find a side air or something. Nair's going to at least get him a hit, but that is not going to follow up in a side air. D-Light side air, and that's going to get him the first stock.
He's going to start taunting. Luna feeling some sort of way. And you know what? He kind of gets away with that considering he just did side light, down light, side air, and the side light to down light is very not true. Almost everyone who plays against Spear knows to get out of that.
Let's see if he can do much else about keeping this lead. Going for the end lights, but they did not find the mark. That's going to be a nair that misses entirely, but the volley off the wall on recovery won't be enough here. It's going to close it out by doing not one, but faking the idea that he can actually get by him and using the GCN SIG instead to close it out.
Pierre's been using those N6 against Luna to great effect, catching him off end lights repeatedly.
It's actually so impressive the way that he's like, you see so many come out, it's like, okay, what's the point of doing like that many row? Like it's not connecting, but it's a mix-up game in and of itself, and it's so quick, and it's been lining up very well for him.
Luna now in that awkward spot, sitting on the wall, hits a recovery, chases up, but he doesn't have another move there. Pierre able to land back down safely.
I'm glad we're seeing so much more of the spear out of Luna too, because I was literally just mentioning last game, as he instantly throws it away after I pointed out, it was barely used last game, and now it's been used very solidly this game. Tried to trip him up there to catch him with a, like on the weapon switch, but didn't end up hitting.
Pierre just runs by, kicks him in the knees, and keeps going, picks up some blasters. Both of them in the red. It's going to be a recovery to KO. Who's going to be the one who hits it, though? The falling side air from Pierre.
Weapon toss is going to go away. We already know Pierre is not one to worry about being unarmed. He will box as he gets the stock right there. It does not matter. If you try to weapon starve me, I'm perfectly fine. Like we said before, he's a 3-weapon legend.
And now, back to the unarmed, denying weapons from Luna, denying weapons from himself. Another pickup. Goes in with the blasters. Luna trying to finish off this stock. He will with the N-Sig, but last stocks here in game number 4. Luna could go down to the elimination bracket.
Like you said, Luna looking at the elimination side right now would have to potentially have a run back against Stingray or deal with Java. That's if he could get through Pierre and shut that down right now. He's still got another game to play here, but Pierre is boxing him out. Greatsword does not matter. I don't care about that range. I have these hands and they are ready for you.
These hands are rated E for everyone, but right now Luna's the only one in the theater, and he is getting all of these hands. But Pierre comes down with the guitars, hits it down air, keeps Luna on the wall.
Pierre wants all the smoke, you already know. He's ready to go for the NSIG, and he does not get it. Gonna get the punish right there. Does he go for another one to ledge? Does he go for a D-Sig and ledge? No, he decides to go off and does not connect on the side air, so Luna's still keeping himself going.
Down line, oh! Down air into the side sig. Pierre gets the stock, gets game number 4, wins it out 3-1. Luna's going to the elimination bracket, and Pierre is guaranteeing himself a top 2 finish.
This has now created such an interesting statistic that hasn't really been seen in a while, and you were mentioning it for the depth of North America. First, it was Jetbean coming out of nowhere, getting all the way up to 2nd place. Then it was AO Blue coming out of nowhere, getting all the way to 2nd place. Pierre, who we haven't seen in a while up in this position, has found his way to a guaranteed top 2 finish.
I mean, it's been an impressive run so far from Pierre, and now he gets to sit up on the guaranteed podium, relax for a little bit, and so we're going to throw it over to Remy to explain how Pierre did it.
Pierre pulling out one of the older picks in the book, the Lucian, and he's looking really good with it. What is really surprising me out here is his edge guards and how he's choosing to play these wall interactions versus Luna, one of the best offstage players in NA right now, genuinely. And to see Pierre giving him the hands like this on the wall with these interactions is really impressive. So starting in from this clip right here, you can see it starts off off stage, but and it ends up on it starts off on stage and ends up off stage. But it's how Pierre wants to play it when he gets back and Luna now has to come back. He sees that Luna's burnt a lot of options here, and I'm going to show you those options he burnt, and I'm going to show you exactly what it looks like. Luna coming back up, uses his last jump here, goes for that nair with it, goes for the recovery now, and Pierre realizes that he says, okay, I have this angle here. You have to do this recovery. I know exactly where you're going. And I'm going to line up just to cover this entire blur of area here with my beautiful SIG. So he goes for that down SIG, confirms it. Luna now has to come back up on his own with the same options he has left, and that's when he just says, no, you won't be doing that, because he doesn't have a dodge. He goes for that side air, cleans it up, and he keeps it rolling. A lot of off-stage interactions from Pierre kind of looked like that. After this one again, let's look at the options that were taken away from Luna. Luna goes for that GC side stick. That's his dodge gone. Now he has to work his way back up. That gauntlet stare is punishable. Pierre knows that. He comes down with the down air, lines himself up with the downlight, and this is what's so sick about it. After this, he waits patiently. He knows Luna still has no jumps, no dodge. Where can you go besides straight up? If you stare the wall, you're going to get hit by that. The big hitbox, you're going to get hit by that. And he takes the L there. Luna, first letter of your name. It's simple. Continuing on throughout that set, it's a lot of off-stage, beautiful stuff. Coming from Pierre. Like I said, this one's a nice little punish, throws the weapon. Luna's already used that recovery, and it's all about that spacing. It's all about that knowledge. He uses his last jump right here, and it was actually an exhausted recovery. If you guys saw earlier, he uses that last jump to turn into an exhausted recovery, gets beat up by the GC sidelight. Pierre, all off stage, all great kill confirms, and it looked exemplary. Luna was mainly getting his kills on stage with signature. Pierre was doing stuff like this, baiting the movement out with the first N-Sig. You see the dodge is gone now. He can go up higher, but most players don't want to go up that high because they're left coming on the map with no options left. He's expecting Pierre to go back. Pierre doesn't care about going back. He's going to go down, and he's going to be moving straight into another wall of N6. Pierre is looking excellent today. That's why he's sitting in the grand finals. Casper's going to show you what's up next.
Luna. And now Luna is sitting on the L side of the bracket, the elimination final, to await the winner of our next match, Stingray versus Java.
There's another interesting statistic that I just realized, because I've been talking about the win-loss ratios for people all weekend, and this just occurred to me. I don't know how completely true it is, but it definitely happened every time I brought it up. People who have had a big win-loss differential compared to our opponent, the losing side of that has been winning more often this whole weekend. There were multiple times yesterday where people had 4-0s, 5-0s in their favor, and they did not win that set. Pierre was down in set count against Luna a second ago, won that set. That's been happening a lot with a lot of people all weekend, and that's the reason why I'm putting that out is because I want to see if this influences the betting. Because going into this, Stingray is currently up 6-2 lifetime on Java. I see people currently have in favor of Stingray. Point out the fact that I have been mentioning everybody who has been losing, and they've all been winning, which means there's a high likelihood right now Java might actually walk away with this.
My favorite thing about the last one compared to this one, and this happened earlier as well, is whenever somebody has such a huge disparity in like viewer vote potential, right, like 80+%, then if they lose, the next one is almost always a 50-50.
Yep.
Nobody wants to go for the confident vote because they just don't know. There's so many upsets that have been happening, but Stingray mixing up the characters again, going over to the Ragnar against Java.
And Stingray pulled out the Ragnar, I believe, in the last set that was up against Raydish, and also has been cycling so much, but has also been bringing people quite often here to Spawn Enigma. He's been feeling pretty confident with his Axe gameplay on the tri-plat layout, and I personally am a huge fan of that signature. It's the main reason why I was playing Ragnar at the start, and he is loving it too.
I mean, utilizing those soft platforms, going for 3 N6, and he's been really, really good about that. Sidelight Nair into an N6 off the soft platform, chasing down Java right now. Needs to find that finishing blow. Has him in that KO %. The side air is not going to do enough.
Well, if Stingray continues to play the way he's playing so far, he's been doing pretty solid and punishing a lot of Java's game plan. That being said, Java has been a monster when Spear is in his hand. Sword has been solid, but the Spear has been the actual issue for many all weekend. And now that it's shown up, there's a likelihood that he loses his stock, which is going to go out there and try and find maybe a dare. Gonna give him that range, though. Ground Pound closes it out. So right on cue, he gets rid of the sword, gets the Spear. Good coaching.
And he's going to go stick with the Spear for now. Sidelight doesn't connect with the neutral air. Stingray still needs to find that finishing blow. He had that damage early on onto Java, but he wasn't able to get the stock.
They're going to go ahead and get rid of that right away. So he's going to come back in, and Stingray, he's got stage control. One thing I've noticed more often than not, though, is how successful his Axe has been. I haven't been able to see, I haven't been able to watch as much success with the Katars, but if you play Katars at all this weekend, it's going to succeed. That's just basically been the theme of it all.
Yeah, Katars have just been looking good for basically everyone this weekend, and obviously Stingray, no slouch on them either as he's getting this damage built up onto Java. Doesn't at the end, Sig. Edgeguard opportunity, he's going to back off.
Yeah, trying to catch him with D-Sig on the ledge too, but he's not going to give that up to him. And Java falling off stage actually off that sidelight. I think he was trying to catch him afterwards, but was not in position. Sider gets him at least back on stage. Trying to get an anti-air. I like the idea because Stingray just jumped in front of you like 4 times.
And I love that mix up there. This time doesn't go for sidelight Nair N-Sig. Instead went for a side air. Didn't quite catch though. Keeping Java on his toes.
I like the attempt at Stingray trying to immediately cover the route he would have had to take to go get that weapon pick up a recovery too. Weapon toss down though. Sweat beads are on. He goes for the dare, but he actually misspaces it. And Java had a moment to try and push at him with the dare, but he misses himself trying to box his way on. He does get back on. They're back to center.
Stingray really trying to catch Java's movement there. You saw him trying to kick him away with that gravity cancel sidelight, but Java stayed just outside of it. He's going to catch the down air. One more hit. It's the ground pound. Java with the stock lead.
Good spacing right there. Make sure he did not get too far away so he could punish that recovery for free. And that was an instant recovery right there, wasting no time. And right back to even.
Yeah, optimal with that one. Got the downlight. Gravity cancel, neutral heavy. Has a little bit more force on it than the recovery. And now, final stocks basically even.
This is another type of set where I look at it and go, this could be a Game 5 type set, but the first one mattering so much. But he finally pulls the neutral sig back out. He was holding on to it. He did so many to start the game off, trying to trip up Java now.
Yeah, just keep that pacing changing. Java not sure what Stingray's options are going to be, but he answered back pretty well after that whiffed N-Sig.
He really did. And Java is actually doing really good again. Oh, he goes for the third. We saw it earlier, like you were mentioning before, with that Apocalypse reset on the platform.
He's really good about it. I love that he got the first ledge canceled downlight, but Stingray still had the dodge, so he was able to get away from the third one.
That was really good evasiveness. Oh, the weapon toss almost lining him up for a perfect recovery or side air. But now it's the opportunity for Stingray trying to find the D-Light ground pound. He's going to give up stage, and Java's going to get back on with that punish with the side air.
Java's been winning out in those off-stage sword scrambles against Stingray. You're going to see that in the second stock, I believe, as well, where he, hits that down air and then hits that ground pound, and then in this final stock as well, where Stingray's swinging and Java just turns around side air.
And Stingray feeling confident about sticking it out with the Ragnar, too. He's not going to switch off. Do you think this is the right play for him, or do you think that it was a close game overall?
I never know with Stingray, because, for what it's worth, I thought the Zol looked amazing. I
That's
didn't
true.
think there was much reason to switch off the Zol. Then he goes to the Orion. Then he mixes it up to the Roland. Then he goes over to the Vector. And now he's on to the Ragnar. He's played so many different Legends, and I can't really catch why.
That's actually a pretty good point. I forgot that the legend count is up to like 5 right now. So not really feeling the Orion today. They literally had one game that we watched on stream. It lost and it disappeared. So the Ragnar has been putting in work, and he's feeling comfortable at least with it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten some good damage built up onto Java. Nice. That's going to be a dodge from Java. So Stingray has potential, but he backs away. And Java's going to get back to the wall safely.
Java trying to go for a nair to catch him on his way down, but nothing connects. The stage control is in favor of Stingray, but for Java, it's like, it's not really much reason for me to engage. I'll just hover, wait for you. Weapon toss down. Oh, that was almost so clean, but he misses out on the ground pound afterwards.
I think Java ended up paying for that earlier as well, where he whiffed the ground pound. And I think it was Stingray who ended up getting like a sidelight side air to KO.
You might be onto something with that. I do remember he lost a set due to that. He also ended up winning a set later on with that same play. So it's been back and forth with him, but he ends up taking out the first stock here to start off this round. That one took a little while to actually go.
Yeah, and surprising to see it be the spear side sig, something that I don't see Java throw out too often, and yet it connected and it KO'd.
That recovery should do it, and that's going to do it. So Stingray not wasting too much time. He's actually been really comfortable with the Katars, which is throwing me off because, like I was saying before, I felt like a lot of what worked for him so well for Zol on this stage was that axe, and it's actually not really been the game plan so far.
Yeah, it's something that he's just kind of kept in the back pocket, really trying to get these Katars ready. Maybe he's trying to look a little bit into the future. We've seen Luna's been struggling against the Katar players today.
That's actually a really good point. There's been a lot of people who have been struggling in general against Katars. One Katar has already won a championship this weekend, so it seems people are working towards it, and they're not ready for the matchup experience on it. But right now, dead even.
Yeah, you can see Java really utilizing these soft platforms, picking and choosing when he's going to come down, try to challenge Stingray. Falling Nair from Stingray will catch some movement, but not the biggest punish.
And none coming in off of that. See if he can snatch him off the ledge. He's gone for D-Sig a few times in that spot. That time going for N-Sig off the top platform. But Java's been really good after the very beginning where he got hit by like 3 axe N-Sigs. Like, all right, I'm actually done with that. And he's been avoiding almost every one of them since.
And Light back away, was reading the dodge in from Java.
Playing in center, going to get punished on the sideline. Only a dare, though. Not really much you could do because he's already committed to a jump. Looking for a nair, looking for anything to get this started. This is some of the most patient play, by the way. Not just from Java, but from Stingray that I think I actually have ever seen. They're refusing to commit, but he finally catches him. That's going to steal the stock.
I mean, Stingray has that potential. He's definitely had matches where he plays the most intense neutral he can, where he really picks and chooses his opportunities. On the other side, I haven't really seen Java be that neutral heavy before. I think it's purely a response to Stingray.
Yeah, I mean, like, Java's always been kind of a machine whenever Hammer would come out on Boulevard, but now being forced to switch things up. The Spear was doing it all day, but now it's I like the respect, because if you constantly rush in and you whiff directly in front of Stingray, you're taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Stingray does not let you get away with whiffing, but Java will not let Stingray get away with whiffing that side light as he's going to get the side sig again for a KO. Final stocks here in game number 2.
And 1 stock apiece. Tone setter really kind of looming right now. Stingray needs the answer back so he can put it at 1 apiece and feel comfortable with sticking with this Ragnar. I like the attempt off the ground pound bounce, though. That could have lined up off that platform. Gets the D-Light recovery. He's not been afraid to go for 2 of those.
Yeah, he's going for more. Didn't quite connect, though. Stingray got away from it. Actually has the damage lead over Java. The side light not going to connect. Java disarms himself, goes over the spear.
Recovery gets away from the follow-up spear recovery. Side air sends him back off stage. There's a good opportunity here for Stingray. Not going to charge up the ground pound, just keeping stage control, waiting for him to use all his resources. He does not get the side air, Duke.
Oh, but he's going to get that one. Java gets launched, and again, Stingray just waiting out the options of Java, trying to catch that landing. Java comes back down, has a sword, beats out the falling side air.
And lights are in play. Gets a dare, does not go for a GCD light off to that. Oh my god! Oh my god, it's actually incredibly scary right now. 1 D-Light recovery should do it. 1 straight up recovery, but now Stingray is unarmed.
He missed the wall, and Java cries for him. Don't cry for me, Argentina, but Java is crying for Stingray as he is up 2-0, and just a tragedy occurs on the final stock.
That one's a hurtful moment right there, getting underneath the stage and gonna fall after that. So Now Stingray is forced to play it with a 2-0 lead. Recovery catches the ledge, but we are going to stay with Katars. He is going to keep them, but this time, another Asuri has graced top 4.
It's been a bit since we've seen an Asuri on our screen. 387 damage put out on his Ragnir Katars. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what was getting all the work done. The axe has just been irrelevant, so going to go with a more consistent, simple game plan with the sword. And like we said before, I mean, the Asuri just put in so much work this weekend. You saw Kinda get that dub. You saw Dot putting in work earlier this weekend. So the Katars have been the name of the game, and that is continuing here for Stingray.
Yeah, and really, like, Stingray was struggling to finish with the axe, right? He had to find those fadeaway Sayers and add up quite a bit of damage. Going over the sword with that consistent KO tool of the downlight setup for the Sayer recovery, it's going to be a lot better for him, especially off the soft platform if you can get another one.
I like the fact he decided to reset too. You do not want to get caught by spear recovery in exchange for trying to double up on an exhausted recovery play up there, because Java will punish you for it. It's already happened earlier today.
Oh, yeah, he's just hoping that you're going to bet on that second recovery and you can get that turnaround. Right now, though, Stingray's sword play working really well against Java. He's adding up that damage.
And we've been staying on triplats, too. We actually haven't gone away from here. D-Light side air might be enough to get that closeout. He is not going to be able to sneak his way underneath either. No tears need to go out for this one, though, because that was only the first stock.
Yeah, and a big bet from Java, expecting Stingray to come down, also try to change up his movement as he goes towards the stage. Stingray's like, well, I watched you burn everything. Goodbye.
Yeah, no need to overextend in those positions, because that's how you end up losing out on edge guard. But also sometimes giving an opportunity to give someone a chance to get back. Looking for the dare reset does not find the mark, but at least here in Game 3, it's still Katars, but it's looking better.
Yeah, and he's getting so many hits on Java. Java, his only response in the last minute or so has been that weapon toss. There's the downlight double. Misses the jump for the Sayer. I thought he was going to go for the triple.
I honestly thought he was going to go for the triple, too, and might not have prepared for it. The recovery won't be enough here. But this is actually going to give Stingray a chance to go up. That chance is no longer a question. He has now gone up 2 stocks.
Yeah, this is a great swap from Stingray over to the Asuri, and he really wants to get himself on the board because, again, this is the elimination side of the bracket. Losing here means Stingray is going home with the 4th place finish.
Trying to make sure that that does not happen. Trying to make sure that that continues here. The Nair falling in. Java has actually been struggling really hard to get something started. Oh, this is actually a big opportunity for Stingray to get a steal here, but he's going to get reversed. That was so good by Java to keep himself in the game.
Yeah, good option from him, going for that gravity cancel side signature and making sure he gets the wall touch, because the side sig did not move him close enough to reset his jumps.
Now Stingray, you just basically need to just not overextend too much. You must still get hits. You are up a decent amount, but you don't want to have something like that happen where Java potentially gets you gone in the yellow.
Java's getting some damage, but oh, they go sig for sig, and Stingray wins. He's going to get himself on the board.
Faster pull on the trigger right there to be able to sneak his way in through with his own and get that knockout. 547 damage, 351. The theme is still the same. It's always been the Katars every match. It's just he couldn't find anything else afterwards. Even with the sword, he didn't do a whole lot with it. It just seems that he's got something to figure out that time, and let's see if he can continue that here. We do have a game number 4, Duke.
And we see that accuracy. I think that's the big thing with this Asuri. 3 SIGs thrown out, 100% accuracy. You saw 2 of them lead to KOs on those edge guard situations, and it's one of those things where I had to pause for a moment and be like, okay, he swapped because of specifically the Qatar signature, and I get it. The down sig covers more close to the stage than that single Spitfire that Ragnir does, where it just covers the edge. Instead, he's like, okay, I'm going to cover this entire path where if you dodge along it, you're going to get caught.
That's actually a really good point right there. Every single time he tried to go for it before, it was just too far away, and Java was never scared of it. Now Java actually has to be scared of it. It's not very often we see that 100% marker on signatures, even though it's only 3. Usually it'll be maybe 50% tops amongst 4 that are thrown, but those 2 will find their mark. The fact that he did that, amazing job. And look at how long he made that first stock work. It was impossible to be knocked out, and a consistent climb of damage each time he found an opener.
Yeah, you can see just those long periods where his stock is not taking any damage, just these flat lines, and Java is consistently taking damage. That is just neutral win on neutral win on neutral win.
Consistent thing with us, lots of game force. Pretty much every single game 3 has been won by the opposing player refusing to give up just yet. And Java willing to let the lineup still go back to this stage. Don't disagree with it. You won the first 2 games here. You got cooked on 1 game. It is what it is. And he's been playing so well, you can definitely expect a rebound.
Nobody goes gently into the dark. Instead, they all go out clawing and fighting. And Java fighting for this game for W so we can go on into the top 3. Stingray right now swinging a little bit, goes over to the Katars. This is the weapon of choice, but Java's playing that range game now.
And Java trying to prevent a back-to-back 4th place finish. He was 4th place at Summers, falling to Raydish's insane run, and Stingray falling to Raydish at 3rd place. So both of them trying to vie for a better placing here to get further up in Summers, but that depends on if Stingray could stop this 2-1 lead. That ground pound is going to make it a little bit more difficult. He punishes him heavy for going early on that recovery. That's the first stock.
Great pickup. Java's starting to hit those spear side sigs more, and they are KOing consistently for him. Here's the weapon spawn. Stingray ends up picking up the sword. He needs more damage, and Java's going to punish that dodge in.
Oh, 4 pieces out of that, too. Catching him with the closer with the Nair. Quick damage, and now Stingray pushing pretty hard. Let's see if he can close this out here. Does he find the Dare? He does.
Still got the wall touch, though.
Oh, actually, just all of a sudden turned into good. That turned into a momentary good turn for Java. Gonna go out there for the cider, and he goes for the wall-bound cider. This is actually very bad for him. Went so heavy for the wall-bound cider when he had complete stage control. Now he's looking at a 3-1 stock lead.
The gravity cancel emote from Stingray, maybe signifying that this one is a done deal because he is behind the 3 stocks of Java.
Let's see if he can figure it out anytime soon. That's 1. Didn't take any damage essentially here on this stock. Easier said than done, but you just need a perfect stock. Minimize the damage.
Ground pound. Stingray. He's not gonna touch! Stingray's allergic to walls, and unfortunately he falls in game number 4 to just accidents. The butter on the walls was too much.
That is definitely a brand new allergy I haven't heard of in a while, but it's definitely something we need to get diagnosed ASAP because he has fallen 2 games. He misses the corner, and that is going to be Java guaranteeing a podium finish in a little while now. Stingray has fallen out of the top 3, and once again, another 4th place finish. He was going 4th to 3rd, but this time coming back to 4th.
Unfortunate for Stingray, but very fortunate for Java, who's been making this lower bracket run, and now he's going to be going into Luna for a top 3 fight.
Just remembered again, that is, I think it's undefeated so far on how many times I've pointed this out. Every single person who has been down on set counts this weekend that has been pointed out or just in general down has beaten their opposing player.
Well, then you got to give me the set count on this one.
All right, well, there we go. We're going to go pull it up. So
I kind of know. I'm pretty sure it's in favor of Java. Fun fact is that Java is one of the few people who has Luna's number. And, well, if what you've been saying holds true, then maybe this is Luna's time to shine.
Well, that set count lifetime overall amongst all tournaments that they have played in is 12-8 in favor of Java. So that means that if history repeats itself, that Luna is in favor to take this. Now, Luna currently obviously has quite a bit of history on his side, currently vying to try and get himself back in to get another championship under his belt. But like you said, sometimes people just have an opposing player's number, and Java is one of those people. Let's see if it matters, because we are now going to begin elimination finals to get themselves that matchup against Pierre in Grands.
And Luna back to the Magyar, the Tai Lung crossover, hoping that this will work out for him, as the Arcadia clearly did not when he was in that winner's final.
Yeah, that was definitely a questionable pick for sure. But like we said, it's kind of hard to question Luna sometimes because he did pull out the Jiro in the past, and it worked. He's mixed things up before, but the Arcadia, definitely not it. Back here on the Mordex, definitely the right call. And he's got a good lead so far, but Java has been playing so good from behind it. I actually don't have any fear for him right now with this lead.
I mean, even more so is like my fear for Luna's KO capacity, because he's been struggling to find that finishing blow. He'll generally throw out that side stick. Didn't work out that well earlier, and now we're already seeing Java even up this damage.
Yeah, it's wasting no time whatsoever. Gonna go ahead and sneak his way past on the platform. He's gonna get back.
Whiff.
That has been a very low hit ratio so far for Luna. I don't think I've seen him successfully connect on one of those, at least since we've been up here.
I think the only SIG I've seen him connect with on the scythe is the end SIG. I don't think he's hit a side. I don't think he's hit a down.
He's going to need to find those marks soon. That's a huge part of his kit. It's a big part of his confidence, too. He's so good at that. I think that's why we're seeing so much Gauntlet out of him, because he has the consistency of knockouts with the Gauntlets compared to these big plays he keeps trying to get with the Scythe.
Yeah, that's definitely what we'll see out of a lot of Mordexes is like they build up this damage with the Scythe, and then they'll go over to the Gauntlets for that Gauntlet recovery, and there it is not quite enough, though. Apocalypse's ceiling is too high.
Yeah, Luna kept playing right. He was actually looking like he was waiting for Java to go for that dare so he could take it. Like, that's fine. I am at no damage. I can get a free punish here on that. But still, Java hasn't fallen.
Yeah, and Luna still denying weapons, but not getting the stock. The end light will catch the landing. And there we go. Luna evens up the stock count. What's he going to stick with? Scythe. Gauntlets.
For a second, I'm not going to lie. I thought he was going to
switch
one more time. It looked like it. Well, going to be starting things off here with the Gauntlets. It's been a money-maker from... Oh, big
not
dare.
Done yet. Not done yet. Java gets the wall touch.
Right, both of them get back to weapons. Like we said before, Java has been succeeding primarily with this weapon right here. The Spear has been the Nightmare. But because of Luna's switch up now to a grounded gameplay, he's not getting hit by the D-Lights or these Nairs that Java's been looking for.
And Luna's going for the SIG. Great dodge up, ground pound. Java's in trouble, still gets the wall touch, and now Luna's the one in trouble.
Ooh.
Narrowly touches.
Sneaks his way underneath that, but he's got to be careful again. And that was good on Luna to react to that, too, because Java went for ground pound stock 1, and he knew he'd go for it again. That's going to reverse the situation for him, though. Does he find the side air? No, goes for a dare, and Java sneaks his way back on. Another ground pound.
Ooh, the turnaround. Luna with the dare. Java still has the opportunity. Gets the touch again. And this time the ground pound KOs.
That had so many attempts to try and find it. Java definitely one of the more ground pound heavy spear players we've seen amongst players lately, because it's both good and yet committal to the point where you might give up a free edge guard. But that D-Light ground pound coming in unarmed from Luna is going to seal that out.
Yeah, spear ground pound's one of those things that, like, it can be a filter move where like a bunch of people in gold are just utilizing it a lot. But, oh, Java still gets the touch. Man, he fell so low.
I honestly was going to freak out if that happened. That's the last thing you want to see on last stocks. People dropping off of mistakes like that, and especially against Luna. You do not want to give up a game in that kind of situation.
Yeah, it's something that very few people can afford. But Luna didn't push that advantage as Java has to burn a lot of movement to come up when he goes that low. But either way, Java's the one with the stage control right now.
D-Light side air is going to give him that continued stage control. He's going to just walk his way back on. Quick movement off the platform, try to sneak his way in. But Java's patience at center has just been so good.
Staying back on the stage. Sidelight catches him going up a little too high. Not quite in downlight recovery territory.
Yeah, Luna not really feeling comfortable with the idea of going off stage for that either. It's like, look, I'll just wait for you to get on. Let me look for a side light and maybe get something going. Might go for a D-Light. No, he actually does decide to go for the ground pound that time. That gives Java a free opportunity here. Is he going to be able to close it out? No, he does still hold the wall here, Duke.
Good turnaround from Luna. Hits the down air. Java responds with a side air. Both of them trading blow for blow, but I think Java's got the damage and he's got the movement. He's got the stage. Over to the spear. Where's the side sig?
And
Doesn't
he
get the chance.
Reads the dodge, catches him with the recovery. He is frame perfect, by the way, on the GC emotes. It's actually insane. But Luna taking a credible nail biter to start things off.
You know what? Credit to Luna for not having a taunt to get bodied situation. He only does it when he wins the game.
Yeah, you can't get bodied if the game's over.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like
the next game doesn't count if you body me on the first stock. That's not the same.
It's a different game. It doesn't matter.
Different situation. I don't know what you're talking about.
But Java, of course, going to be sticking with the Hattori. Good damage split on Luna's side, 235 on the side, 303 on the Gauntlets. On the other side, Java leaning a little bit more into his spear than his sword.
Yeah, that's I mean, like we said, that's just been the main thing. He's been so good at it. It's like, why change it at this point? You know, like, it's been your main win condition, which has still been it's thrown us all off. Every caster's been so surprised because it's that one weapon that's still left from the transfer over the Bodvar. but he's just found this new love in using the spear because it's just been so consistent for him so far.
I kind of get it in the sense that, like, even when he played Bodvar, he wasn't a sword Bodvar. He was
that's
a hammer
actually a good
Bodvar.
point.
So
Yeah.
he's just like, well, either way, I'm swapping the other thing, and this is just that awkward secondary that I'm keeping alongside.
Yeah, always had huge plays, consistent ability to land Russian Mafia, and just was styling on you with hammer in a way that you don't normally see. So I guess that kind of has transitioned over in a similar way to the way he's been playing the spear.
Oh, Luna going for some trickiness with that up toss into the downlight. Didn't get too much off of it, but he's still keeping the damage build onto Java.
The last time he had a lead like this, and Java got the first stock, so he's got to be able to play around this. Does get the read on that. Actually, didn't even believe in the read. Just positioned himself, but never pulled the trigger on the recovery.
Yeah, I kind of expected maybe a dodge down on that one because he fast fell really low. Either way, he gets disarmed. Edge guard situation, goes back in with the downlight, hits a recovery. Java keeping the pressure, dodges through.
Tried to wait it out as long as possible too to go for the instant scythe recovery, but never pulled the trigger. And now Java once again starts off with a damage deficit and yet gets the first stock.
And he's been really clean about that off the stage downlight where you don't jump for the side air. He's hit it multiple times, great recognition, and Luna does manage to clean up the stock count, but he's going to want a weapon. He's not going to get either.
That was amazing play around the weapon stall to instead force him to be unarmed, and now Java, coming out of that stock, is actually in complete advantage.
Yeah, he denied both weapons from Luna and took 2 more away from Luna. Luna has been unarmed for the entirety of Java's second stock.
That's actually insane so far. Java has been untouched. He came out of that stock and he has had complete control. That's not how this is supposed to work out. And now Luna's gonna have to figure something out.
He's finally starting to find some hits onto Java, but still, Java had built up so much of a lead, and Luna generally struggling to finish off the stocks of Java.
Luna gonna force him over to the ledge at least. He's getting more damage on now. He goes for a second one right there, tried to get him on it, which would have closed it out, but now recovery coming back in here. Weapon toss actually comes out and helps him out in the moment that he needed it most.
That was really fortunate for Luna because it narrowly went around the edge of that soft platform, which Java was trying to use for cover. Still has the gauntlets, and he'll have the recovery as Java has no dodge to avoid that one. Luna, yeah, he's not going to juggle one more time. He's like, I need to keep a weapon.
No, I'm holding on to it, and that's going to be instantly evened up. Also, I really like how even if Luna didn't go for just a straight up read, I feel like he was going to go for that recovery instantly anyways, because the last 2 times he had Java in that position, he dodged. So he's reading through him. Weapon toss out, actually big play, but the recovery does sneak him back on.
Java's been fighting back from the depths time and time again, where Luna tries to pressure him in the offstage.
It's very tense right now between both of them. Center stage. Trying to find opener is actually like the most questionable thing to try and do when it's these 2 players, because Java's been, like you said, way more neutral heavy of late, but it's Luna. You just can't afford to get hit by him right now. He's got sight.
And Java read the dodge down, but just didn't go the correct direction there. Downlight, double downlight, into the side air, damage advantage.
Can he keep this in his favor right now? He's not been shy away from going for ground pound, but I like the fact that he didn't. You don't want to give up stage control and get ripped off stage by one of those Scythenaires. He's ripping him out of the skies multiple times. Side air comes through. Java is going to be first to go low. He reads him out.
Java's out of jumps, and Java's going to fall. Luna takes game number 2.
That is why you can't afford to get hit once by Luna. It doesn't matter if you had a damage lead. You have to play so careful on that last stock. It's why we're seeing Java play so much more patient. But one mistake, that's all you need, and that's all that Luna needed to close out that game.
I mean, just like the raw pressure from Luna on that left side, making Java burn jump after jump. And the second sweat beats come out, Luna's like, all right, well, all I have to do is make sure you don't touch a wall, don't touch the stage, and your stock is going to be gone.
Now looking at what could be a potential 3-0 here to try and get himself back in the rematch against Pierre, who is sitting there comfortably after getting a very solid W against Luna just a little while ago with a 3-1, which is still incredible to even say in general. But history bears repeating. Every single person who has been down 2-0 has won in game number 3. See, at least when we're on. So there's a high likelihood that Java's probably winning this game 4. We'll see what happens here, of course. It's not like it's been far apart. Every single game has been down to last hit. It's just been Luna who's been able to close it out first.
Yeah, that game 2 definitely was potential for Java, but now we're into game number 3. Back to denying weapons. It worked really well for him on that second stock, but Luna finally picks up the side.
Like I said, that was still insane how Luna started off that stock with control and then took like 200 damage unanswered. There was not really much that he could do to get back down, but he is in a good position right now. Java is going to sneak his way back on. Sidelight gets a nair read, and he's looking for a high play out of Luna. He actually hasn't been very commonly doing that.
Who doesn't throw anything as Java goes for the wall touch.
Neutral Light's gonna send him back off. Does he go for anything?
Punish.
Okay, good wait, and that is one of the few times he's actually been able to land a signature because he had a huge punish window.
Yeah, that was interesting because Luna had a lot of options there, right? And I think he had to think about, do I want to go for the sig for the damage, or do I want to go for the nair for the potential KO and an offstage engagement? Java with some style there, though. I don't know if you caught it. It was the weapon toss, down, unarmed downlight into a pickup ground pound.
Actually, just missed that. So, like, that's
cool.
It's a bit. Java's been doing that a lot, actually. His weapon toss mix-ups have been very solid. That, however, is not going to get him out of that. Luna's going to go ahead and, for the first time, actually, in this set, take the first stock.
Yeah, he's been struggling at that, right? Like, he gets the damage above Java and then struggles to finish off that stock that time. Gets a nice jump ground pound onto Java, and Java trying to safely find the way to finish off this stock of Luna.
We talk about the weapon tosses. There he is again with those weapon tosses down. It's been very consistent. It's a large hitbox, so but that nair, weapon toss up, try and cover a few options, guarantee his play. He wanted to get him to stay still so the weapon toss would come back down. Doesn't matter though. He still gets he evens it up pretty quickly.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage on Luna. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a spear nair launch that far.
Actually, yeah, you might be right. It's not very often, and most of the time they're usually going for a follow-up recovery. He's been so consistent about trying to push for those recoveries every single time after a nair.
Oh, but Luna trying to chase with the signature. Java stuck on the edge here again, gets down to that soft platform.
Luna just hoping to find a nair starter so he can get some damage on. He's actually been pretty, I just realized he's actually been pretty low accuracy on the D-lights as well from gauntlets. So it's mostly been the scythe getting the job done, and then he steals it out. Oh! Finally, he gets one. It took forever. Now he's got a big opportunity, but that was...
Ground pound, and Luna gets it. Good patience, good recognition. That down sig to start it off. I thought he was going to, like, move away because Java still got that wall touch. But either way, Luna stuck around and got the KO.
That was so close to Java sneaking his way back on, too. That's what made me lose my breath. I could not believe he was that close, but not going to be enough to get on. Now he's taking so much damage. Luna with the weapon toss up, trying to cover him. Maybe with a dodge so he could get to the weapon and instantly combo off of it.
Yeah, I love the wake up there from Java being like, okay, well, you just threw your weapon up to try to style, but you disarmed yourself. So I'm going to catch you while you're thinking about where your weapon is. And he gets some good damage put out onto Luna, chasing high, looking for that Fiend Sair on the outside, but doesn't connect. It's going to be the ground pound.
He's going to sneak by the D-Light. He's going to get smacked away again. Weapon toss in was almost on the money to stop him from that, but the recovery will take it out.
And now, opportunity here. Java's got the weapon control, but he is behind in damage. He needs to get damage built up onto Luna. But this is game 3. Luna's up 2-0. If Java doesn't get this, he's done.
Like we said, one nair away, one ground pound, one pretty much in recovery ranges as well. Java can't afford to make many mistakes. You got to be careful when you try to go for something like that.
Oh, more recoveries. Ooh. Java saw the writing, saw the opportunity. Luna's still sweat beating, but he gets down to the soft platform.
Writing is kind of on the wall for Luna right now as he gets recovery off the gauntlets right there, and he ends it 3-0, takes it over Java, and once again has continued the spree of people who have been down in overall set counts winning against their opponent, evening it up in official brackets, and overall getting another dub in his belt.
Really well done from Luna, slaying his bracket demon to a degree here in the Elimination Finals. And to do it in convincing fashion, a 3-0. This wasn't one of those ones that dragged out. Like, this could sound really mean, but like if Java played guitars, I think this would have been a different thing because Luna struggled more with basically every single guitar player.
Yeah, it's actually been nuts seeing how that's been going down, and Java's gameplay did work pretty well for him all the way up to this point to get third. But it is Luna supremacy continuing. We're going to go ahead and toss it over to Remy to find out exactly why Luna was able to get that trip back to Grand Finals.
Luna making sure that we always have our NA Mordex where it belongs in the grand finals, whether it's him or some players from the past. Someone's going to be playing Mordex in the grand finals. He chose to bring it up today, and he showed us a lot of those common reads and edge guards we like to see coming out of the kit. Whether it was Gauntlets or Scythe, if he had it in his hand, he was going to go for these nice reads. You can see there getting the spot dodge in the air, set it up for the end light to get the ladder going up. That's some good damage for him. But it was more than damage. His reads were also leading to KOs, like this common Gauntlet sidelight turnaround read, and it just kept building and building on. Whether it was unarmed, you could see he gets the nice spot dodge there for that wake up, hits another end light, and then turns it into Gauntlet's end lights, Gauntlet Nair into end lights. And it felt like Luna was winning a lot of interactions. I'm going to show you here in another clip where it wasn't just one interaction. It wasn't just like, okay, he won this and it was a big interaction, so he got a bunch of damage. It was like he won this, got a lot of damage, and then he won the next one and the next one and the next one. That's why you saw him bringing back those hard leads Java had in a lot of these games. So yeah, we can see that, and he goes back on stage and comes back on stage, and it's the exact same thing. More damage from unanswered by Java. You can see he started off in red, but now he's basically brought it back and has map advantage versus Java. In a situation here, you can see it, once again, too fast for your eyes, not for mine. But you can see it here, he hits that one nair, and then he hits another nair, and he still has this damage deficit. But Luna can just play around it so well that beautiful side air is going to set Java up for nothing but failure, because now he's low on jumps. He's used his dodge. All he has left is that recovery. He doesn't want to use it without aggression, and you can just see how he lines himself up here. Just going to shoot the play. He goes for that recovery, and Luna is there already, lined up for the punish. He sees it. He's going to throw it back with the active input, and it's all about what Java can do next. He doesn't have a lot of options handed to him. With no jumps and no dodge left, no recovery, Luna sweeps it up, cleans it up nice and sweet, and that was from a huge deficit. It's those interactions that go 1, 2, 3, and you notice that you've gotten hit 1, 2, 3 times by Luna, yet you haven't hit him at all. So you gotta think what's going on your side. Same thing here, beautiful one Sair turns into the dare, follows up by this nice down sig that's placed very well. Java actually does clap back on his way back to stage, but it's not enough. He still gets messed up by Luna as he tries to get the full recovery, and it was just stuff like that the entire time. Off stage, on stage, Luna's interaction control and how much damage he gets per interaction without you clapping back always showed him on top, and maybe he can end up on top in this tournament through the grand finals. I'm going to send him back to the casters.
Well, we'll see if he ends up back on top for sure, as we have reached the one consistent value of what we've been expecting to see amongst Autumns. It's that Luna is in Grand Finals. Difference of that, though, is that he is on the elimination side of Grand Finals. Nothing has made sense all weekend. Every single top seed, every PR1 has been dethroned by you, quote unquote. You said this earlier, and it's continuing.
Did I lie? I have lied before, but not this time, at least, yet so far. Pierre and Luna, looks like chat, the viewer vote, has learned their lesson. Last time it was 80-something% in favor of Luna. This time it's pretty split in favor of Pierre.
I think chat remembering as well that Pierre was one of those many people who was down in set count and won. Therefore, there's two sets potentially that would have to be played that Pierre can get a dub. And one thing that has been a very consistent theme is that Luna has been struggling with Katars. We're starting off Grand Finals. We got Pierre versus Luna.
No, but Luna not having to warm up now, already chain dodging off stage, looking for the nair. Pierre still staying unarmed. One of the few people who seems comfortable with it, and you're already seeing him swinging on Luna. Going to take his time going back for the weapon.
It's actually been insanely impressive to watch. Like, it's one thing to do it like once or twice. It's another thing to do it every single game and still mess people up on it. Like like it doesn't. Weapon stars don't matter against Pierre. It actually literally doesn't.
Yeah, he's totally fine with it as he throws away the blast just to swap over to the Katars. Goes for the down sig that works so well in their last set, but this time Luna's ready for it. Keeping the edge guard going. Pierre with the nair. Luna can't touch. Pierre's going to get the first stock.
That is so similar to what happened the first game where Pierre was able to get him with the D-Sig on the side, but he got caught for it this time from Luna. However, after that, Pierre is going out there again. Pierre wasting no time. D-Light ground pound is going to potentially get the get him out. No, but he sneaks under.
Pierre's so good at picking and choosing when he wants to go aggressive, and that's throwing Luna off. He's trying to catch him, right? Like that gravity cancel end sig. If Pierre went aggressive, Luna touches back, he gets the chase dodge and everything, but now he's going aggressive against Luna.
I don't say this often early on because I think it's a little bit too early to write off anything, but Pierre is playing like a champion. Like, he's playing like he can take this whole thing. It's not very often you see that type of style, but just look at the way he's controlling Luna. He's up 2 stocks on him, Duke.
He is handling PR #1. Luna is struggling right now against Pierre. He's going to deny the 3 stock, but he is a full stock behind.
This would be an enormous feat for him, as this would be his first place in, actually, I think ever, in terms of official championship. So he's trying to make that happen. He sees the light at the end of the tunnel, but Luna is that monster ready to shut that down. Luna is not someone to fall asleep on ever, even with a lead like this.
Yeah, you cannot rest yet here. Sweat beating, but he gets back the dares from Pierre. 3 dares thrown out, and they're all working out for him.
Pierre going to go ahead and shift both sides. Oh. What a punish! Luna's trying to struggle to get down. He avoids the recovery, at least from Pierre, but that could have possibly ended it right there.
It's a 2-piece, doesn't get the downlight, though. Still behind Pierre. Ensig again, and Pierre going to take game #1.
I have absolutely no understanding of how much he has leveled up this quickly, but what an insane performance we're seeing out of him. That is multiple times he has lined that up, and here's one of the scariest parts, Duke, that I've noticed. I have barely seen Pierre get punished on neutral lights. I've seen him barely get punished on D-lights. It's like that just before that interaction, he shifted back and forth twice on 2 space neutralites, and Luna wasn't prepared to react to either one of them, and he walks away with that dub basically free.
Pierre's getting away with so much against Luna. Luna missing punish after punish on those down 6 from Pierre on the corner, and now we're going into game #2 on the Fortress of Lions, and Pierre's, he's swinging.
You got gauntlets, that's fine. I got hands. I don't care. Like, this is just so insane how he's making this work. It doesn't matter what Pierre has access to. He makes it work. Tries to follow up with some nair damage, and his evasiveness is nuts. Look at that. He's not getting hit at all.
The dodge down avoids the gravity cancel and light from Luna. That's worked so well on other opponents.
He's going to get over to guitars, which, like we said, has been the consistent issue for Luna so far. And lights are going to at least give him a chance. He went for a big play. I don't disrespect the idea. You need to get something going.
There, bounces him. Not going to get much else after it. Luna's behind in damage. The recovery is going to come soon, but it's an Ensig instead.
This is now final phase up here. Like we said before, the epic boss music has been... this is where we finished out Winners Finals. He's trying to start it here, and he doesn't need to get down on arm, but an Ensig actually connecting for a change.
Yeah, but it's not enough to KO. Side air pushing Pierre off stage, keeping him unarmed. There's the recovery. Luna gets the first stock, but can't rest yet. He's deep red.
Can he synchronize this game plan finally? Can he shut down the machine that has been Pierre? So far, that's really good because he used quite a few resources. He gets at least a few hits out of that. No follow-up, and Luna actually hasn't been hit in a little while.
Oh, the downlight, the side air, you jinxed it. He got hit, but the edge guard attempt. Gravity cancel downlight, gets him back to the wall safely because Pierre respects it, but the Sayer will KO.
Literally, as we pointed out, he proceeds to get 2 follow-ups and get himself back in the game. If he can get back to that same evasiveness he had before, he can even this up pretty quickly. Luna getting stuffed out. Doesn't matter, though. Luna had a game plan, and he was finishing it.
Throughout the signature, got stuffed by the weapon toss, and immediate double side light into the recovery, getting him high in the sky.
Let's see if Pierre can find a way back into this right now. This is the best opportunity we've seen out of Luna so far. Like, this is easily the most comfortable lead we've seen from him. And now Luna boxing back as well unarmed.
Interesting option there. I don't hate it. It was optimal damage to go for that ground pound, but they were so high, I thought for sure it was going to be a recovery.
He almost caught that ground pound right there. Hey, he is not going to be able to snatch him off the side of the stage, though. Pretty close to it.
Good dodge through. Luna's been going for those reads. He's got the damage now. He's got this chance of taking a game off of Pierre, and he'll get it with the downlight recovery. There's the emote.
He is always ready to go. He is so confident overall, and after that game 1 where I was starting to feel pretty worried pretty fast for the potential of Luna even making a chance at making a comeback, this is the Luna that we've known and seen all year long. He answers back dominantly here in game #2.
Yeah, that was a great response from Luna to bring it back, because if Pierre was up 2-0 after winning in Winners Final, things would have been looking real bad for Luna.
Yeah, and you had to literally not drop any game straight forward, and now you're here at Miami Dome. This does open up some more evasiveness for Pierre, which I think is going to help him a bit. I think he struggled with trying to find ground before. This does, however, open up the combo routes a bit for Luna if he can catch him slipping.
Yeah, if Pierre gets a little over-aggressive off stage, there's potential Luna can start to utilize that middle column to keep Pierre locked into a dangerous spot. But right now, Pierre's stuck on this outside wall. Luna throws out the SIG, trying to bait some time out.
They're pretty solid at getting people at least afraid of that situation. Weapon toss down to cover him, and that is such a good coverage from Luna. It was so good. That emote was worth it on that.
Dude, that was such clean movement. Jump. Ledge cancels a dash into a down like ground pound, and Pierre's down almost a full stock, but he's swinging again.
I'm starting to see this is Championship Luna return. However, tries to catch him, staying in place, looking for a nair follow-up. D-Light, side air, that's going to be enough. It gets himself right back in.
That entire lead Luna built completely mitigated. Pierre's blaster's on point.
He said Pierre's blast has been on point, his unarmed has been on point, his guitars have been on point, but one thing that hasn't been lining up as much is those NSIGs are not finding the mark. He also hasn't had chances to go for D-Sig at ledge like he was in the previous set.
Yeah, he's really not been finding those signatures onto Luna. Luna's been really good learning how to respond to it. Recovery catches Pierre from behind. It's not going to be enough to put a big threat onto him, but it's still damage.
Pierre sneaking his way back down there with the nair trade-off. That recovery is going to close it out, though. Luna is looking so good. It's like what we saw before has basically not been a problem. I don't know what Luna figured out against Pierre so far, but it is working.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a complete return to form for Luna. He was struggling so much earlier, and now he's got Pierre locked down. Could close this out with a 2-stock win if he keeps this pace going.
He's playing like he can. I mean, you go back-to-back 2-stocks, that is going to send a message to Pierre that he might not want to have to answer. And not going to go for the neutral lights on the ground. And Pierre is starting to, like, it looks like Pierre's starting to second-guess some of his swings now. He's actually getting overwhelmed to the point where he's not able to space him out anymore, Duke.
Dude, like, Pierre's, like, swinging, and Luna just keeps beating him out. He goes for a neutral light, and Luna's, like, down light, beats it out. Pierre goes for a signature, Luna beats it out again. Like, he's just stopping Pierre.
So it seems to be the game plan is just, what if I just stay on top of you the entire time? Like, you actually have no game plan if I overwhelm you, which has been the problem for everyone else, because it's actually been Pierre who's just been overwhelming everyone. No hit on the ground pound, though. Luna stalling out just a bit longer, and he outstalls him as he takes another 2-stock to move up 2-1 in the round.
He wants to reset it, and he is working towards it. He's feeling real good right now against Luna. Against Pierre, and Pierre gonna make the swap. This Lucian that's worked so well for him to get him this far is no longer gonna be the pick. It's gonna be the Asuri for game number 4.
Long time going all the way through the match, but one consistent fact in these last 2 games is that blaster damage has disappeared. The guitar, let's be fair, actually, that game, it was kind of rough all around.
Yeah,
but
his guitar damage was even less.
Actually, it was all parties involved. So he's going to switch it up here now. And I think a big part of that is kind of similar to what we saw from Stingray earlier, where he switched off Ragnar into Asuri to get the same coverage at ledge, but more distance. And we're going to see Asuri once again grace the stage of Grand Finals.
Looks like Luna kind of stole Pierre's soul there for a second, as he's the one who started off without a weapon and was going in unarmed onto Pierre. Pierre going to try to go for the dunk down. Luna manages to avoid it, but Pierre's guitars are finding hits.
Yeah, he's staying. He's out overly pushing against Luna. He's gotten a lot of sidelights in and basically not really been hit for it at all. Luna getting smacked away for 1, but for every time Luna gets 1 hit, Pierre's gotten 2.
Oh, Pierre gets that recovery as well. Getting this damage built up, so he swaps over to the sword for the KO potential. Misses the dare, the weapon toss, but the NC gets him the wall touch. Luna's keeping him here. Where's the downlight? Misses it. Pierre's going to get back up safely.
Sends it back up. Luna was so close to finding that D-Light ground pound as well after getting back to the stage, similar to what we saw in that previous game. And he's going to get...
Watch feet.
He's going to get him again, and that's going to give him a lead.
Caught his feet with the haymaker, throws out the taunt. Luna feeling good. He's like, this is going to be a reset, but Pierre wants to stop it. The dare, the second one, but Pierre gets back up.
That was so close to being such a bad situation for Pierre. Going all the way out there, Luna up in the red. He can afford to go for that double knockout, but he is going to get hit by the side air, and that puts Pierre back 2-2. However, that a lot of damage has been put on him.
I mean, like, that double unarmed dare just screams confidence now. Luna is just, he's playing like a man on fire, and he is getting hits, but Pierre turns it around, and Luna is down to his last stop.
You have absolutely got to be kidding me. After you just almost got knocked out for a play like that, you go back up there again, and then you steal the lead away?
Pierre,
built differently.
He was ready for it. He wanted it, and he's going to get the stock lead now. Luna just needs a recovery. He's looking for it.
This is actually such a good position all of a sudden for Pierre with this switch. I mean, some part of it's the switch. The other part of it is how aggressive he's gotten in this game, and it's nuts. That is going to be a recovery, but this could be a completely different game right now. If he did not get that edge guard on the Luna, he might be looking at a large 2-1 deficit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously credit for turning that edge guard around, but also for pushing his lead after getting it, right? Like, he got so much extra credit now that Luna is playing from the deficit. Gets the recovery, though, keeping the weapon advantage away from Pierre.
He finally sneaks his way through that, but Luna saw through the fact, it's like, oh, wait, you have no resources. I could push this advantage as long as I want. And Luna is very close to even to back up. He has essentially done so. Pierre's got to be careful how he goes on his recovery. Luna waiting for him, but it's not going to be enough.
Not quite enough. The high ceiling of Miami. Final stocks here. Pierre with the sword. He's got potential for the downlight recovery, but the Sayer puts him off stage.
This could be able to sneak by Luna. Luna's going to get the D-Light ground pound, waits it out just long enough, sends that message to him saying, I'm not done. Luna gets the reset and gets another chance at getting himself another championship belt this year.
Showing why Luna's so good at the offstage. Pierre, obviously very good as well, as he got this double down air into the ground pound and makes it back.
Why am I looking at 227 unarmed damage?
Because he was swinging.
Why am I looking at that right now? These two players are actually crazy. 258 was done on Scythe, 103 was done on Gauntlets, but the unarmed almost outdid the damage on his Scythe. That is crazy. That's the confidence factor you mentioned before, the ego, if we will, with answering back. But he also just made it work. Like, he was just...
Look at that tiny triangle. Hey, wait, can y'all bring that graph up real quick?
Actually, it's another look at this graph moment.
This is great.
All right,
look at this tiny triangle. Look at that. That's a little baby triangle. This mommy has daddy, and that's the baby. Mama bear? Papa bear? Or, yeah, mama bear, papa bear, baby bear. That's a tiny little triangle.
Well,
that's what that. You know that math? That's two down airs and a ground pound. Quick math. That's what that triangle looks like. If you're ever wondering. This is a baby one. We got a reset, though.
Oh, my God. We got
Pierre with the R because he got reset on Luna with the L because he took one from Pierre earlier. The final set to determine who's going to be the autumn champion. Pierre versus Luna.
It's a little baby. It's a little baby triangle right
a
there.
little baby.
It's a little baby right there. So we're getting into the next game. We have Luna and Pierre back at it, and Pierre has gone back to the Lucian. Asuri was not the answer. However, he was able to get one in there. It's just like, it was mostly just how aggressive he was with guitars. He needed that dare so bad. It's like, please go away.
That dare was just the life-saving paddles just coming down and keeping him alive. Pierre, he's fighting back. He's swinging against Luna. He's going for all these wake-ups, but Luna just keeping this aggression.
See if Luna can replicate that success, and that success is continuing in his favor right now. Also, finally breaking the streak of people who were below in count, getting the dub. He did get at least one, but will it be enough to finish the whole thing? Pierre does have him in an even point right now. Recovery won't be enough yet, Duke.
Oh, going for more. Throws out the N-Sigs, but it's a haymaker from Luna to give him the stock advantage. Punches Pierre in the back of the head, and Luna's going to keep the gauntlets.
Let's see if he can find some type of success. All he needs is one good play. As we said before, Pierre is not... He doesn't really care about being unarmed. It's not really it's a non-issue for him, but he is going to get back over to those, see if he can find that D-Light recovery. He's getting outspaced again. The dare finds his mark, Sayer finds his mark, and he gets himself the stock.
Really good positioning from Pierre. Doesn't throw the blasters that high. He went really high for it, but ended up coming back down before throwing them away. There's going to be the weapon spawn on the right side. Pierre's trying to cover it, but Luna picks it up.
Luna wasting no time. The gauntlets have been a huge factor for Luna here, too, up against Pierre. Whoa! And as we point that out, he has instantly styled into such a quick stock. That's another tiny triangle right there.
Yeah, that's another real tiny triangle there. Luna just trying to build a little tiny house there, but he's getting all the damage. He's got the stock lead. He's got the scythe now, despite the fact that his gauntlets have been looking good.
Instead of getting those stickers for like the family and the children on the back of the car, I'm just going to get like graphs and just put them all on the back. But right now, Pierre looking at what is ever-fading dream of getting first here in Autumns, if Luna continues to play the way he's playing. And Luna has played spoiler in the past. He did stop the run of Jet Bean. And also, if, you know, again, another stat that just seems to be crazy, it's always been second. Ooh. It's never been first for those who have made that crazy run.
Yeah, he taunts early. This might be the taunt to get bodied as he eats a ground pound. Luna got a little egg on his face for that one.
Yeah, that's one of the few times we've seen that finally come through. It's we've been waiting. It's like, yeah, every time he did it as the game was over. Didn't happen that time. Can Pierre make him pay for that? Pierre is currently in sweat beats. He sneak his way on.
The dare just going to bounce. Pierre, sidelight, can't go for the follow-up. Pierre still alive, still surviving. Down sig doesn't land, and there it is. And there's the taunt this time from Luna. He waited for the KO, though.
I was going to say, I'm glad you saw that, too. It's like he had a slight hesitation on that one before he actually went for it at the end. Luna gets another one. That is 3 games in a row uncontested from Luna. He's starting to figure things out.
And what an onslaught of gauntlet hits. Sidelight recovery, gravity cancel, sidelight recovery. There's that taunt. He ended up paying for it a little bit. He lost that second stock, but this time he's able to get it.
It's so
he's like, oh, okay.
It's so ridiculous when it is slowed down. All right, that one wasn't as small of a triangle as I expected this time. But still, Pierre falling early to that. The gauntlets have actually been a nightmare. Like a complete nightmare for him. Luna has not allowed him to camp him the way that he did before. Right after we pointed out how good he was at spacing his neutral lights, his D-lights, and never getting hit, the follow-up game, he has only been smothered. So he's going to go back to the Asuri and see if maybe that one game that he had as a win in the last set can be replicated.
Yeah, I mean, to the point of smothering, right? Like, Luna has not given breathing room to Pierre. He's given him asthma and saying, you better find your inhaler, because Pierre he's not found an opportunity. But here we go into game number 2. Luna currently up 1-0.
Hopefully he doesn't end up allergic to the wall like what happened to Stingray earlier. He does not need that on his table either. It's already expensive enough. Luna is continuing to push so well with Scythe. And then after the first stock of Scythe, everything just disappears to the gauntlet. So I want to see that same aggressive play that Pierre was able to succeed on. Easier said than done, of course.
And he's hoping this Asuri sword. He's using it, trying to play this edge guard. Luna keeping the pressure. You can see him sticking around, goes for the downlight, but Pierre has enough movement to get above it.
Ground pound is going to hit the ledge instead. He's going to be able to get his way back on. Going to miss the side light. Neutral light's going to get him off.
We're to the right side. Luna waiting. Another neutral light. Weapon toss catches the high movement of Pierre, and Luna again with the taunt. He's feeling good.
Luna is so, quick to just try and toy with your mental. He wants you to feel less confident about the game that you're currently in. And that ground pound is going to potentially set up. Okay, Luna did not decide to go for that time, but every time we've seen a ground pound come out from Pierre, there has been an absolute scuffle in the bottom of the stage.
I totally thought after Luna went for that weapon toss and burned some movement from Pierre, he was going to go for that ground pound. Instead, opted to play it a little bit safer. He's like, you know what? I've been taunting a lot. I don't really want to lose it after I do that.
It's also, he's been in such control that at this point, it's like it's on Pierre to figure it out, and giving a stock away like that is not something he should do. Granted, he is now in red, so he can afford to go for a deeper play and get a trade-off if he needs it.
Whoa! Can't touch! Pierre's going to even up the stock count.
Well, he gets himself, and that wasn't actually that much damage there for Pierre in that stock, so not too bad. But one thing that is still a big issue is he's not finding too many combo starters. Guitars are actually not really a problem anymore when they were the problem.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting so many strings with his guitars. He's getting so many NSIG follow-ups with his guitars. And right now, Luna has just had so much control. Pierre's able to respond, he's trading back and forth every now and then, but it's still just so much momentum weighted towards Luna.
Exactly. You need, when you win out in neutral, you need to make it work. He got 2 hits out of it that time at least, but most of the time it's been 1. That's going to give him the lead.
He's able to catch him with the down signature, very similar to the Qatar down signature in that it covers a small area around you, but long active frames. Able to get that stock lead. Can he push it?
See if he can keep this going right now. Weapon toss gets him in. Like we said before, does not really care if he's unarmed most of the time, but you are now in the problem picture. Gauntlets have been the issue that is going to continue to be the issue as he answers right back, gets a D-Light recovery.
Luna, dying weapons, has the scythe in hand. Final stock here in game number 2 for both players. Little damage lead for Pierre, but Luna's got so much weapon denial.
3 and away. Yeah, actually, that's actually another big point. Before it wasn't an issue. Now it's actually, now you can't find anything to start at all off an unarmed. But Qatars, you need to make these work. You gotta get that success back. That success might not find its way here as Luna gonna actually back off. Didn't believe hard enough in that.
Hit him high, not quite enough. Pierre fighting back, swinging onto Luna. Ensig misses. Luna survives.
Luna gets him with the side air, pushes him back off stage. Waiting for it, and he baited him out. Waited for it, and he is gonna not sneak in far enough. Tried to use as much resources as he can to sneak back on, but the weapon toss seals the deal, and Luna is 1 game away from being your autumn champion.
A good mix-up from Pierre. He ate a high weapon toss from Luna on the first stock, so on the third one, he goes for a GC. It just doesn't quite work out for him because he still is burning his dodge on that point, and Luna finds another weapon spawn for the weapon toss, and Luna is up 2-0. The pressure is on Pierre.
Can he make the magic happen? Can he be yet another Cinderella story that has found their way all the way up to the top, but hasn't been able to finish it? Will he be the first one? PR 23 sitting here in grand finals and trying to make that W happen. But like we said before, every other person who has gotten to this point has always been second. 3 events in a row, we've had the same exact situation, and it's always been second place.
Yeah, these underdogs make it so incredibly far, and it's so fun to watch, and we're like, yes, this underdog, it's so cool. And then the other guy is like, hey, I'm still the big guy.
Well, it's funny, like, at least like it was Luna against Jetbean, but with the last one, it was that insane run from Raydish.
Yeah,
so like
that's fair.
that was just like a fun story overall with Raydish and AO Blue both popping off. But here's Luna playing Party Pooper again. He's here to shut down the party, turn off all the music, and take all your goods.
He's the gatekeeper. He's gotten the golden keys to the castle so often that he's like, okay, well, my turn again to get the golden keys. And it's down to Pierre on game number 3, locking in the Yasuri, hoping that this is going to be the thing to turn this one around.
Yeah, and this matters a lot for Luna too, because this is the last step before BCX. Luna is in that small contention number of people who we look at as potential candidates to win it all. And he wants to go into BCX with yet another championship under his belt.
Absolutely. There's so much pressure onto Luna, and he's been able to shoulder it so well. This time, though, he's 1 game away from being the Autumn Champion and breaking the streak of top PRs not winning in their region for the Autumn Championship.
That's true. And also an interesting counter pick as well. You have decided to take Mordex at Demon Island. This is something we haven't really... There's not been a lot of Demon Island today, or at least for NA. It's mostly been Apocalypse, but Pierre needing something different. He needed to change it up, and it's going to be here. And Ensig has connected, though, which means bad things for you because he's been missing those. At least he whiffed the second one.
Luna is throwing out Sig after his Sig. He's getting away with it now. He's feeling good. He's feeling confident. He throws out the Ensig. He throws out the down Sig. They're not connecting, though.
I am so glad that after we pointed out he got 1, he whiffs 5 in a row. So thank you for putting the storyline back in place, Luna.
He doesn't like having a passing grade on Sig hits. Pierre jumps and misses the Sair. And Luna is going to get the first stock, almost taunts away his own.
Doesn't even bother to go for like a long weapon starve either. Doesn't really care for it. At this point, just has a lead. This is a very short time if Pierre could shut it down, which he did instantly. You do not want to have something bad happen where you get caught off stage, take a scythe there, and all of a sudden you're looking at a 2-stock lead.
Falling Nair for Falling Nair. Pierre with the weapon advantage moves forward towards Luna, but Luna's shown he has the potential to go off with his unarmed, putting out 200+ damage in one of the games.
Pierre has also been low on the signature mark of late. He was so high on them before. I think that's actually the most consistent point to see as he is about to get juggled out. He is,
Still
he gets the touch. Okay, he gets the touch. That was so close to a good stock from Luna.
Goes for the N-Sig that time. Wanted to dunk him down. Pierre holding on to that stock.
Pierre just trying to cover that. He's expecting him jumping early. Not going to be able to catch him with a D-Sig again. And here come the flying measure of 6. And now he's set underneath. You're not making that one back.
Good fast fall down from Luna into the down air. Stock advantage. Tournament stock here for Pierre. This could be his gold medal stock if he can win here.
Luna trying to end it all right now with a 3-0 in the reset. Only giving up one individual game to Pierre all of Grand Finals after going down 3-1 earlier. Luna is not going to get the wall touch, so it makes it a little bit easier for Pierre to keep his bracket run alive.
Even final stocks here. The hope is alive for Pierre if he can beat out Luna. Luna with the scythe, Pierre with the guitars. Can he find the momentum he had earlier on with these guitars?
It's not looking like it's... Well, actually, never mind. It's starting to look a little bit better. Getting at least a few hits here and there. But Luna already answering back, Duke.
Caught that dodge in. Got so much off of it. There's the dodge down. Luna catches him again.
That's a lot of resources used. He's going to have to be very careful about how he goes for the touch. He just misses, but he gets caught by the N-Sig. It's not enough yet.
Flash out. Pierce sweat beats. Narrowly touches the wall. Luna keeping the damage. The weapon toss just to deny.
The gauntlets are now in play. You already know he's been so on point with those all day. Pierre is stuck at the ledge. It's so scary to try and sneak his way back on. The end lights are going to miss.
Goes for the haymaker. Not the biggest punish, but the end light does it. And Luna is the autumn champion for North America.
Getting himself back onto his seat where he belongs, getting that throne back, and finding yet another W here this year, putting himself in that uncontested best player in North America right now, and being the only PR1 throughout the weekend to say, this is where I belong, because every other one has been shut down.
Luna is looking so good. He's had a couple of stumbles during the year, but he's finally proven why so many people think he is the one. He's the one with the potential to close out BCX. He won the midseason invitational. He's won multiple seasonals throughout the year, and he's finally going to win here at the Autumn Championship. So he's got the most momentum going into the World Championship.
Which is the scariest thing for many people, because we have now finally closed out the last championship before Worlds, which means Worlds is going to be right around the corner with many big names ready to go. You got Luna, who's going to be making an attempt at getting it all. You got Godly, who's coming out. You got Acto, who's going to be coming out. You have so many potential threats from South America that might come through, and it's just going to continue from there. I know there's a big rush of Australians that are coming through as well. It's going to be an amazing event, which you do not want to miss out on. BCX.live to sign up for right now. It's only about 5 weeks away, Duke.
Yep. The time is running out on getting those tickets, getting those hotel rooms. You can find out so much information, so much useful stuff over at BCX.live. You don't want to miss out on this World Championship.
It is going to be a big return to LAN that we've all been looking forward to have for quite some time. And it's going to be more than just a championship. Like you were saying, you know, you got the Artist Alley, you get to meet all of us, you get to meet a bunch of people in person. But one of the best parts is you get to cheer on all of your friends in competition, make new ones, and build memories that you can only do at events like this. And I am just so heavily looking forward to seeing everybody be super excited. There's so much planned for this event. You really don't want to miss it. I know we've been hyping it up a bunch because it's just going to be worth it. Do not miss out on BCX.
The easiest way to explain it is if you had fun today or this weekend and you were like, wow, that was really cool. I enjoyed watching it from my bedroom. Imagine watching it in person alongside all of us, screaming your head off at the World Championship at Cobb Galleria. You don't, I'm serious, you don't want to miss it. BCX.live.
Yeah, but now it is time for us to stop screaming our heads off, because it is time for us to send it off for the night. Luna has taken the championship here in Autumns. That is the end of the Autumn Championships here this weekend. The prime believer of him from the start. We're going to see if he can continue that at BCX. We appreciate every single one of you who've been watching with us all weekend, but it's that time for us to end it. We will see you in about a month at BCX. For now, everyone, you all have a great night.
It's Alex back in the No one ever expected him to use it when accuracy was on point.
Oh, with the second side spin.
Look at him having fun with this now. Now he's like, he's throwing his weapon at unusual play damage now.
Oh, man, the footsies there was attached. The recovery might be enough.
He went way up there for that one. Beautiful.
Anyway, that recovery here. There it is. That's not how I expected it to happen. Warren's getting scared by that, and now pickup guitars goes for double key light, side light.
Oh, you'll love to see it.
D-line recovery from both players here is huge.
That might do it, yeah.
So despite how awesome a lot of these options here are, Impalas keeping up. No, okay, final stock. Game 5 is image photo.
Yep. They're looking like a game 5 here, unless the Pierre miracle. Wait a second.
And now we're on Small Fortress Alliance for game number 5. And then ground pound wing stock.
Dude, oh my gosh.
Pierre almost pushes off. Even already in exclamation point.
No way!
That was the 6 guys.
Oh my god! Okay,
Side.
Oh, that's too much.
Impala, can you make it back?
GG! Pierre wins!
Java is getting way better at reading Stingray than happens because the biggest thing so far. However, Stingray catches him! That is exactly what you needed, and now all of a sudden it's working.
That was a stressful spot. You saw the stars come out. That was a burned recovery, but the burn dodge takes on. And light not going to work out. Guichiboo again covers himself with the weapon toss.
You can't count on. You have to be able to keep yourself together. And this is exactly what you needed, a dominant
Because they're both going to be like, no, the stage doesn't end. There you go. Play me.
He got hit right out of the red. First time to go back. Wow, that's that.
He is choosing it, and that's surprising to me too. He not recovery. That may be one reason.
Earlier. Well, the competition is definitely fighting on arms a lot today.
Very comfortable starting off on arm. Luna not going to get the first shot. He's not going to.
Luna's still keeping himself going.
Oh!
He's going to go out there and try and find maybe a Derek. Going to give him that range, so Ground Pound closes it out, so minimize the damage.
He's not going to touch! Stingray's allergic to walls!
Pass on the platform. He's going to get back. That has been a very low.
That off the down line where you don't jump inside there.
Comes up, try to cover a few options. Guarantee his play. He wanted to get him to stay still so the weapon also come back down to style. But just look at the way he's controlling Luna. He's up 2. He's getting outspaced again. And Dare finds his mark. Dare finds his mark and he gets himself stopped. Only got 3-1 earlier. Luna is not going to get the wall touch, so it makes it a little bit easier.
Goes for the haymaker, not punished, but the end light does it, and Luna is the autumn